find my phone. Thank you. Yo, testing. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello, hello. Okay, that sounds good. Man, I sound perfect. Okay. Yo, it is hot. It's like every time I start stream, I gotta remember to turn on the air. It like gets extra hot when I start streaming. Why is that, you think? Okay, now let's go on the old Instagram. Judah. Okay. What the flippity? Oh, I'm actually a smart person. I just make dumb decisions sometimes. That's what it is. Or a lot of times. Okay, now boom, bam, pow. Uh, yo, it's hot. It is so very hot. Let's do this, and then let's put this right there. Beep, 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 beep. And then now I gotta go. Now I gotta go. Where? There. I gotta go there. And then do the same thing. Let's do. Wait, what the? I did not mean to do that. Oh, I didn't know I could. What? That is crazy. I didn't know I can do that. Let's do this. Let's do that. And then enter. And then. Yes. There you go. And then post. And then one more. I gotta go to X. And then. Dang. There. There. Ooh, I didn't know I can. I mean, it's too late. There you go. What's going on, Titan? How's it going, my boy? We live. Alright, I have done it all. I have done all that I can, okay? I mean, some people, honestly, some people be over there, like they find me from there, which is so strange to me. Only of spots and random input. Dang! Alright, dang, Titan. Gosh. Hey, you never know, man. You truly don't know. But give me a second, I'm about to turn on the air. I am like sweating already. Give me 1 second. Okay, I've returned. First of all, long neck disease. No. Okay. 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 So there is there are a people in the um giant country who have, what's up, bro? How's it going, man? There are people in the giant country who have like long necks like this, right? And it is like they're giants, but they are like like um like a whole different race in the giants, I guess. And she is from that um clan slash tribe slash people, right? But she's also half human, right? Which is why she isn't like, I mean, she is definitely really tall. She's 7'10", and she will only get taller because like she's not done growing. That's number one. Second of all, there's there is better than blue sky. So the times alright. What's up, Zara? How's it going? Check whips. It's like every second. I mean, at least Zara says what's up sometimes. But every single time Zara show up, he telling me to do something. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? Every single time Zara like show up, he tells me to go do something. Okay, you know what, Zara? What I want you to do, instead of drawing like next to it like this, I want you to draw on the body. Draw on the body first, and then whatever shapes that you create with that, draw that then. You know what I mean? It's so much easier to do it. For example, if I'm using this drawing, oh, I was about to say, I thought the pencil died. I was about to say, I charged it. All right, let's do it with her. Okay, let's do it with her. So if I was to want to draw her body, oh crap, I forget. Let's do that. All right, if I were to draw her body, right, and I wanted to practice, what I'd do is I'd go, wait, let's do this color. I draw, come on. Okay, I draw the box, right? And then now that I have this box, now I can practice drawing this box. So now this box, okay, is like this. Right? Not perfect, but I can practice by, yeah, it's not perfect, but I can practice by drawing that box, because it looks like you have the right idea, but draw on her body and then move it over to the side and then practice that shape, because that's the only way to get better at drawing the shape. Honestly, the only way. But yeah, I have an idea of what you guys are going to say, but I want to know, who is your guys' favorites? Okay, out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the names are up there so you guys don't make any mistakes. Which one is your guys' favorites? There's one that people really like. Like, I mean, of course that. I mean, of course. Yo, I'm telling you, bro. Like, I know you guys too well. I know you guys too well. And now Titan's gonna try to throw me off by saying something different. But I'm pretty sure I know what Titan will pick. But I posted it, and people chose like one of them that I thought they'd choose. I mean, no, people did like what I expected, I'd say. Which one is your favorite Titan out of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm so, yeah, you see, I'm telling you, I know you guys way too well. You talking about these two? I know you guys so well, bro. Like, right, it was either between her and I think her for me that you'd choose. I feel like you would either choose her or her. That was my guess. I knew for 1,000% that Zero was gonna choose her, because of the whole tomboy thing. Um, but I thought Titan would like my bet was on Titan choosing her or her too. Yeah. Not that you guys have the same type, but I feel like it made like I don't know. That's what I thought was gonna happen. Naya would choose her or her, and who would pick her? I don't know. I don't know if any of you guys would pick her. Thinking about it right now. Yeah, I don't think any of you guys would pick her. But let me do. Let me see how many I have left. All right, so I have. Wait, did I do her yet? I was gonna do the dark elf today, Talia. Um, Let me see. Huh. All right, so we have one, two, three. Huh. Okay, I already have five done. But how many female characters do I need? I have one, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I have 11 more to do. Oh my gosh. I was gonna choose only until I saw. You see, that's what I was saying. Cause I knew you would pick her. Like I knew she was definitely up there for you. But people have chose her and her and her. Yeah. So these two were the main ones, and these two were the secondary ones. But it was like I'd say it was one, two, three, four was the choices that you guys like the community chose. I haven't tried Instagram yet. I'm gonna try on Instagram and see what you guys choose over there later. But yeah, I have um uh, 11 more to do. And I'm gonna do like a whole thing and put them all on one lineup, so they'll all stand next to each other. And I'm guessing you guys will already tell who's the tallest out of them all. No, her name wasn't Hiro. I thought like because I knew her name was he something, and then that's when I said, "Is it Hiro?" And then I messed up. How's it going, May? Like the green haired one? Yep. You see, I told you guys. Like, I mean, honestly, I feel like May is still too new for me to know exactly which one May would choose. But I would have guessed like the similar, like one of these two. I mean, one of these three. I would have guessed for May. I knew for a fact this was Zero though, and I knew for a fact one of these two would be Bry's. I knew this one would be Titans instantly, but Titan said this one too, and I'm pretty surprised about that one. And yeah, Morgan. What would Morgan choose? I feel like Morgan would pick this one. This is what Morgan would choose. Either this one or this one. Actually, Morgan would choose her or her. I think this is definitely Naya's choice. This one or this one is Naya's choice. Brandy. Brandy might choose her too, or this one. then we have how many guy characters? Wait, do I have 11? Oh no, 16 in total. So I have, yeah, I have 14 guy characters to do. I mean, one of them is a baby, so I mean, I can still draw his face. He's a baby. Okay, let's see what you did on whip again. No, 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 not what I meant. I meant draw it on it, right? And then once you have it, then draw it on the side. And by the way, Zura, when I draw that box that you see me draw, what I'm doing is, you see the collarbone? That's where I start the top of the box. So the box starts where that collarbone is. And then it goes down, and then ends obviously at the bottom of the rib cage. And then that's where I connect it. Okay, so when you're drawing the box, remember the top line is the clavicle, the collarbone. Okay, that's where that top one is. And the bottom box is the it's like a crest thing. I don't know what it's called, like the actual name of the bone, but that's how I start it. And you can see it protruding from the body a bit, but you know, obviously the shape is different. And that's how I break it down. And it just makes it a lot easier, like I said, because once you're able to see these shapes and understand how to draw them, it makes it like 20 times easier when you're drawing your character in a different, let's try this. Like in a different angle. If I were to do something like that, and then something like that. Wait, this box is a lot shorter, as you can see. Let's actually make this one a bit longer. I stopped it because I didn't have any room. You know what I mean? And you can have like her body like bending this way if it, like, you know, if it needed to happen. So draw, like once you have that, then I want you to draw that on the side, just like you did it on the side there. I want you to draw the shape. You don't need to go too crazy into guidelines, because your whole thing right now is trying to draw that shape, you know, trying to perfect that shape. That's what you're trying to do. All right, that's what you're trying to do. Okay, so I have 11 more to do, but I honestly think I will only be able to probably do like 2 of them on stream, unless I draw the sketches and everything out first, and then we can go from there. There are some elders also that I'm going to need to do also. Some elders. And then we'll do like the guy characters. But when I do the guy characters, I'll have to draw the female characters from the next country, because you know how you guys are and stuff. I have a lot of guy characters, but you guys just rarely see them because you guys prefer the female characters. I'm not saying you guys in general. I mean just my audience in general. You guys tend to prefer my female characters. I'm gonna have to get these written down. Okay. So we'll do Miss Faye. So Faye is her sister. Um, We gotta do Mira. We have to do Talia. Okay, so Talia will do because I did say I was gonna do the dark elf chick. We'll do Talia and we'll do and it's so cool too because I was just like thinking about this earlier, May. You know, since you're here, I'm gonna talk about it because this character right here, she is half giant, half human, but in the giants there are other races in there. Yeah, yeah, right. And one of them, I mean, not one of them, because there's different groups of them who have like long necks, right? And she's part of that group. And yeah, some things happened, back because like there was a crazy. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen Mushoku Tensei, Mushoku, right? But in Mushoku, there is this big event that happens where everybody goes and things happen, right? And that's kind of what happens in my world, but different. And yeah, so she is not in the country. She is not in the country. And now she's out, and the giant people, because they have closed themselves off to the world. You have? Yeah. Since the giants, they've closed themselves off to the world. Okay. Okay. All right, Titan. You already said you have. We don't need to. You don't need to. But since they've done that, they've become rare because the world nobles of the world, they really want like them. For example, Leticia. I've told you guys about her, and I've told you how her story is similar to Kurapika's in a sense, but she's an assassin, but similar in the sense of their eyes. Her whole clan, their eyes were taken just because one of the world nobles just liked them. So they were all deleted and their eyes were removed. Oh, were you inspired by Southeast Asian tribes with the brass rings? I don't want to say no, May, but I can't say yes definitively because it wasn't like I was purposely looking and found it. But but I but maybe let's just say maybe Donzo and Ichias. I mean, that's not where I got it from. I got it from Kurapika, but sure, I guess kind of like Donzo, but not exactly because on the on the um on the extent of the noble, he like literally got them all wiped out, right? And he still has the eyes too. I mean, so I guess that can be similar to Donzo. Like he has them like um and he wears them like as jewels and stuff. He gives them as gifts to like other nobles because they're like I don't have one here in my tablet. Do I have one here on the computer? I want to see if I have one of the things for their eyes. Oh crap! Did I unplug? What it? Okay, no, good. Um. Oh, I know what it is. Let me unplug my controller. There you go. But yeah, it's really cool. Listen, Zara, it shouldn't be okay. It shouldn't be. It's just a simple shape, right? One line at a time, man. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Right? And obviously do that over the body so you have it in, proportion. And remember, if this line is going this way, this line will go this way, and this line is going this way, and this line is going this way. You're not doing any other crazy perspectives, so all these lines should like follow each other, going the same direction. So you don't have to worry about any guessing. Yeah, like I was thinking, like he has them as like other pieces of jewelry. Some of them are in their own state. Some of them are because, like, bro, when I say everybody, I mean everybody, like everybody's eyes and their eyes. Like I said, because it's kind of like Kurapika, like their eyes glow, but in the whatchamacallit cases, like they glow when their emotions are heightened. So yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. You don't know why I look so dumb? Let me see. What do you got going for you? It didn't show anything. Did you post it? You posted it in. You posted it over here. Okay, Zara. Like, what line are you following? That's what I'm wondering. Like, listen. After that drawing that you did, right? The drawing that you did over her body. I want you to draw that same, like, draw on that shape, right? Because you have to follow the lines. Don't just guess, because you're going to be in the same situation that you're in. Like, once you draw the box of the rib cage, right? Because you're still learning. Once you draw over that box, I want you to draw over it again, right? Follow these lines. You can even like do some work like when you like hovering over it just to see where your line goes when you're doing it, and then do it again. Hover over it when you see where that line's going, and then do it this way. Do another hovering over it. You don't need to really draw over it, just hover over it a bit, just to follow the path that you're going for. This one going this way, the bottom one's going that same way, this one's coming down this way, this one's coming down this way, following the same, and then this one is also coming down this way. This one is going this way, going this way, going that way. This one's coming this way, and then you can find the same path. Just keep going little by little, and you'll get it right, man. It just takes time, but you got this, man. You got it. Just trust in it. Just trust in it. Because you are better than you were when you started drawing boxes. I've seen that. At least the boxes look like boxes. Before you were doing something else. I don't know what it was. Alright, so let me finish her up a bit, and then we can go from there. I'm pretty sure her legs might be a little thicker than they need. Actually, no, I feel like they're fine. Let me clean it up a bit. But yeah, mate, can you like what is it called? The thing that you were talking about? You said, let me see. Southeast Asian tribe with. Okay, let me look that up real fast because I would like to see exactly what that is. So East Asian. Oh my. Oh, this is what you meant. Oh no, this is not what I was. Oh, yo. I'm not even gonna lie to you. This could have been, but like I said, it wasn't from here. But it could have been like a collection because I've seen an artist use this, and this is kind of like where I kind of got my whole idea from. So yeah, I could have, inadvertently got it from there. That's cool though. That's cool. So next time somebody tells me, I'll be like, well, it could have been inspired by them, of course. And she's 7'10". And by the way, in this point in the story, Kuro is 7 foot, guys. I told you he was gonna get taller. At this point in the story, Kuro is 7 foot. So, she's 7'10". So she's almost a complete foot taller than him. I gotta go in centimeters. You see, this is how we end up doing things. Okay. Let's go to height. No, feet to centimeters. Centimeters. I do this on Google. So let's do. She's 7 feet 10 inches, which is hello, hello. Wait, really? Is that really it? 7, 7. How do I even get? Yeah, Kiro gets taller than that, right? Because the thing is, you gotta understand that Kiro isn't done growing, but Kiro like will end at like I don't want to say like the height that he ends up ending at, but he ends up ending um pretty taller. Like he's gonna end up ending the series ends when he's like at a certain height. Especially because you have to understand like things gradually get crazy and crazier, and the proportions and these characters and everything. This gets a pretty wild. Yo, how do I get that? Let's do it here. 7 feet 10 inches from feet to centimeters. 710 is 200 238. I don't believe it. 238 centimeters. I don't believe it. Oh wait, yeah, it might be because Alchemini is 300 and something centimeters. So okay. So she is 200 and wait, what did it say? She's 200. What the heck did I just? What? Okay. She is 238. All right, so 238.76. All right, that's how tall she is. And Kiro is this tall. He's 7 foot in this right here. So he's 213. Kiro is 213. All right. So I guess this is the difference. So 25 centimeters. Yeah, but what is 25 centimeters? I mean, yeah, like 10 inches. That was stupid. That was stupid because because he's 7 foot and she's. Ooh, this is a cool conversion calculator. I'm gonna have to bookmark this so I save it for later. But what was what was I even? What was the plan? Hold on, I gotta pull out the calculator real fast because we're gonna start getting pretty crazy. And I like to be really precise to understand like like where everything is. You know, like how tall the characters are in relation to each other. So like if she's, cause I always use Kiro as the benchmark because he's the main character. So I have to understand where he is and compared to other characters. What's the characters? Yeah, I was curious. Yeah, my characters are pretty insane. Okay, so hold up. Let's do okay. So right here, hold up. Let me go to. Let me use red. Right there. Let's do this. Okay, so right here, and her body is 109 and 119.38. And now we gotta put in the calculator 119.38, which is what are they? 3 feet. Wait, 311. Okay, so 311 is half of her body, right? So because we got listen, I'm telling you, I gotta be precise. Okay, I gotta be precise. So if I ever draw her standing next to Kiro, I know where he is on her. Okay, so how would I? So if I were to subtract this from Kiro's height, is that like the difference? Yo, listen, I don't. Hold on. Oh no, yeah, yeah. So if I subtract the halfway part from Kiro's height, I should get the amount that it becomes to. I need some math geniuses, cause I'm like, listen. I didn't know I would need this, man. Okay, let me try that anyway. Let me try that. Let's do because Kira is and we'll subtract. Alright, so Kiro is okay. So if I subtract that, so if I were to add the subtraction to this, right? If I were to add that subtraction to this, because I'm like, well, hold up. If I were to take that halfway is this and that. Okay, hold on. Hold up. Let me use like blue for this one now. All right, listen. Stick with me here, guys. All right. So now, since half of her body is 311, that means 311 is this person, and 311 is the top also. So if I were to split that in half, also, right? Like, what is the half of the 311? Right? So 311 is 119. Hold up. We're going to get this right, guys. So that is 50, 55, wait, 59 centimeters. 59.68. Nope, 69. 59.69. Which is 1 foot, like 1 1/8. All right, or like yeah, 50. I'm tripping. I said the right thing, but okay, it's 111. Because I'm like, how the heck? 111, 59, 69. Okay, so 111. Guys, just it has to be pretty correct. Okay, it just has to be. It has to be. What is the tallest character you have, though, man? Like the tallest character in your story. Let's do this one. I'm pretty sure I added, right? I'm pretty sure. Hold up, man. Listen. Sometimes you just gotta listen to your heart, man. Sometimes you just gotta listen to your heart. Sometimes you just gotta listen to your heart, man. Okay, huh? Yeah, but how will I even determine that one exactly? Because I'm like, I know her overall height is 7'10". I mean, wait, I could have just... Hold up, I feel like I'm doing too much. I'm doing way too much. Because I'm like, I should get the 75%, right? Because like 100%... Hold up. I'm tripping. So far, like, 6'5". Ah, okay. She's 6'5", I think. I think she's 6'5". I'd have to check, but I'm pretty sure. Okay. Pretty tall. Um, hold up. Let's do... Wait, I'm stupid. I'm stupid right now. No, I'm not. I'm not stupid. I just don't think sometimes. Okay, so Zero, your tallest character is 11 feet tall. Okay, 11 feet tall. Yo, okay. Hold up. I'm about to do something right now, which is going to answer my question. Wait, hold up. All right. Okay, so, cause like, how much is like? Okay, hold up. until I get to this. Okay, okay. So like, so like here. Okay, okay. You see, I knew it. So like right here. So keto would be like right, like a little bit lower. Kiro would be like right here. Kiro would be right here. This is where Kiro would be. I think we got it. And you think by the end, he's a solid 18 feet tall. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So yeah, Kiro will be like right there. Actually, wait, that's too tall. Right here. This is where Kiro would be. Sully. All right. So Kiro is right here, and this is about 7 feet tall. And she is. Wait, what the? Oh, I did this on this layer, huh? That was dumb of me. And she is 7'10". Okay, yeah. So he's like right there, like half of her neck. And you know what's so cool? Like if you want to draw characters accurately, obviously you have to understand the the um the proportions. But if I were to draw her, right? Let's say I were to draw her like right here. What I have to think about is I'd have to think about obviously the proportion of her body. Understanding that if I were to draw her, let's say I were to draw her in half, right? I draw her half of her body. I know that this part right here is split into thirds, right? So then I would draw the rib cage, and then I draw the hips, which are half, right? And then her head. What I've found out is that from the top of her head to the bottom of her chin, if I were to duplicate that 2 times, that's the length of her neck, right? So I will draw the top of her head to the bottom of her chin, and then I will draw the neck and make sure the neck is about the length of the top of the head to the top of the chin, just so I can get the proportion down. And then obviously everything else is pretty much same in proportion. Excuse me. But it's always really cool to understand it. Like her neck is the length of her eyebrows to her chin. So the chin to her eyebrows, that's the length of her neck. Her neck is from her eyes to her chin. Hers is from her eyes also, so about an average, and then hers is like also around there. Actually, it's about like below the eyes. So below eyes, chin is her neck, and hers is. He's barely human though. Oh. Oh, so your characters are monsters. Okay, so yeah, so Keto is. But yeah, who's Sully though? May. Is that one of your characters? Yeah. Okay. Is he like from the same story or a different character? I mean, I'm pretty sure you said from your you said all, yeah, most of my characters from my, yeah, some from your story. Okay, okay. All right, so Kiro is right there to her, which is 10 inches. So if I were to take that distance and split it in half, so if Kiro's head is right here, right? Because obviously I have Kiro's um like proportions, because from the head to his toe is right here. I split that in half. I split this in thirds. I split this in half. Do it that way. So Kiro would be like right here, standing next to her, and then we'll have his head, and then his um. I mean, this is a lot like he's a bit leaner than this. Yeah, he's a bit leaner than this. Dang. Okay. All right, sir. All right, me. Okay, I see. I see. All right, let's get um. What's her name going? Oh, I haven't drawn Garrick or his Legion. Oh my goodness. The Crimson Legion. Wait, it's the Crimson Guard, not the Crimson Legion. Who's the Legion? I think Legion is Thorn. Mm. All right, let's turn this off. All right, let's go to the next, guys. All right, now we can actually get this stuff going. Oh, by the way, once again, I've mentioned this, but I've opened up my memberships. Obviously, you don't have to, but I appreciate the support for those who do. And I made some emos for there. I've already started posting some membership only things, which is really cool, you know. So if you want, it's down there at the bottom of the stream, depending on if you're looking at your phone or whatnot. So let's do this, and then neck, and then let's get it going. Let's get it started and hot. Huh? I ain't gonna lie, sir. I think being an artist that draws is not better than doing. Why? Why did you randomly bring that up? Have you been seeing a lot of it around? I mean, if you want to say like morally, sure, in a sense, but I think if anything, obviously I'd say not to do it, but like if you are going to do one, then I guess that one, doing it as art is better, because even if others know that it is you who did it, it isn't the same as seeing you. You know what I mean? Because I feel like seeing you is when it's a wrap. Like imagine it this way, okay? Man, I can't believe I found out your mom and or dad draws blank blank blank, right? Like as a kid, like imagine you're at school and then they're like, "Oh, I can't believe your mom draws that stuff. Or I can't believe your dad draws that stuff." And now imagine it being, "Oh, I can't believe I oh yo, somebody showed me a video of oh heck to the nah. Oh wait, isn't this your mom? Doesn't she come usually pick you up at around this time? Isn't this her?" That is crazy. And not even in just in that sense, but like I don't know. It's a whole different thing. I can't believe your dad's crazy. Oh, Pete, man, if that was the case, you'd be the most popular kid in school, man. Oh, tell me how it ends. Tell me how it ends. That's great. That's great. Man, everybody want to be friends with you. Man, kids like that. Like I remember, I mentioned this before, but there was this little girl. She, man, the school, cause you know kids are cruel, bro. She had a picture on Instagram with her and her aunt and her family, but it was like a family picture. Her aunt, but she didn't know. Her aunt, bro, was out there doing things on the internet, right? But this little girl didn't know. Obviously, she didn't know. This girl was in middle school, right? What the heck does she know about her aunt and her business? Man, everybody once they saw it on social media because she posted it, they were like, "Oh, your aunt is," and then, oh man, girl's life was ruined, man. They ruined little girl life, and sadly, people just. That's the thing. It's like you gotta understand. I know it's your life, but at the end of the day, your life isn't just your life. All right, your life isn't just your life. You might be like, but it's mine. No, 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 no. Your life isn't just your life, especially if you decide to bring people in the world. Let's say you're an orphan, you don't have family, right? That's different. Obviously, I still like be like maybe not, but let's say you are. Was it like that for Oda's daughter? I don't know. I was just saying in general, especially because Oda's daughter. Um, how old is Oda's daughter? Wait, Oda has a daughter? A daughter? Oda has a daughter? Man, how could you not know? But yeah, May, with her, they actually tried to cut it because it was too much. The the people out there, people are very cruel, aren't they? Aren't they, May? I know he has a family, but I didn't know he had a daughter. I thought he had a son, only a son. I didn't know he had a daughter, but I know he got a wife. Let's prove Nami's better. I know he married a Nami cosplayer. Come on, this is a proof she's better. I bet he saw her a few times before he asked the question. But if it was Robin, oh, out the gate it would have been over. It would have been over out the gate. He'd be like, oh yeah, let's go to the courthouse, miss. She'd be like, the court, yeah, just go to the courthouse. We ain't wasting no time. Oh my goodness. I feel like that would like Oda's kids probably could like be like angry with him in a sense, like they never get to see him really, because he was talking about like how like when he takes his breaks and everything, and why he doesn't take as many breaks as he'd like to. It's like, man, okay, okay. His daughter loves boa. Okay, good taste. The heck? But yeah, she got good taste. I got a feeling. I got the feeling from Kishima's interview and how he reports her that his kid. Yeah, yeah, I bet. Especially with like the whole work life in Japan in general, but like for mangakas and stuff like that, it's even worse. So like, I understand. What brush am I using right now? Or because she's one of the greatest modern superheroes, right? What? Sure. It's mostly because it's chosen. Well, Pre-existing methods. He doesn't stand like this, but too long. Too long. Chainsaw Man is your number two? Your number two of what? Like favorite mangas or mangakas? Which is funny because Chainsaw Man is. Oh, in hero stories. You're slowly starting to understand? Nice, man. Nice. Alright, I think we got a good understanding of where he would be on her. So he'd be like around here, but like from the top of his head will be like around there for the neck to erase. Yep. Right. Listen, I was gonna mute it, but then I was like, man, it sounds like he's gonna be out there forever, so might as well wait. I mean, just let it ride, But it was kind of soothing, wasn't it? I'm lying. I'm lying. Don't need to answer that. All right, so there he is, and Takuto is about like right here. Like he's not much taller than him. He's like right here. It's almost everything. And it's always like right when I'm streaming. You gonna do it earlier? I guess. I guess.
Um, Have you ever watched those Chinese movies? It's an action movie, and you see two
This
people
isn't this
fighting.
isn't
One person
true crime, by the way.
delivers 2, 3, maximum 4
Oh, I know that game.
jabs, and the opponent is instantly paralyzed, falls into the deepest coma, is now floating in the ether. Do you know what I'm talking about? You watch like a
What?
kung fu show, and boop, boop, they're down. They're in a coma. They're knocked out, and you're like, how did that happen? This is like a real thing, honey. I don't know who you're questioning.
I feel like the ones that I watch is they
Yes.
go boo 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 for like hours. Like every time you punch them down, they get back up. They punch them down, they get back up.
What? I've only seen the ones where they're like, pa, 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 and then they're dead. Like the red hands.
Red hands? Honey, are you talking about 点穴?
I'm talking about Dimak, death touch.
Death
The death
touch?
touch. Yeah.
Okay, what is that?
The death touch. It's like a traditional Chinese martial art theory. And you jab someone in a vulnerable part of their body. Okay, sometimes it's like related to the acupuncture or pressure
Oh,
points.
点穴, yeah.
I thought it's like 4 jabs.
Usually it's 2. Bap bap.
Okay, so it's less than 4. So
Yeah.
it's less than 4.
It's always 2 taps. Bap bap.
Where?
Like it can go anywhere. So like growing up, we'll play this in school. So if I go to you, I go
Yeah.
bap bap. 点穴. You have to freeze.
And what if I don't freeze?
You don't freeze there. I don't play with you anymore. It's like kung fu, right? It's like apparently when you hit certain nerves, it freezes the body. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so I have to hit like certain nerves, but you know we don't really do that. So I just go up to you and I go use my 2 fingers
Yeah.
like this,
Like this.
and then I
Okay.
go stab on your shoulder twice, bap bap, and then I say 点穴.
And then I freeze.
You have to freeze.
And then for how long?
Vendetta, yeah.
Like you know, like a good at least good 10 seconds.
And then what do you do while I'm frozen?
I'll be like, hee hee, and I run away.
This is how you played when you were younger?
That's how every kid plays.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, not every.
You know this is actually based off of a real thing? Okay, clearly the Chinese theory is based off of, it's supposed to be based off of Tai Chi. And like your pressure points are getting smacked and it messes with the balance of the entire body. So you get knocked out. Oh my gosh. Do I have friends? Oh, I don't. But I do get alerts that there's a sale. So what's better? But there is a real life equivalent to that. The freaking MMAs. I can't watch the MMAs. I can't even watch boxing. I feel like MMAs are more violent than boxing. Can I say that? Can I appropriately say that? I assume that I can. Or like UFC.
That's completely
boxing.
facts.
Those are all the same thing.
MMA,
High intensity
yeah.
fights.
Oh my
Competitors,
gosh.
They'll knock each other out with like 1 or 2
Freeze
blows.
frames
They
are
will
just
do a
wild.
KO. It's called a knockout. This is genuinely very dangerous for one's health. You're not supposed to be doing this. You're not supposed to be getting knocked out. Your brain temporarily shuts down. One punch or kick can disrupt the brain's function. And their eyes roll back in the back of their head and they almost like a plank fall to the ground. But tell me why everybody in the stadium is cheering. And I'm like,
That's
you guys are all barbarians. I like sports, but this is genuinely so stressful. Who likes this? Who likes this? This is so scary.
Man. I'm just kidding.
He does not like MMA or UFC, okay? The only UFC boxing fight that I would watch is like all of our politicians boxing. I feel like they should be the only people that I would get satisfaction at watching politicians get knocked out. That is the only time I think this sport is appropriate. But it's supposed to be technically a talent, a skill.
I mean, it
To
is.
be able to
Learning
hit
how to
someone
fight.
like that,
Learning how
when
to
you
fight
can
is definitely a
almost
skill.
borderline cause serious brain injury is something that you train your whole entire life for. And recently there was this viral.
I mean, yeah, boxing is definitely
between
worse.
two Chinese fighters. It's an
I mean, I feel like I don't know, because the risk of getting hit with anything, with MMA, like you can get hit with a heel kick out of nowhere, right, or toe kick straight to the jaw. I feel like in the most extreme cases of both of them, I think it might be more dangerous for MMA, especially because in boxing, if you're down, you're down, right? But in MMA, if you're down, guess what? I'm still swinging. You know what I mean? But for headshots, it's definitely worse.
MMA fight, which I think is different from boxing. You get it. Between China's Xi Ming and Feng Xiaokan. I'm going to call them Xi and Feng. So the two of them, they started going viral on TikTok. If you watch the video, I was getting stressed watching the way that they're fighting. Xi, SHI, literally kicks Feng in the
Look
neck.
at. You see? Hold up, YouTube. They might age restrict this stream. But you saw?
SHI literally kicks
Boom.
Feng in the
Oh,
neck.
you're down. Oh, no, you can stop now. Oh, no, I ain't done yet. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, nah.
And Feng just
Oh,
drops,
my.
drops like a board. I thought she's dropping dead. The moment Feng falls to the ground from her kick, the referee has to jump in and stop Xi to pull her away. And I saw a lot of comments being like, oh my god, she's so evil. She, S-H-I, she, and S-H-E, she is so evil. Why does she keep punching her when she's already down? But I guess those are the rules of the game. You have to keep punching until the ref pulls you off. And there's all this adrenaline. Feng is put on a stretcher. She's drooling while she's being escorted to the hospital. And she gets interviewed after the match and tell me why she's got the most angelic, soft voice. I think I wasn't aggressive enough. I think I showed a little too much mercy.
But I think I have too much mercy. I'm not aggressive enough.
Oh,
And
my
everyone's
God.
like, okay, what the is happening right now?
You want to
She's
draw
got
Nova in
the
a
voice
bunny
of an
suit?
angel,
Oh, my.
which is fine. The duality of woman. We're complicated people. But then she goes even a step further, because this is the biggest plot.
Oh, yeah, I have. I
Everyone
definitely
is at
have,
the
man.
hospital, and
Oh,
they're
my.
screaming, get the doctor! Get the doctor! Get a paramedic! And she steps up and says, I am the doctor. Okay. It didn't actually happen like that. But Xi Ming, after this fight, it is revealed that she's actually a doctor.
Oh, heck
That's
to
her
the
day
no.
job.
Oh, I know this story.
Oh, heck to the no.
She's
yeah,
a
yeah.
doctor.
Oh, heck to
She's
the
like
no.
a really soft-spoken doctor, right?
Yes. And nobody even knew that she was an MMA fighter.
Oh, heck
except
to the no.
Part-time.
part-time.
She's main job is a doctor.
That's
Yes,
oh, heck
and
to the
then
no.
at night she trains to be an MMA fighter. The only people that know that she's an MMA fighter are the colleagues, where she's like, oh, actually, I have to go right after my shift because I'm training to be an MMA
I'm
fighter.
gonna KO someone real quick, and then I'm gonna bring them back alive.
Yes. It's like the craziest, strangest plot twist. She's getting interviewed. She's even nicknamed Dr. Sleep. Netizens are joking. If she has no patience, she'll go out and make her own patients. Okay? Other contestants usually pay attention to the opponent's movements, but she only pays attention to their acupuncture points.
Oh my
Netizens are fucking loving this shit, okay? And they say, why can't we have some more athletes that have cool day jobs? And then people say, this is why. This is why we can't have athletes who have cool day jobs, because we, netizens as a collective, have ruined it. On November 23rd, 2024, there's a Chinese influencer who is standing in front of her live stream, and she's got both her feet planted straight on the ground. She's wearing leggings, a jacket, and she's all covered up, and she does a full, I want to say more than 90-degree, like 100-degree bow. You only see this type of with athletes when they be taking drugs, when they cheat have like a school bullying case, like something crazy has
Doctor
happened.
Sleep.
And the people that joined the live stream, they're like, wait, what's going on? Why is she apologizing? Why is she bowing? What? I don't
Wait.
understand.
This is the boxing girl?
No, this is a completely different woman. And this
Okay.
is why people are like, see, we can't have athletes who do both, because when they do both, y'all get mad about it.
And this is
the case where everybody was upset.
okay. And this is an athlete.
Yes.
Okay, different athlete.
Yes.
Okay.
Her name is Wu, and she's a gymnast. She actually started her online social media account in March of 2024. Her account name was like 56 Senior Sister.
Oh.
What?
I've heard about this one too.
Really?
五六
Was it?
学姐.
Whoa, why'd you say it like that?
Oh, I know what's about to come. Okay.
It's so bad, no?
I know like a summary.
Okay,
I heard it, like probably saw a couple of TikToks. That's it.
Yeah, it gets really crazy. I'm gonna describe some of the videos that she's posting. I personally think, they're fun. I think
Have
they're
you seen
fun.
the videos?
I've seen the videos.
All of the videos?
I've seen a good amount of her videos. A lot of her videos.
You
are
see her
getting
husband's
taken
like,
down,
yo.
But I've seen a good amount of them. So I'm gonna start off easy. She does those videos where she's wearing like tight athleisure, tight leggings, tight Lululemon Define jacket. You know, the one that hugs your curves
Oh
and
my
makes everybody
goodness.
look like an hourglass. She'd be wearing stuff like that, and she's just dancing to songs. And I'm like, okay,
Like every TikTok video ever posted?
like literally, what's going on? This is so normal. But then it does go a step further, and she does head into like a little more sexy territory, and she's out in the street. Okay, that sounds weird, but she's literally on the street, and she's wearing like a trench coat.
Oh,
And she's
oh,
wearing a short top,
oh,
and the
oh,
only-
heck to the nah. Listen, if anything, because I already said she can't be on Instagram, TikTok, any of those things. But look.
And it does go a step.
Top
This right here,
where she's
if
wearing, like,
anything, I'm
tight
fine.
athleisure, tight
If
leggings,
anything,
tight Lululemon Define
here
jacket,
I'm
you know, the
fine.
one that hugs
If
your
anything,
curves
here
and
I'm
makes
fine.
Everybody look like an hourglass.
I'm okay.
She'd be wearing stuff like that.
With
and
any-
she's
with-
just
if anything.
dancing to songs, and I'm like, okay.
like every
If
TikTok
she
video
had
ever
to do
posted?
something,
Literally, what's
if
going on?
anything,
This is
sure,
so
I'm fine.
normal. But then it does go a step further, and she does head into like a little more sexy territory, and she's out in the street. Okay, that sounds weird, but she's literally on the street, and she's wearing like a trench
but
coat,
this,
and she's wearing a short dress.
what?
And the only
Oh,
part
heck
that
to
I
the
think is
nah.
a little bit like, oh, this is extra sexy, is she'll wear those garters around her legs, like her thighs. You know those
Oh,
like,
heck to the nah.
sexy-
Ah, yes.
Which she's not
Mm-mm.
in lingerie.
Nah,
She just
nah.
wears that with a mini skirt. Honestly,
Nah.
if she wore just the mini skirt, it would look less sexy.
Mhm.
But she wears that, and I think most people associate that with inside the bedroom type of lingerie wear. So she's wearing that, and she'll just do another trending sound and just dance to the music, and she'll post these videos. And so people are saying, oh, okay, she's a thirst trap influencer, which is totally fine. Nothing is wrong with thirst traps. In fact, keep posting thirst traps, because I too am a viewer of thirst traps. I said that a little too proudly as like a married woman. My apologies, Chinese man. So for the first few months, she has 70,000 followers, which is not really considered the most substantial, especially in the realm of thirst trap influencers, which I feel like that sounds degrading, but it's not. Like, hot influencers. And then she ends up signing with this agency that is started by another influencer, 798. Let me tell you, I could do a whole another episode on this guy. Tong Jin Cheng.
What?
That's his name. I mean, we don't really need to talk about him this episode. I
Okay.
need to tell you what I witnessed. I need to
Okay.
tell you what I know about this guy. He's a come up story. He started off as this poor unknown young man with no background, no qualifications, and that's not me saying that. He needs to bring that up all the time. And he has transformed into a wealthy, successful entrepreneur. He starts this MCN. So in China, I guess a lot of the influencers are signed to MCMs, where they sign to networks, and a bunch of influencers are in that network. It's like less common here these days. This guy's crazy. This guy's crazy. He loves being the bad boy of doing. Oh yeah. To the point where I think it's a joke. I think so. If it's not a joke, I don't know. When he calls himself Jingnan's most affectionate. Oh
Okay.
yeah, that's like
Oh my
saying
gosh.
New York's hottest, LA's sexiest, most affectionate. He does these skits where he goes on dates, like 7 dates in a day. It's a lot of dates. He also does like the 7 fairies that he's dating, and they all come over and they give him gifts.
七仙女. It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and he just loves being a bad boy.
说我不是渣男吗？我就搁这站着，我要是渣男，这老雷不把我劈死吗？你看这样子。
Here are some of his most well-known quotes. I think that these should be like in the Hall of Fame with some of the greatest philosophers of our time, because I think every single word that he says is just a masterpiece in linguistics. Okay, listen.
So how is this guy related, by the way?
He signs her
Oh,
to
okay.
his
okay.
MCN.
So he's bigger.
Yeah.
Okay.
He says, never ask a woman if she's single. If she likes you, she's single.
What?
Damn.
When looking at a girl, first check her eyes. If she doesn't look at you, look at her legs. Don't be loyal while looking for a girlfriend. Be loyal after you found one. I can swear, but I still won't post you on my WeChat moments.
What?
The best girls to pursue are the ones with boyfriends, because your competition is only 1%.
Oh my gosh.
Crazy.
Okay?
Crazy good.
That one right
Don't
there.
rush into a relationship. First, be friends with her and see if her friends are more attractive. That is crazy, no? And if you look up his agency, 798 Influencers on Douyin, you will notice all the influencers are just like really hot people. And they post really hot videos, and it's amazing. He's got over 500 influencers under his agency. All of them like average 1.5 million followers.
Wow.
So when Wu joins them, her followers are actually considered on the lower side of his agency. And she's like, I am going to work so hard because this is crazy. I'm signed with an agency that doesn't even look at people my size. She says, from now on, I'm officially part of this team, and I am going to be so dedicated. And she does this. In less than a year, she does 400 live
Oh my
streams.
goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, for
400?
hours. Yeah, for hours at a time, like twice
There's only
a day.
365 days. Okay.
Yeah, twice
Multiple
a day.
times.
During her live streams, she's always dressing up in cosplay outfits.
Oh
She's
my.
always dressing up as like a seductive teacher. And okay, people say she like really is putting her whole wussy into it. You know when you donate to a live streamer, you can become like a top donor of this streamer. You come into the chat, the streamer is alerted, hey, your top donor is in the chat with you. And she does this thing, the amount of effort, the amount of actually logistics that it would take to pull off something of this magnitude. One of her top donors will come in. They've maybe donated like $100 in their lifetime span, which is not a lot considering what she does. But every time they come in, she'll run off camera, hurry in like theater level, stage concert level, 5 seconds, put on a maid costume, and then bow, welcome home, master.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, she'll wear like tight bodycon outfits or she'll dress up as a teacher, and then she'll be like, who doesn't want to learn English? For those that don't want to learn English, stay back after class. Okay, now here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Some people, I think, she's got the body yaddy yaddy. She's got the spirit. She's got the work ethic. She's got the heart. She's got the brains. Some people, they're just not meant to be thirst trap influencers, myself included. Okay, there's like this one part where she dresses up as a teacher and she's scolding the students that they have to stay back after class, but it like doesn't come off sexy. It just genuinely comes off as scolding. But then she keeps doubling down. It's like instead of being like, stay after class if you don't want to learn, she's like, stay after class if you don't want to learn English. Hey, are you learning English? Sit down. It's like,
不学英语，不想学英语的同学，你的英语程度、你的英语水平到时候就跟志龙一样。
Wait, are people pointing it out? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So like, are they scared?
people are like,
Trauma.
they're like, this is not what I signed up for. Like, I wanted a sexy teacher. And then she'll be like yelling at you, and then she'll back away and then move her hips, show off her hot figure, and then be like, stay after class. And then you're like, whoa. What the fuck is going on? Sometimes, instead of cosplaying, she'll wear these really short, like booty shorts. And every time someone donates, just to give you an idea, on Douyin, which is Chinese TikTok, the most expensive gift is a phoenix. $4,000.
Wow.
$30,000. You can gift
Dollars?
that. Dollars USD. It's 30,000 yuan.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. And then like one of the more affordable ones are sunglasses, which are $1.40, about 10 yuan.
Wow.
Okay. Many influencers, they don't even acknowledge the fucking sunglasses. It comes on their face and they go, okay, boop. They
Comes
just
on their face.
and then they go, okay, can ignore that because it's $1.40. I'm not gonna twerk my ass for $1.40. No. Woo, she gets $1.40. She gets up and does a handstand in these very short
Oh
shorts.
my gosh.
A handstand.
And people say she's like a BOGO. She's a buy one get one. She's a steal live streamer. She's doing a handstand with just one sunglass. She's an honest
Oh, she's a
streamer
gymnast.
making an honest living. She's not trying to scam anybody. Okay. No, it's funny because we love her. Like I genuinely love her. She's so endearing.
A handstand though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but then like her follower count would only increase a little bit, which is like the most annoying thing. She's like trying to make an honest living, and people are like,
An
no,
honest living?
I'm gonna go to the people that ignore the out of my sunglass donation, and she's just working so hard. It's not until she posts one video that everything falls apart. Transition videos have been trending for years now, right? And you'll usually see girls that are in their like at-home clothes, and then they'll transition into their going out clothes or transition into something sexy. You get the vibe. Well, she decides I'm gonna use this to showcase another part of my personality. She creates her own little unique version, her own little spin on it. In the first one, she's dressed as, I guess, a regular person, like a regular girl, and she's just wearing her black pajamas, looking at the camera, and then the beat drops, and suddenly she's laying in bed, but it's not sexual. Like, I don't even think she's laying in bed. It just looks like she's laying on the ground because it's the best way to capture it logistically. She is surrounded by medals, and she is wearing her Chinese national team uniform because she was a national gymnast for the national team.
Medals is you're talking about like winning
Yes.
like a little medal award.
Yeah,
right?
like you know how gymnasts like Olympic medals, but she didn't go to the Olympics, though she tried to qualify. But she has like all these awards from different major competitions across the world, Asia, and she's surrounded by all the medals. And that's why I'm saying it's likely done in bed, because like how else are you gonna hang all those medals to show around your head? And she's like selfieing herself. Nothing she does in that uniform is overtly sexual. Not like the whole posing with the medals is not overtly sexual. It's honestly like cute. It's cute. Now it seems like a good idea to just show, oh, sometimes I'm a regular girl, but I used to be a national gymnast for the national team, until there's one comment. November 22nd, a user named Guan Chen Chen.
Guan Chen Chen.
Do you know her?
No, only through this.
You're about to know her, okay? She comments on the video, "Senior sister, if you want to post thirst traps, just post them yourselves. But don't bring gymnastics into this. Your so-called positive energy gymnastics is not really needed." Wu responds, "Is this a case of sour grapes? Are you just jealous?" So it seems like something about the language and the way that they're talking to each other, the way she's saying like senior sister, it doesn't seem like these are internet strangers. It seems like to a degree they know of each other. Okay, because Guan posts back and she comments, "Wow, yeah, you're so amazing. I'm so jealous of you, sis. You've won so many medals and you have such excellent results. You're so amazing. I should learn more from you." To which Wu responds, "I think you're better. Thumbs up. When you finally lose weight, you can also wear nice clothes.
Dang.
Whoa.
You'll definitely look beautiful.
Okay.
Let's work hard together." And this comment thread fucking spirals and takes over the internet in China, because Guan Chen Chen is not just a random internet netizen. Guan Chen Chen is another gymnast. In fact, she was the youngest gymnast to compete for China at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, where she won the gold medal on the balance beam.
Oh, dang.
She was 16 years old.
So she,
So she's like,
ain't
she's like
playing no game.
God-tier Olympian gymnast in China. And Wu, she never qualified for the Olympics, but she's a gymnast. She was on the national team. I'm sure their circle is small. I'm sure they've heard of each other. And now Wu is online posting, I guess what you could call thirst traps. Which, side note, Wu, I would say Wu's gymnastics story is pretty sad. She was trying to get into the Olympics for pretty much her whole entire life. She was training as a gymnast. Every single time it was the trials for the Olympics, she would get injured. And it's just like really depressing.
Oh,
You have, like,
dang,
sequence
on
of
her
where
head.
She sees that she didn't make it even right after her performance. So it's not even when
Dang.
they tell her you didn't make it. It's like she does her performance, she messed up, she slipped up, or she knows it wasn't good enough, and you just see utter sheer devastation across her face, and it's so depressing. And she was saying, like, she tried all of these things, and then China has this kind of okay program where a lot of national team members can apply for universities to study in other ways, and they have a higher chance of getting into those universities than if they were to just use their academics, but it's not that great. So she gets into a university, she tries studying, but there's not really that many jobs for her. If anything, she can really just be like a PE teacher. That's what she said. She can maybe train on the side, but then like the people that actually pay well to train for gymnastics, they want the top gymnast that went to the Olympics to train them. They don't want someone that didn't qualify for the Olympics. So she doesn't really have
Yeah, it's
lots
just like
of
in
methods of
medalists.
income, and she didn't get to study much because she was so focused on
But
gymnastics
obviously
ever
figure
since she was
skating
young.
instead of
And so she decided maybe I can just try
gymnastics.
making a social media account. She was even asked, why did you want to be like this type of influencer? Like, why didn't you want to be an influencer talking about a day in my life as a former gymnast?
Yeah.
And she says, well, I'm bad with words and I'm not really good at talking. I guess the only thing I had was like my physique.
Oh my.
So I was trying to use that to bring happiness to people.
Yeah, but why'd you say
in the
honest work?
comments between Guan
I
and
guess
Wu,
people said
Guan
that.
is making fun of the fact that Wu doesn't have a lot of achievements. And she's like, yeah, I should learn from you. You have so many medals. And then Wu is obviously making fun of the fact that after Guan won the gold medal at the Olympics, she retired and she started gaining a bit of weight. Which, of course, because she's like a public person, everybody needs to comment on, and it's just hitting at her insecurity. So they're just like poking at each
I mean,
other
I
for
understand that for like
insecurities.
gymnasts and stuff like that because they have to be on strict diets and everything. So I understand them getting weight after because they gotta be like they have to be to the T, just in case like, you know, because balancing and everything, you have to know exactly how much you weigh, and it's just a whole bunch of numbers. So once you retire, man, give me a pizza or something.
Immediately, the reporters see this and they're like, we're gonna fucking write every single article the next day about this shit. Because think about it, ex-national athlete turned thirst trap influencer. They're like, this is amazing, this is incredible, let's talk about it. So they're posting all of these comments, and all of a sudden Wu's following goes from 100,000 overnight to 250,000, another 150,000 in the span of 12 hours.
So everyone start following
Yeah.
because they're like, oh, I want to see this content.
Yes, and everyone is like confused on the drama. They're trying to they're trying to understand which side that they stay on.
So I think this type of like the type of content they call it like tabian influencer. Like tabian literally means like gracing the edge. Meaning like the edge would be the gray area, which is like, you know, adult content or sexy content, whatever it is.
This blows up. Everybody starts following Wu. And November of 2024, her account, within like 24 hours, her account gets temporarily suspended. Like restricted from gaining new followers on all these platforms. And now people are, it blows up even more because why is her account getting restricted all of a sudden? Because there are so many people who post honestly sexier content and their accounts are not getting restricted. Why is her account getting restricted?
Probably because
That's what everybody wants to know.
She was
Then
like a
staff
national
member from
Chinese.
the Gymnastics Management Center of the State General Administration of Sports. They gotta find some better titles, okay? Like, I get it, maybe some other things were trademarked, but like, come on. They come out and they say that we are aware of this matter, and the leaders are deliberating on how to address and resolve this. So now netizens are confused. They're like, wait, what is there to fucking resolve? I'm so confused. Like, it's a small little, I don't know if you could really even call it a scandal. What are we resolving here? And this is where everybody becomes divided. Everybody starts splitting into their own camps. So that same day, Guan does an interview with a reporter, and they're asking her, what prompted you to comment on Wu's post? Because you're the one that commented first. Guan says, I've been following up on her account for some time, and she used to stream on another platform, but after being banned there, she switched to this platform. And I just cannot accept using gymnastics for thirst trap content. First, I have deep feelings for gymnastics and can't stand seeing it being associated with a negative image. Gymnastics is a sacred discipline. Second, her behavior promotes the wrong values. Okay, what do you mean by the wrong values? What would parents who send their kids to learn gymnastics think? After all that hard work, is there really no future? That even champions end up relying on thirst traps? What about the children practicing gymnastics now? Will they think they'll end up like her after retiring? And what about ordinary people? Will they think it's all about making quick money? From what I know, the state provides her with support. She has a bright future, but she chose this path herself. What specific actions of hers do you classify as thirst traps? In her pinned videos on social media, she's wearing a Paris Olympics athlete uniform and leveraging her title as a gymnastics champion during her live streams. She dances in lingerie on the street. After this incident gained attention, she even said during her live stream, "I'm not good with words, so I rely on my body to make people happy." That's why I've prepared a lot of props at home just to entertain everyone. So whether you consider that a thirst trap or not, everybody knows deep down. Some people are here just to watch her dance. So now the reporter's getting crazy with it. The reporter says, "You know what's so interesting to me? Because I did my homework, girl. Go on. You are also signed with the social media MCN agency. So I'm just saying, and that agency happens conveniently to be rivals with the agency that Wu is signed to.
Oh, snap. Okay, so there's extra drama in here.
Stuff that the readers want to know about." And Guan says, "I mean, my partnership with an MCN agency is limited to filming. It's purely supportive. I also do some like dancing TikToks, but they're fundamentally different from hers. My content goes through multiple layers of review, so there's no way to include anything inappropriate, even if I wanted to. Social media is honestly the least of my priorities. My studies come first because I'm still a student. Between my studies and social media, there's also room for other things like my charity work and traveling with my parents. My agency has even told me I won't make much money with this approach, and I've responded, why is money always a top priority? I do social media so people can see me as a fun personality, occasionally taking some sponsored posts to earn some pocket money. My comment criticizing Wu is entirely my personal action, unrelated to any organization that I'm signed with. I simply can't tolerate her behavior."
Bri, what's going on?
After this interview, the netizens are fucking fighting. They're divided. So I'm going to go through all of the camps on this, okay? So you have one camp of netizen.
You talking about in the video, Zara?
Who think, why is her being a champion becoming a burden for her? She used to be a national champion, and clearly this is what she wants to do. Why should it hold her back? When anyone who is not a champion can become a thirst trap influencer and nothing bad happens. Like, you give her less freedom because of her accomplishments, that's fucking weird. Then you have people that are kind of in the middle that are like, I agree with that. However, she does constantly bring up that she's a gymnast. She brings gymnastics into it a lot, frequently. She even wears like gymnastics uniforms, and so maybe it's just too much.
Yeah,
and also,
it's about a Chinese gymnast. She started thirst trapping, and people were like, "What the heck are you out here doing?" She was like, I don't speak really well, so I thought I could take some clothes off." Yeah, that's just to sum it up a bit.
Isn't on the Chinese national team, because like I think China and the U.S. are a little bit different. I mean, I think the U.S. is kind of like that. If you're an Olympian, you represent the U.S. Don't embarrass us. But I feel like that's reserved every 4 years.
Yeah, and for Chinese, it definitely they put it on the much higher emphasis.
Yeah, like you are now repping the nation forever. So they're like, as a former national champion, you can't even bring gymnastics into this. You shouldn't even be making thirst trap videos. So there's people that are like, I get it, but maybe if she didn't include gymnastics and the national uniform, maybe we would have been okay.
Yeah, but those are different posts, correct? Like, she's not doing thirst trap in the gymnastic outfit, right?
Okay, so you know that transition where she goes into the national gymnastics outfit? It's like a black silk robe pajama.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't find to be particularly sexual.
So
like
it wasn't a thirst trap. It was just a
no.
interesting transition.
Yes,
right?
but I will say some of her other videos when she talks about being a gymnast,
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of thirst trappy. But she's not wearing the national uniform.
Right. Okay, yeah.
It's
So
kind
again,
of thirst
it's not like
trappy.
she's twerking on the U.S. flag. It's just like she like
That's
read.
crazy.
I know, she's like she read the country at one point.
Can people do that? No, right?
I think you can twerk on the U.S. flag.
Oh.
I don't know. I feel like one of my OF girlies has got to have done it. Others are saying no. Guan is
Oh my
right.
gosh,
Like
girlies.
there are minors in gymnastics. I don't know anything about gymnastics. Okay, the netizens were arguing objectively. The younger you are, the more flexible you are. Like your body is like peak athletes are a little bit on the younger side,
Yeah.
and some of them
That's
are
why they
not
say
18
you should
yet.
start
And
when
when
you're
you
younger.
have an industry that has a lot of underage people, to even add a sexual element to that is bad.
Makes sense.
Okay, so this is the reason.
That
just
makes a
for
lot of sense.
Because if this happened in America, like a former athlete
Yeah,
became like let's say an OF model,
yeah,
would that even make news?
maybe, but not really.
But not really. It's like
It's
okay,
America.
Cool. 'Cause
Yeah, I
Like-
feel like the only one upset are like
Dirty.
guys that want to date her but can't date her.
Oh
yeah,
my
like, it's
gosh.
not that big of
What
a-
are you talking about? First of all, it was a girl who started. What? Stephanie. Why is it always the guy's fault? The only problem here, it was the women who started spitting. What? Come on now, son. I mean, Stephanie. Come on now. That's wild. But like, I understand it. Because when you think of gymnastics, unless you're thinking about the supranational level, it's like, it's really young. Like you start really young when you're doing it. So it's mostly like kids, and like or like super high end things. I'm not saying you have to be a child to do it, but most of the people who do gymnastics started when they were kids anyway. So it's like, I understand why people would say that, like associating gymnastics with any like sexual invitation. I understand.
The reason why this became like the biggest news in China is I think it's almost the same thing as in China or even Korea in Asia. A lot of time, any public figure, they consider it like a role model. for the teens.
Exactly.
So if you're a role model, then you can't do anything that's not deemed as appropriate for teens to follow.
Exactly.
So
You
versus
see,
in
I'm glad he
America,
brought it
you
back
have
to
all sorts of
reality.
famous
You see,
people, like-
I'm glad he brought it back to reality. He said all of them. She tried to say he was against the guys.
He's doing crazy stuff, and that's fine. It's parents' duty to say what to follow and
That's
what
true.
not to follow, right?
And it's not like she's out here saying, give up gymnastics to
Yeah.
be like to do this with me, or like everybody should give up their passion and do this. Or,
Yeah, I
like,
understand,
everyone
but
should
I
make
also
money like
understand-
this because I'm making so much money.
I also understand the fact that a lot of kids could look up to her because of the fact. I mean, obviously that's in any case, but a lot of kids, gymnastic kids, could look up to her because of the fact that she was a gymnast and she has a whole bunch of gold medals, right? And by looking at her in this situation, is like, oh, so no matter how good I am, I can end up here. So I might as well, get ready for this. Oh nah, I don't think so.
Funny. Then I think you could maybe argue that she's trying to influence younger people into,
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't want to say wrong, but like a different path.
Wrong.
But she's literally minding her own business.
Yeah.
So then some people are saying, no, she's a national like athlete. She
You know what bugs me, Zura? Excuse me. You know what bugs me, Zura? It bugs me when it's like, because she just said, it's only the guys who are the reasons for all of this and that, right? And she literally just talked about her. Hold up. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Oh, man. Hold up. Give me a second. I took gymnastics, but did not continue doing it. I was afraid. It break my neck. Yep. I understand. But like, the thing that is so weird to me, listen, this is the weirdest thing to me, right? This is the weirdest thing to me. She said her OF girlies right? By saying that, it's making me think that she's on the side of if you want to do OF, do OF. Okay, if that's her side, hey, what are you going to say to change her mind? Nothing, right? And then she said, okay, good. I thought it broke. And then she said, it's always the guys who ruin it, right? Because they know that they're not going to be able to get with the girl, so they always kind of like tell on her, da da da. Okay. Let's say that is the case. Who the heck are the OF people who pay and the people who are most likely to watch thirst traps? Most of those are men. So at one point, it's all the guys' fault, but at the other point, they really need guys to pay for their stuff. So I'm like, are guys the bad guys in your mind? Because if they are, then why are you like pandering? Like, why are you trying to get them? Because I can guarantee you right now, if every guy as a collective was like, no more OnlyFans, OnlyFans will lose everything. OF. Oh my gosh. YouTube. Listen, YouTube. Listen, YouTube. Just chill, YouTube. I slipped up. Listen, people make mistakes. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if OF, if all the guys were like no more OF, guess what? It's over. It is a wrap. OF is going to crash. It will end. You know what I mean? If all the guys collectively said that. Same thing with all these thirst trap things. Because most of the people who watch these things are guys anyways. Obviously there are male thirst trappers, but those are, few and far in between. All of them will be done. So she is at the end of the day relying on these men that she hates so much, which is so weird to me. It's so weird to me. You rely on somebody that you really don't like. Yo, another one of my neighbors mowing the lawn. Is this like peak time to mow the lawn? I mean, at least it's not really a neighbor because they're like across the way. But still, is it like peak time to mow the lawn?
She cannot be posting thirst traps, and
You're right. She is biased. She does. The guy's giving them the ammo. Exactly. So strange to me. It's like, how can you say, these OF models they can do whatever they want. It's fine for them to do this. Okay, sure. But these guys are weird for doing it, but they're doing it for these guys specifically. Because like I said, yes, sure, you can say, girls watch it too, but what are the percentages? I don't have a percentage, but I feel like I'm willing to die on the hill to say like 80%. I was going to say 90, but I don't want 95. I'm pushing it. 95% is guys. Oh, dang. I forgot. Bri got half a foot now, and Bri got to take the pills and stuff, Ayo, Bri, it's cool, man. We understand. But, like 95% is the guys. So you guys are doing it for them. Because if you don't, then you won't make any money. It's so weird.
and they're also bringing it so extreme. They're like, there's minors in gymnastics, and I'm like, bitch, what does that have to do with her?
Yeah, but honestly, listen. If you think of gymnastics, when I think of gymnastics, what the heck? Gymnastics. When I think of gymnastics, I think of Olympic Olympic gold medalist, or like, like when you go to like the gym or something, like little kids just running on the mats and stuff. That's instantly the pictures I think of. So it's valid to say kids, because when you think of gymnastics, most of the time it's young kids, because you have to really start really young. So yeah, it's just like in like figure skating too. You have to start young. It's not that it's impossible, but it makes it harder for you to, to get things going. So it's not crazy to say the kids, because hey, that is the demographic most of the time,
pretending to be a minor. She's not
Yeah.
including that in any of her like what is going how
Yeah,
are
but
these
because why is she playing like this? Because it's not helping her situation. I bet level 3. Oh my goodness, right?
connected.
Mm-hmm.
But then you also have netizens that are split with how they feel about Guan. So this is like the first layer of discourse that people start having because they're like, you know, should she be posting thirst traps? And then the second layer goes crazier because everyone starts commenting. Well, if she's not posting thirst traps, what do you think she should do? So people who have been following Wu, they know that she was working as a PE teacher at one point, and she was just not making money. Like no job that she could get.
You know what I don't get? You know what I don't get? I feel like with all these people, it's just a whole nother level of because like listen, you can say whatever like oh you're just drawing and everything and you're like looking to, but I feel like it's all like it's different because I'm like doing more like I'm writing stories and I'm creating characters for those stories, telling stories and things of that nature, which is different. But like she's over here talking like she had no other option, guys, but to because she literally just said I don't speak well, so I thought the only thing I can use is use my body. Are you really telling me there was no other option at all? That is crazy. That is truly insane because it's the same thing with these OF girls. I was literally watching a video. If I hold up, you know what? Let me find it right now. Let me see if I can find it right now. Yo, I'm not even joking. I really want to find it. I'm not gonna show the whole video, but I want to let you guys listen to what this lady said. I want you guys to listen to what this lady said. Do you guys know? Do you guys know the name of the YouTuber? I think he's a YouTuber, cause I see clips of his on TikTok. But he talks about people's like finances. Wait, no, this is not it. He talks about people's finances. And he tries to help them get out of debt and stuff. What is his name? He has glasses. It's like a white guy. He has glasses. He's a white guy. I don't know if you guys have seen his videos before. Let me see. But I really need you guys to see. What is it? That's what the Emmons. Oh, that's what the Emmons told you. Oh, I thought you were like. I thought you were just making stuff up. Level 3. I was like, oh, what the freak? But I don't know if that's what they said actually. I'm trying to find it. Excuse me. I don't even know what I would have to search up. What is the name? Ah, man. Okay, let me see. Help out of debt. Cause I feel like there are things that are better than others. Okay? Can we all agree on that? There are things that are better than others. So when people are like, you shouldn't be shaming people for the things that they decide to do, I feel like we kind of need to bring back shame to an extent. Because when we act like this, it really ruins the world that we live in. Because the more, oh crap, I don't know what the name is. None has gotten bitten off. That's good. That's good. Oh, found him. Found him. His name is Caleb Hammer. Caleb Hammer is his name. It was a clip. Let me see if I can search here. Um, Oh no, that's an hour. I'm trying to find a clip. Hold up. Let me see this video. It's a short, but let me see if this helps.
You're living off of begging for money on Twitter?
Yeah.
So who are your Sims? Who are these Sims?
No. That's my ad revenue. I'm monetized on Twitter.
How many followers do you have?
2,200.
How am I not monetized? Am I?
Have you tried applying for it? You just need 5 million impressions, 500 followers. I had 34 million impressions at one point, so they kind of like...
Why? How?
I just reply to big accounts. And so with the check mark, it boosts...
Yeah, I'm not gonna find it, but it was about this girl who, this mom. Okay, she's a mom, by the way. She gave up everything trying the whole OF route. It failed, right? And now she's talking about how she wants to remove everything from online. And she's just sitting there and you see her and he's like, you just gave up. Like, why don't you just get a normal job? And she's like, yeah, but you know, it's not even. And I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, what the freak is happening? Like, we're making the world believe that, oh no, this is something that you guys should all look at like a good thing. And I'm like, no, we should all collectively say this is not a good idea. Right? This is not a good idea. So when she's like, well, you shouldn't shame people for no, we should for certain things. For certain things, right? When she's like, well, she's not hurting anybody. I mean, like, she's hurting our society. Inadvertently. But then she's like, yeah, but a whole bunch of other people do it. Oh, I hate when people say that. That's the worst thing. Because you know how many people, like, you know how many a year, like, of deletions there are? Does that mean since a whole bunch of people are doing it, I should do it? Well, you know, you're hurting people at that sense. We're hurting people regardless. That's just a faster way of doing it. Obviously, I'm against that also, guys, before everybody starts saying, well, he's justifying. I'm not justifying nothing. All I'm saying is we should be able to shame people. We should be able to. People are scared to do that, which is wrong, honestly, I feel. Because we're still living on the earth with them. Like, if you think about it, if every little girl looks on social media and sees other girls, like, around, like, you know, in the 20s and 30s, making a whole bunch of money and getting a whole bunch of recognition by selling themselves online, guess what's going to happen? These girls are going to grow up thinking, I'm so tired of, like, trying. And I saw this girl, she was posting pictures of her body, and I guess people like that, so I'm going to do it too. It happens everywhere. And then guess what's going to happen? All of these young girls are going to decide to do that. And all these young girls are going to start ruining their lives. So, if we start shaming the people who do it, guess what? Now, those girls who are thinking about that, those young girls who are like, oh, now they're going to see these girls getting shamed, and they're going to be like, oh, this might not be a good idea. And I'm not just talking about OF. Obviously, if you want to say, well, what about guys? Is there anything you can shame from for it? Yes. People who be dealing, flipping, selling, all these people who be taking people out. We should shame that as well. We should. We shouldn't be, like, parading their music everywhere. You know what I mean? But obviously, you know, it's an agenda anyway. We all know this. I don't gotta get into it. But we don't need to be having their music everywhere, talking about killing, splitting, selling. I was about to say something else. Doing all that. We don't need to be promoting that, especially because young kids are going to grow up thinking, you know, to do that. And they're just literally repeating what these rappers and stuff are saying when they don't even understand. Like, I was literally watching a video and these guys were like, oh, you know, nowadays girls don't care about how much money you got. They care about how many people you took out. And I'm like, what? And now these guys are literally talking about taking people out. This is not a good thing. I'm not sure you see. No, shame. Shame. We need to shame. That's what we need. Is there a shame? Because it has a even like a harsher, you know, it needs to feel like that. Because they need to understand this isn't. Wait, what the? Okay, there it is. I was about to say, what the heck is that? They need to understand that this isn't something light. Condemn, they're gonna be like, oh, it's just a. But shame, they just feel like, oh, okay, whoa. But yeah, you know. Do I think it's gonna change overnight? No. But we need to start. Like making people understand that there are still negatives, even though it's not like directly hurting somebody, you know. And we need to stop thinking just because a lot of people do something doesn't mean it's a good thing. Because that's what they make us end up thinking, you know. Well, everybody on Instagram does it, so why do we have to do that? You know how many people, bro, I'm telling you right now, you know how many people told me, if you only were to do like, you know, H, you would go crazy. You know how many people told me that? Like, I mean H, and you know what H is. They said, you know, if you do that, like, you'd like blow up like crazy. And I'm like, yeah, probably. But nah, I'm good. There has to be like a limit here, you know? There has to be like an understanding. We have to understand something. Alright, let me get her now. Ow. I didn't stretch today. Well, I didn't get a full stretch in. Danny? We just live in an interesting world, bruh. An interesting world. Okay, let's do. That's why I hate when artists. The Henny, no, bruh. That's why I hate when artists draw on SOW. Gore's okay. The extrication win and men drawn or not. Like, it's there, it's in the world. And I feel like we just need to have like a. Like, we just need to shame people. Like, we just need to bring back shame. That's all I'm gonna say. Because shame is what made people like second guess things, you know? Like, back then, those people who were like on corners, you know, those people were shamed, which is why when people grew up, they said, I don't want to be that. Why did they say that? Was it because those people weren't making money? No, they were making money. But people said, I don't want to be that because they didn't want to be shamed. Right? And those people who did it, they were low key because they didn't want people to know that they did it. You know what I mean? But now everybody's just opening the door and they're saying, look it, I'm doing this. And then you're like, isn't that bad? And then they're like, wait, what? Are you shaming me? We're not allowed to do that anymore. I'm like, what? Like, I was watching the video. They were like, I was telling you guys about this. When the guy said, he said he's allergic to fat girls, right? And then one of the girls who were in the room with him said, are we allowed to say that anymore? You understand? Like, literally. We're not able to say these things anymore. And the whole fat shaming thing, anyways. We're not able to say somebody isn't healthy anymore. Because now people are lying, saying, oh no, you could be like 200 pounds overweight and be healthy. And I'm like, huh? Did you heard that you said overweight, right? 200 pounds overweight, right? And you said you can be healthy? And they're like, yeah. It doesn't matter. I'm like, oh, really? It doesn't matter? And now they're literally Like, they're literally changing everything. They're changing everything. And we're just allowing it to happen because now people can't say anything. People are afraid to say things. And we just need to bring it back. If we want our world to get back to any sense of normality, we need to not only shame people, but we need to hold people accountable for things, you know? And make them understand, listen. And I remember I was watching this video and it hit me so much. This guy, he was talking about his daughter. And he said, I think he said his daughter saw him and was like, and she, like when she was pretending to be him, she put like a big pillow under her stomach, right? Pretending to be him. And then once he saw that, I'm going to tell you two different ones. Once he saw that, he realized, he was like, ain't no way this is what my daughter sees in me, right? And then right after that, this man started changing his life because his daughter saw him as that, right? And it was a different guy. I think his son said, oh, I want to be big like you. And then once he heard his son say that, he instantly wanted to change his life because he was like, I don't want my son to think that this is good for him. You know what I mean? Because he knows it's not good for him, but he doesn't want his son to believe it's good for him. It's crazy. Yeah. But if there was, yeah. Among the nobility. I do agree. Why do I have hands from different angles? Well, you were 11. When you draw that, just try to break it down to simple shapes too. You know, it just makes it a lot easier when you're drawing hands. Like, you know, if you're gonna draw it in a certain way, understand the simple shapes that it makes up to draw a hand. Like if I were to do something like this, let's have it thinner and curve a little bit like this. And then we can do like another box around the same. And then right here we can have like a little triangular shape. And then we can have the thumb come out here. And we can actually get those knuckles and then the fingers to come down. You know what I mean? So like break it down into simple shapes. It just makes it a lot easier. Unfortunately funny. I know. They are funny, essentially. And it's like, because I feel like it's so pure, it's so innocent. And it's like, not that they're trying to hurt you. They're just saying what they know. You know? They're just saying what they know. We have to understand. And this is why we have a lot of like the obesity in the West, you know? It's because it's like most, like, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If there are two healthy parents, and this is why the whole you're born obese is a whole like lie. You know what I mean? Because if you like you can, if you have two parents who are in shape, guess what? The kids are going to be in shape. The kids are going to be in shape. I mean, in like when they're living there, more likely the kids are going to be in shape. Why? Because their habits are from their parents. And if their parents are looking at what they eat and how they work out and how they take care of themselves, that kid is going to grow up that way. Like look at, and the perfect example is look at Arnold, because Arnold Schwarzenegger has twin boys. One of them lives with him, one of them lives with his mom. Right? The one that lives with Arnold is in shape. The one that lives with his mom is big. And I'm pretty sure they're twins. So what happened there? Because obviously he's not in the genes. Because if that was the case, then, you know, this kid is, the son that lives with his mom is big. Come on now. That tells you something. Put the cookie down. Now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's like it's wild and it's crazy because it's like you can't even like. Are you telling me I can't look out for my family? I can't look out for my friends, especially like most I mean this is in general, but like most black people, you know, I'm not gonna say most because I don't know their exact stats, but they have like high cholesterol and diabetes and all these things that run in their family, right? If that is the case, I'm trying to make sure these don't become a problem for any of them. You know what I mean? And obviously, it's not excluded to any other race. I'm just saying in general. So we have to really understand that this is really important to take care of our health, you know? So when people are saying, you're not allowed to, no, yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. I'm gonna walk, when I walk out with my kid and I see like a fat person, I'm like, hey, yo, son, you see that? I never wanted to see you like that. My son's gonna be like, yes, sir. And I'm gonna be like, yeah. I'm gonna look at my daughter. I'm gonna be like, you see that? If you ever get like that, I'm playing. I'm gonna tell my son that, and then he'll be yes, sir. And I'm gonna tell my daughter the same. I'm like, don't ever get like that. Okay? She's like, yes, and I'm like, okay, and let's go. I was about to say, I'm about to kick you out, but no, I ain't gonna do all that. I'm just gonna get them right, you know. I'm just gonna get them right. How do we even get here? Oh, the OF thing. Yeah, Stephanie was the OF girlies. No, nah. And the thing is, it's crazy. The thing is, it's crazy, bro. Is every single one, and this is how you know when it's getting out of hand. This is how you know when it gets out of hand, bro. When every single one of these people who are like their OF girlies and stuff, if their daughter were to grow up and say, you know what, Dad, I want to be this, or you know what, Mom, I want to be this. I guarantee you, they go shake a bit. They go shake a bit. Even if they want to say, I mean, sure, honey, if you want to, I guarantee you something's gonna stir inside. Something like, wait a second, should this be? Are we okay with this? What the heck? May, I didn't know you sent this to me. Oh no, you didn't. Oh, what the heck is this? Oh, May, by the way, I don't get notifications like that, so like you should like tell me like when you send me something. But oh shoot, I did not know this thing existed. What the heck? So you telling me when I was doing all these calculations it was for no reason? Alright, so two people, person's name, I'll just put J, person's name K, height 7 feet 10 inches, and she's a female, and a male, keto 7 feet no inches. Are you freaking kidding me? I mean, at least I got it. I got it on point. I got it on point, pretty much. It's just because she has a really long neck. So I got it. Okay. Yo. Oh, let me use, let's do, dang, I can do as many characters. Okay, I have 5 characters here. Let's do 6 because Keto is here. Alright, next character, her. She's 6'5", female. Her name, and 6'5". 6 feet 5 inches. And then she is 6'10", I think. 6 feet 10 inches. And she is 5'9". 5'9". AYL. And she is what, female. She is how tall is she? Hold up, let me go check. She is oh no, she's okay, she's 6'10". She's 6'9". I mean 6'9", 6'10". The heck, you can put negative? Okay. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. I didn't know this existed. Oh my gosh, this is okay, so this is a representation. I mean, obviously my characters have different proportions. But let me put this up so you guys can see. Okay, how do yo? Okay, right here. And then open. And then boom, 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 boom. Okay, so this is her right here. Oh, you guys can't even see, huh? And this Keto is right here. Wait, can you guys see? Keto is right here. And this is 6'5". This is Ada, and this is Hida, and this is Ayla, and this is Iona. Okay. This is cool to understand. Okay, so Hida is like right, like she's literally okay. So like right around Hida's eyes or nose is where Ada is, and yeah, she's tiny. Ayla is tiny. She's at Hida's shoulder. Okay, and then yeah, they're both like 6'10". So about at the show. Oh my goodness, man. Appreciate it, May. Honestly, appreciate it. I didn't know this site existed. This is so perfect for me, especially because hold on, let me put Alchemy in there. Alchemy. I'm gonna actually put 2. I'll just put Alchemy and Keto. Alchemy is 11 feet 7 inches. Look at Alchemy. That's Alchemy. So Keto is like at her waist. Yeah, like right about. I mean her hip. Yeah, Keto is right at her hip. Oh my goodness. Wait, what's her name? What's her name? She is one of the queens in the she's 15 feet in the giant kingdom. 15, I think. Yeah, 15. There she is. This is wait, -1. How the heck do we put -1? 0. So this is her, and Keto is like right here. So at the bottom of her hips. This is she's one of the queens of the giant country. You guys have seen her before. I've drawn her before. She is the shortest one of the queens, though. The other one, her other sister, is 17, I think. I'm gonna have to look it up exactly. But look! you negative one? I know that's what threw me off. I was like, what? Does that just make it instantly? I mean, it's a 1 inch, so I guess it's 1612 or 1610. So yeah, this is like the difference between that and because there are like there's like beasts and stuff like wolves and bears and stuff. I showed you some of them that are crazy as well. If I think of the craziest one, I mean, like I have showed you guys. Hold up, let me show you here. This is one of the like the demon things. I mean, it's not one of the demon things. I mean, yeah, it is, but like, this is a character that Takuto ends up fighting. Like later in the story, like when we get close to Nahara, and he is insanely massive in size. So like, if I were to, let me show you guys real fast. I've showed you guys this before. Come on, load it up. Right there. So this is Takuto right here, and that's him. This is like one of the characters he'll have to handle, you know. That means a door for the giants, ladies. Yeah, exactly. In the whole giant country, because the average height is, it's like I mentioned it. It's like 12 for women, 14 for men. Average height in the giant country. So all the things are a lot bigger, right? But they're also like in the outskirts of it. They have like like more, I guess the smaller ones is because of the other like giants, like the smaller ones, and like the dwarves live up there too. So that's probably why. Check yours in Gen Chat. Hold up. Gen Chat. What do they do for outsiders? Like I said, they have like the, it's kind of like, because the average is that, but for the smaller ones they have like smaller areas, and they have hold on, let me see. Gen Chat, you said. Oh dang, this is for all your characters? Oh, this is cool. This is cool. I have too many characters to put all of my characters. Nova, why did you put, oh, you didn't change the things. You didn't change them to female. You made only Lotus a female. Nova is a guy apparently here. How much alcohol? I never thought about that. I never thought about that, Titan. See, this is why we need Titan around to give us these questions that some people may ask. So how much can they drink? And because most of them are like most of the giants are inspired by like Vikings, so they do drink quite a bit. But yeah, for Takuto, this guy will definitely be like 30, I'd say. So like right there. Yeah, that's about it. Maybe a little bit. Actually, no, because he'd be, he's a 35. No. Okay. So this is Takuto's fight. This is like the height difference. This man's gonna have to do what he gotta do. He's about like down to his leg. I feel like he's kind of like, yeah, about there. Look at smash it. Just a sip. I mean, it gotta be. Especially let's say the doors be out there. They be hanging on their own with them. They be knocking it back. But this is so cool. These peeps ain't having kids, right? What do you mean? These peeps ain't having kids. I don't understand what you mean, Titan. Like, what are you saying, Titan? Oh my gosh, Titan. Oh my gosh. First of all, Titan. First of all, Titan. First of all. The average height is 12 feet for a giant. Alright? For a female. The average height for a female giant is 12 feet. However, there are giants who are shorter. Just like the average height for a female in our world, in America, is like 5'4"? 5'4", 5'6", right? But you will still find lower and shorter people who are around, you know, like the 5 foots, the 4'11s, you know what I mean? So obviously, there are, you know, giants who are around like 8 feet tall, 9 feet tall, right? And what does that mean, Titan? Huh? Exactly. Goodness, Titan, come on, man. I didn't think I had to tell you this. You just made that. No. I'm so serious. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. No. I've always. I even told you. What's her name? Hold up. What's her name is Hold up. Is one of the kids. She's half giant, half human. How the heck do you think that worked out, Titan? Come on now. Cop out answer. It's not a cop out answer. I just told you. I started the stream off by telling you how she's half giant, half human. Now, how the heck did that happen if I didn't think these things through? I mean, I guess if you could say more human size. I mean, it's not like a lot. It's not like a lot of them, but they did before like the whole crazy thing that happened. They did, like, you know, they were open, you know. The world was open. So you had like there's like literally in the world, cuz you know there's dwarves, there's giants, there's elves. They have like they got kids out there. Right? Like even Leticia and her clan or her family come like they are from a line of, I'm not gonna say, but they're from a line of these other people. Giant sex? Sure. Sure, yeah. But this is like the greatest. I'm about to bookmark this one. This is like the great. How did you find this website, man? Do you use this all the time? Or did you just randomly find it? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Because I tried to make the world feel as real as possible. You know what I mean? And to do that, I needed to oh, it's only in characters. This would be so cool if you can do buildings as well. That would be amazing. Like if I can put like a build like a person next to a door or something. But I guess I can still use the same thing. Like if I just think about where the door would be. Excuse me. Excuse me. What the heck? This is a whole bunch. This is a GPA calculator, a grade calculator, password generator, dog years calculator. What the flippity floppity flop flop flip? There's a website that I use sometimes also for when I'm writing. Since you guys gave me some gems, I can give you guys some also. Is this one the one? No, this is not the one. Let's see, where is it at? This one right here, I've mentioned this before. This one right here, I use for maps sometimes. Like when I'm just looking for a certain location, because I was using this in the beginning before I made my own map. But like, look at this. Like, look. This right here. Oh crap, it's glitching. It's glitching. It's glitching. It's gonna crash. Oh no, it's not. It's fine. But like this right here is this website where you can create like maps. You can change things like the grids and stuff. Wait, let me make it bigger so you guys can see. You see, you can like create maps. You can create like regions for like religions and stuff. They color code them. It's really cool. It's really cool. Like states and borders and stuff. You can have the military to show where the militaries are stationed. It's really cool. Like a whole bunch of like these bases. Like look how many soldiers they have. This is so cool. And like the regions. So if you want like a quick map, you can come here, you can generate them, you can change a few things. The website is called Fantasy Map. Hold up. I know it's Fantasy Map. Uh-oh. Okay, Fantasy Map Generator. Yeah. Asgars. That's what it's called. Really good, really good. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. That's one. I also use... Let me see if I can find it. There's this other one that I use for like when I'm looking for weapon ideas and stuff. Is this it right here? Yeah, this is it right here. It's called Rangen. Yeah. On this app you can create like website. You can create like cities, characters, like quick character appearances, archetypes, families, jobs, world, cities, continents, countries, a whole bunch of stuff. Like fantasy races, pets, planets. It's really cool. Like drinks, poisons, meals, weapons. And I use these sometimes for like weapons. Like a weapon generator, what type is a weapon? Is a sword, a spear? Sword, spear, axe, warhammer, mace, dagger, sickle, all these, a whole bunch of these stuff. Whip. Like one of these characters, I forget who. I think. Wait, I don't know if it's any of these. I don't remember. What is it? No. Somebody, one of my characters, she uses a boomerang. It's a 3. No, it's a 4. No. Is it a 6 or 7? I think it's a 7 pointed boomerang. It's crazy. Right? You can pick like metal, stone, rare materials, rare metals, fantasy materials, and like if let's say I were to do like I want a sword, I want a rare metal, I want it to be a fancy design, and I want it to be mythical, right? And then it forges it, and then it gives you like the it's so cool. It's so cool. It's really cool. But yeah, it's dope. It's dope. And you can download them and save them. And like, let's say you have like an idea for a character's motive. I never tried this one before. Alright, so example, okay. Driven desire for. Oh, okay. Narcissism, nervousness, boredom, discontent, cruelty. I did not know this was an option here. What about job? What about job? Time period, medieval time. Ooh, that's definitely gonna help. Um, Job type, full time, part time, weekend, night. Let's say full time job. Um, let's do random, and let's do simple. Get hired. A person who attempts to court. Wow. And yo, and it has the pay. This is cool. I never knew this existed. Traits and quirks, superpowers. I wonder, like, if I were to do, like, I mean, it will probably not generate the city for me here. Time period, medieval, and generate. Yeah, it won't show me what the city looks like, but it tells me, like, the population is pretty small. Okay, yeah. Multicultural. Okay. 40% urban areas. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't, like, generate one for you, but it's really cool still, you know. If you just need something quick for writing and you have the information. So yeah, that's another thing if you guys want when you're writing your stories. It's really cool. It's really cool. Very helpful. Very much so. Yeah, it looks it. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. But I really need to save the height comparison thing. It is the greatest, greatest, greatest. Because now I don't have to do all the calculations. This thing does it for me. Oh my goodness. What the heck prediction? Oh, this is like, Oh, never mind. I don't need that. Lotus's dad? But yeah, what other questions do you think they'd ask me though, Titan? Things that I need to know, just in case something were to happen. Oh wait, I want to see this.
Because I think a lot of animals have specific mating calls that they do. This might be my next one. I'm thinking. Okay, is it working? You're silent. Is the silence a good thing or is it not a good thing?
I think I
You
can
could get into it.
Yeah.
I look like I'm about to go to the Asian supermarket, like at one of those Korean night markets, and I'm just selling squid on the side. Did you know hooded seals are the most romantic animals to exist? What do you think is like the biggest way to do a mating call? Like, you know
Hooded
how those birds are always
seals.
chirping in our backyard, and it's like time for them to mate. It's time for them to do it. What do you think hooded seals do?
What is a hooded seal?
It's seals with hood. It's me. Okay, male hooded seals, they have these very large pink balloon-like balls, sacs on their face.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Lush flesh pink, and they will just inflate it to look like little balls on their face to intimidate the other male rivals, because the more blushy you are, the more mudang you are, and the more you're gonna get loved. And then once all the males gather with their puffed up face ball sacks, they start engaging in physical warfare. It's winner takes all mentality. The winner gets to mate. Male birds of paradise. They're also fascinating maters. Listen, I went down a rabbit hole of how people mate. They will start dancing.
People mate?
Oh, not how people mate.
I think we know how people mate.
Remind me again? No, just kidding. Male birds of paradise will start dancing, and they have unique choreography for them to dance, and they move their feathers, and they shake their feathers, and they learn their dance moves from their daddies. They learn it from their dads. It's like unique choreography. Have you seen the
That's
ones
wild.
in Florida? There's like this one that's dancing around this female bird, and everybody's walking by, and the female bird is not fucking having it, and he keeps moving around and shaking his feathers, and then he'll like scoot his butt back. It's really cute. But all these mating calls have all evolved to be more and more successful. Humans, we have our own mating call. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Take Malone, for example. Maloney Baloney is
Oh my
how
gosh,
I
that-
call her. The whole time I was looking into
No,
this,
it was just like
oh, Maloney Baloney.
it was just, at first I thought she was
Malone
actually talking about it.
Whale,
Oh,
a 20-year-old
okay.
Singaporean living in America who is desperately trying to get a girlfriend. That's his whole 20 years of existence, has been perfecting this mating call. And finally, at 20 years old, I think he's hit the nail on the coffin. He is spending millions of dollars trying to find himself a girlfriend in Los Angeles and in
Crazy.
Miami,
Crazy
maybe
work.
New York. And it's just not working. For example, this was his finest mating call to date. A text message.
It's not working or it is working?
You decide. You
Okay.
decide how you would respond to his mating call, okay? It's a text message, just a picture. You're just texting your love interest a picture. A picture of a pink Lamborghini Urus.
Oh my
Ooh,
gosh.
That's like,
A pink Urus. Damn.
yeah, what is that? Like $300,000? Okay? 3 Birkin bags on top. A pink Birkin, a green Birkin, an exotic croc leather Birkin. Let me tell you, I think the pink one is very pretty. I don't know why I felt the need to tell you that.
So it's working. Okay.
The pink one is very pretty. That's my mating call. I'm done, okay? So anyways, 3 Birkin bags on top of this car. And he just sends a picture to the girl of his dreams. This picture, that's it. No response. So then he hits her with some words, some verbiage. I got you a present. We'll call it an early birthday gift. A thank you gift. I appreciate you so much gift.
All of that is a gift?
Yes,
A car and 3 bags?
yes, but they're not even
Damn.
dating. This is his mating call. They're not even
Crazy.
official.
Wow.
She responds, once again, I am taken.
Oh.
It doesn't work. He responds, I don't care. IDC. But guess what? He does not end up getting a date with her. This is the story of a 20-year-old man who spends millions, tens of millions of dollars trying to get girls. But instead, he ends up in jail. You know what else is a financial scam? My dogs. I feel like I got my 2 dogs. I feel like they got me, though.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
the real thing. I feel like I've
Those
been
are so tiny.
scammed, emotionally manipulated, gaslit into working my whole life so that they can live comfortably. That sounds like an exaggeration, and it kind of is, but sometimes I look at Mingo sleeping, and I'm like, do you pay rent? Do you have a job? Are you even alive? Because sometimes she looks deceased when she's really deep in a nap, okay? But do you know what makes her feel so alive? When I am in the kitchen and she hears me opening up a pack of dog food, she's practically teleporting into the kitchen to stare through my soul with the most aggressively cute stare that she has evolved to look at me with, especially when she smells the delicious fresh scent of Farmer's Dog. For most of Mango's
Oh
life,
my
I was
goodness.
looking for so
What
many
an ad.
different dog food brands, just trying to find the right one that made her feel good, that club, and I am choking on something. It's my fate to go because I can't I'm not gonna pay $45 for Aquapana. That's absolutely crazy. Now, to be fair, it is a basket of water, but still grossly overcharged. A basket of Red Bull costs $60. One bottle of champagne, if you get the good stuff,
Do any of you guys drink Red Bull?
$800 at this club. But even at clubs like this, there are the VIP spenders. Those are the ones maybe buying a bottle of champagne a night, 2 bottles if it's a big group. Then there's the VVIP spenders, like Maloney Baloney. Maloney Baloney blows it up at the club. By the way, he goes by the name Anne Hathaway or a $$.
What do you mean Anne Hathaway? He said, call me Anne Hathaway?
Yeah, like sometimes his social media is just like Anne Hathaway. Or sometimes it's just $$. But his name is Maloney Baloney. He's 20 years old. He's not even legally allowed to drink. So what the fork is he doing drowning in Casamigos tequila at the club? I don't know. But he and his best friend recently start making a name for themselves in the clubs in LA and Miami, to the point where all the people that work at the clubs, they're like, hey, have you had Maloney
Heck no.
Baloney come in yet? Because you're about to get tipped big when Maloney Baloney comes in. His friend's name is Serrano, who goes by Versace God. So they're like, have you seen Maloney Baloney and Versace God? It's like a wild pair when you see them walking in together.
Maloney, Baloney, Sriracha. Oh.
Versace, whatever. Like at one night at the club, these two managed to spend no, I can't even say the number. $559,000.
Oh my gosh.
$528. Over $500,000 in one singular night at the club on champagne.
Why?
How old is Versace God?
21. So you know it's them because they have these signs that you put up at the club, and if you spend enough money, you can have like 100 characters of whatever you want to say up on these signs, and you will always see at Maloney. At Maloney. Sometimes you'll see something that reads Zach XTB, which, like, I don't know, rich kids have major beef with this guy named Zach, I guess. We'll get there. But the real mystery here is not how Maloney Baloney is so rich. The true mystery at the center of today's episode is how Maloney is able to close his hands, how he is able to make a fist. Because he wears a full diamond chunky signet ring on every single finger. I think on his pinky finger, he has a full triple-sized engagement ring. I don't even know what it's like. It's like Thanos, but with diamonds, and on the same wrist, he wears Cuban link chains covered in diamonds with a $330,000 Richard Mille watch.
Damn.
He can't even close his hands. He can't even do a high five. You're gonna get injured. But one of the main reasons that these two start going viral is because they start hanging up these signs at the LA clubs, the Miami clubs, that read, "Pretty girls get Birkins." Which is so like, hee hee ha ha, need money for Birkins, like that kind of sign, right? It's so cute, it's so catchy, until you see girls walking out of the club with Hermes boxes and brand new Birkins. Until you see this video of them throwing Hermes boxes with Birkins and Kellys inside of them into the club crowd.
What the freak is up with these
So
people?
why you want to go to
A TikToker named Harrison Schuyler posts a video. I think she's also an OnlyFans model. Posts a story time about the wildest thing that happened at the club 2 days ago. She's posting it 2 days. It's not like 2 days ago, yesterday. No, you get it. It was like a few months ago. She's at a club in West Hollywood called Keys. It's new. I think it actually replaced One Oak, if you guys remember One Oak. But the interior looks beautiful. The walls are piano keys, and it's irregularly shaped. So there's parts of the wall that are jutting out. And then you see it filled with people suddenly I have social anxiety. It looks like a bunker. It's so stressful. I don't even want to be in there. But anyway, Skylar, she had no plans to be at that club that night. She's never even been to the Keys. She's actually out on dinner with friends, and they're all like, hey, you want to go to the new club that just replaced One Oak that just opened up? It's called the Keys.
What's so special about One Oak?
One Oak was like where all the nasty was happening allegedly. It was like the biggest club in LA at one point.
Really?
Yeah, and then it got weird, and then it closed.
What about the nastiness?
Why is
Like, what do you mean? Like, you said it like there's something more to it.
Oh, I think that's like where everyone went to like find people to hook up with. From what I know, I've never been. Just so we're clear, is the place where all story times happen.
Ooh.
Like weird shit happens. Ooh. You're in the Uber on the way to One Oak. Your Uber driver is gonna be acting weird. You're on the Uber home from One Oak. Your Uber driver is weird. You're at One Oak. The bartender is weird. You're at One Oak. Somebody's weird. Like
what
weird.
What is Uber doing?
I don't know. There was always story times of like my Uber did this to me, and then they're always on the way to One Oak. And then you're like, why do we keep going to One Oak if she always goes down at One Oak? Yeah.
I think I'll need a One Oak episode.
I need One Oak episode, okay? So she ends up at the club at the Keys. There's 2 levels. There's an upstairs level and a downstairs level. They're in the upstairs level for like 15 minutes, but she's getting bored. Nothing crazy is happening. This isn't One Oak. But before they leave, they're like, you know what? Let's do a circle. Let's do a walk around. Let's do a passerby. Let's do a bystander witness. Let's just look around and see what's happening just so we're sure that we want to leave, right? So they head down the stairs, and the downstairs underground level is much more like a traditional club. There's VIP sections, there's people dancing everywhere, and they see this
I need to know where he gets his money from.
Empty. So they walk over there, and they're like, this is my section now, I'm going to pee here. They don't do that. They're actually very classy people. And suddenly, this man appears.
Classy people? You said she had her own
never
man.
seen this man in her entire life. Skylar is like, I don't know this man. I don't know his birth parents. I don't know his government name. I know nothing about his man. I don't even know the color of his pants. But this man, this stranger, is like, hey, you. Hey, you. My friend over there wants to gift you a Birkin.
Damn, what an opening.
That should be the only opening. Whenever I see a man's mouth open, that should be the only line that comes out. Okay?
Wow.
And she said, and I was like, what? He was like, my friend knows who you are. He's a fan of you and your work, and he wants to gift you a Birkin. No one has ever said that to me in my whole life. I just want you guys to know that, okay? I don't know why. Maybe I'm upset. I don't know, okay? Now, mind you, this is taking place in Los Angeles. Offering to buy a stranger a Birkin is the equivalent of asking them if they want to come here and come into my white van. Because, what? If a man tells you in Los Angeles they want to buy you a Birkin, you run the other way. This is a scam. This is a creep. This is weird. Or he's a sugar daddy that might want to chain you up in his basement. This is not, you don't trust anyone in Los Angeles like that. Right. In fact, if I were walking down Rodeo, I would rather get into a Candyman's van than with a man that says,
hey girl, let me buy you a Birkin.
I would rather go with the man in the van. No stranger would offer me that, but you get what I'm saying, okay? It's a scam. So Skylar is picking up on this, and she says, I wasn't interested because I thought he meant, like, take me shopping to get a Birkin, and, like, come on now, that's not really gonna happen. But this man is insisting. My friend over here has the Birkin. Like, he has it right now. You don't have to go to Rodeo. He's got it right now in the club. All you have to do is walk over to the VIP section where he's at, and he will give it to you. And she's like, what? Okay, now mind you, this is a very expensive bag, so as sure as shit is smelly, I'm walking over there.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
gonna at least investigate.
These are how people get.
She said. Skylar is cooler with it. She's like,
these are how people get took, bro. I'm gonna go investigate.
I mean, I guess if I can bring my friends. So the guy is like, sure, you go walk over with your friends.
Sure, and y'all all go get took.
I quote. And this kid, I'm going to refer to him as a kid. I mean, he was definitely over the age of 18 or 21, hopefully, because he was at the club. But he looked pretty young. He comes towards me, and he's like, I got this for you. And he hands me this box that was, you know, it was the actual Hermes box. And he's like, do you like it? And I'm like, yeah, I do, but is it real? And he was like, of course it's real. It's for you. You can have it. And just walks away. The kid walks away after giving her... And it was, by the way, it was a Kelly, not a Birkin, but anyway, who cares? What? The security guard that this kid came with, because, I guess if you have 20 Birkins at the club, you gotta have a security
He
guard.
has 20 of them?
He has a lot, yeah.
Just like piles of boxes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, how many security guards?
Just one.
Okay.
And that security guard is the same one she hires when she goes out to big like OF events, because she's like a huge OF creator, if I'm not mistaken. So she's familiar with this security guard. This is not just like a random bodyguard. She's like, I know you, right? So then she walks over to him and he tells her, no, it's quite literally 100% real. He says, I actually escorted him today to Rodeo Hermes and he bought 5 of them today.
Walked into the store and he got 5 bags?
Yeah.
How?
He got that Maloney baloney.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So they're lying that they
They're
don't have it.
They always have it in stock. Don't let them lie to you. So she's like, what? Anyways, while I'm at the club, I see another one, like a light pink one, I think. So he's literally just giving out all of them. And the day
And
after,
she's like, but I want that pink one though.
yeah,
What color did she get?
it looks like the gold.
Oh, okay.
Or
So
no,
she-
I think it was like a grayish brown.
Oh, she's like, I want that one.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, she was like, I think it was a light pink one. And then the day after, so like yesterday, I think, I saw a girl posting about how she got gifted one in the same club, same guy. Hers was like green, I think. She's saying this. There's another girl who goes viral for getting a free bag by Maloney
Wow.
Baloney. Now, some people were commenting that the caption said Birkin, but it's Kelly bag, whatever. That is neither here nor there, is it now? Now, what really gets me, though, is she gets gifted this $10,000 plus bag and only spends 10 minutes in that section with the kid that she keeps calling a kid, which makes it even more hilarious because imagine spending so much money to buy a gift for someone and they're like, hey kid. Thanks, kid.
Oh my god.
So it's that energy.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
doesn't even friend zone him. She basically like babysits him. She's like, this kid at the VIP section. It's crazy. And while she's there, she sees in the span of 10 minutes, she says, he buys hundreds of bottles of champagne from the club. She says it had to have been, just like in the 10 minutes I was there, $100,000 worth of alcohol. And he had been
That's
at
how
the club
people
for a
get
while.
got.
So
Exactly.
presumably he probably already spent a bunch of money. And he was still there when I left. So I don't know. I have no clue who he is. I heard that he was like the son of a Chinese billionaire. So who knows?
Whoa.
That's what she says.
Jack Ma's son.
Jack Ma's son. Now the kicker of all of this is that she's not even gonna keep the bag.
What? Why?
She's re-gifting it. She
To
says
who?
it's not her style. The style is too businesswoman-y for her. So she's
Yeah,
gonna
'cause
gift it
she's
to
a
her
OF
mom. And she
girl.
says, so shout out to the guy in the club for making my mom a happy woman. She's another TikToker, Olivia Allen, 3. She starts posting TikToks at the same time and she starts going viral of the green one. And it's the same story. A man in the club just randomly gifts her a Kelly bag, which is absolutely insane.
So is she a model too, or what?
I don't know what she does, but she looks like a model. She's very pretty. All of them are very pretty. So, like, it's very accurate. He's a factual man. Pretty girls do get Birkins. Well, I guess they got Kellys. I haven't seen a single Birkin yet. I feel like they're all getting Kellys. Anyway, these all start going viral on TikTok. And at the same time, people in the service industry are like, hey, have you seen Maloney Baloney? Like, what's going on with him, right? And all of this is
What
happening.
is service industry?
Like, the people that work at the clubs and the
Oh.
bars are like, bro, you gotta wait till fucking Maloney Baloney comes in because tip on a $500,000 bill,
It's
you're
100
talking about
grand.
like that's
6 figures.
like your whole salary in a tip in one night. Like, everybody wants Maloney Baloney. A lot of people in the service industry, we're also talking about how people just aren't spending like that these days. So to have these people come in, these kids come in and spend like that, like, you want them to come in. So that still does not answer the question of who the hell is Maloney Baloney? Is he really a Chinese billionaire's son? How did he suddenly just appear out of nowhere? He just graduated from school, studying abroad, and now he's spending daddy's money? Why is he spending millions of dollars at clubs in LA? Well, I will have you know. He and his friends are the proud owners of 4,100 Bitcoin.
4,000.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
OF models are not models yet. They're not.
Like that's
Just like
That's
IG models aren't models.
$270
You don't just
million.
become one just because you.
Yes, you know what?
Post
Bitcoin
pictures there.
always fucking throws me off because I be hearing guys talking about how they have Bitcoin, and then they're always like, how many Bitcoin do you have? And then one of them will be like,
I have 1 Bitcoin.
and I'd be like, loser. And then I Google 1 Bitcoin, and it's like $65,000, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe you're not a loser. Damn. Yeah, they have 4,100 Bitcoin. It's crazy. They own a massive Miami waterfront mansion that rents for $200,000 a month. Just a few weeks ago, he got arrested in. That's why Maloney Baloney is making the news. Maloney Baloney
He got arrested.
He gets arrested.
This is after the Birkin.
After the Birkins, he gets arrested. Neighbors of this massive Miami mansion say it was in the middle of the day. Nobody was expecting it. They start hearing a little ruckus outside. They're used to partying noises. You know, they have what appears to be the son of a Chinese billionaire, perhaps renting a house on the street. This guy isn't leaving the house to go to his 9 to 5 every day. His full-time job, it seems to the neighbors, is to party. So they're used to some loud noises coming out of that house. But this time it's like boom, boom, like fireworks. They said, we thought there was a shooting in the neighborhood. They look out their window, and in this Miami mansion, they see FBI agents in camouflage doing hand signals surrounding the massive mansion. They're pulling up in what looks like tanks. What the
gosh.
Are they pulling out the big guns for this skinny little 20-year-old Maloney Baloney lamb? Why would he need to be swatted, essentially? Maloney and his friends not only get arrested, but they also have the feds start repossessing all of their belongings. They're taking in the cars, the luxury designer goods, their homes. The girls that got gifted the bags start going viral. And one of the comments reads, plot twist. These girlies are deep cover federal agents trying to coax all the Birkin Club girlies out of the woodworks so that they can confiscate all the Birkins. Yeah.
Oh, they're taking away the Birkins too?
Is the idea, because they start taking away the cars and people are spotting this. They're taking away the cars, they're taking away the bags, they're taking away the houses. What the fork's going on, right? One of the girls, the one that got the green Kelly, someone comments, you have to give it back. The feds just arrested Maloney Baloney. To which she responds, ew, do you tell the teacher they forgot to check their homework too?
Oh, wait.
And
That's crazy.
And then she responds by wearing a full-on police Halloween bodysuit to pose with the bag for the handbag police. Also, she hates the handbag police who keep telling her it's a Kelly, not a Birkin. Okay, and others are like, bruh, more than likely the feds are gonna see your viral videos and you should be deleting all of them and say that the purse got stolen from you. So now that this Maloney Baloney gets arrested with his friends, everyone starts posting free my guy Maloney. That's where I got in on this, okay? I start seeing free my Maloney and I'm like,
Free my Maloney?
yeah, and I'm like, who's my guy Maloney? Clearly, nobody is upset with what Maloney has done, so I'm like, do I need to FOIA this case? What did Maloney do? The clubs, they're saying, we want our Maloney back. Nobody was spending money at the clubs.
Maloney or Malone?
His name is Malone, but
Oh, okay.
I think Maloney is so much better, okay? Nobody was spending money like Maloney, and Maloney was spending 6 figures in tips every night. We need Maloney. Girls are posting free Maloney. We need Birkins, okay? Which, side note, everyone thought that they found Maloney's secret account, or Maloney is so rich and so powerful that he has somehow secretly freed himself from the feds, because another Asian TikToker starts posting in G-Wagons, private jets, wearing Richard Mille watches, and everyone is commenting, Maloney! One comment reads, Maloney, aren't you in jail? Another one reads, Maloney? Is
that like
you?
low-key racist?
I want a Birkin! Another reads, I'm not gonna lie, living like this for a couple months might be worth going to jail, crying face, laughing face. Which, side note, it's a TikTok of this Asian guy in a private jet, being in a private jet toilet, and taking pictures of his watch on a private jet, but the caption is, my humble era, hashtag donate to charity, hashtag charity work.
Wait, this is Malone? Maloney?
No, it's just another Asian guy.
Another Asian billionaire son.
Everyone thinks looks like Maloney. That his whole comment section gets filled with people being confused. Like, wait, I thought Maloney was arrested. Wait, my Maloney is free already? What's going on?
Do they look similar?
As an Asian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because sometimes people who aren't Asian be looking at two Asians and they look the same, and then you look at them as an Asian and you're like, they look vastly different. They don't even look like they have the same mother. Like they don't even look half related. What are you talking about? Right? But then they look the same.
Yeah, they look similar. They look similar.
If you were like, right now, Stephanie, you get a Birkin. If you can tell them I'm not getting a Birkin, I'm walking away empty-handed. I'd be like, Maloney, is that you? Will the real Maloney please stand up? And I would just wait to hear the clink clacks of one's handcuffs, and then I'd be like, that's Maloney. No, really, yeah. So he had to update his bio to read, Maloney and me are different people.
But has anybody looked into this guy yet?
Yeah, that's what I was also thinking. I was like, wow, I'm going to write your name down for the next month because I feel like something's going to happen. I went down a whole rabbit hole with this guy. So apparently his brother is on Instagram also posting like private jets and stuff. And like somehow there's like a picture of him and Travis Scott. I don't know. They're just like hanging out with rappers and like really cool people. But then I go on Reddit and someone was like, oh, his dad owns coal mines in China and he's a billionaire and these kids are billionaire sons. But then everyone else was like, we've never heard of him in China. He has like hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash in his photos. I didn't know people pay for coal in cash. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It's a little weird. Now, a lot of comments in actual Maloney's videos, they read, bro is just giving back to his community. He's a real life Robin Hood. Others argue, bro literally did everything you're not supposed to do, crying emoji, skull emoji. Another person comments, how do you do this though? I'm asking for safety reasons.
How do you do what?
What Maloney does. Yeah.
What does he do?
Oh, we're about to get into it right now. But most of the comments read, free the king. He was for the people. Free Maloney. Modern day Robin Hood. Maloney. Which, side note, you know how there was like that guy that we were just talking about that everyone thought was Maloney? Another one of the comments was just like, wait, I don't think that he's in jail anymore because he was just at the Cowboy Giants football game tonight with his girlfriend. And to which most people responded, no, that was rice gum. So they all,
wait.
I guess they all look alike. People are very confused about who the Maloney is. So what the fork did Maloney do, and should he really be free? That is the question. Do you know what it sounds like when you win the lottery? Like the moment you win? Because you know you always see those pictures of people
Do I
coming
know
to...
what that feels like?
Do you?
I do.
When did you know?
When I saw you.
I know he's gonna say that. Oh my
Wow,
god.
that was good.
Because you know you see the pictures of people signing the lottery checks, but you don't actually hear them winning. Like, what is that noise in the moment where you see the winning numbers match up? There is an audio of a group of guys basically winning the lottery illegally.
Oh wow. No way. No fucking way. I see it. It's on the blockchain. It's on the blockchain. No fucking way.
There is a group of guys hacking into somebody else's crypto account and gaining full control and access to over $250 million of crypto from one person's crypto wallet. And the audio of them is them freaking the fuck out screaming, oh my god, do you know how much money that is? We're done. That's $250 million. Another guy goes,
Oh my gosh.
it's probably a pretty penny. Holy shit, no fucking way, oh my god, holy fucking shit. They're cussing, they're using slurs.
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
god, bro, I'm gonna fucking SPAZ out. Yo, we're done. Do you know how much that is? Another guy's going, it's $250 million. It's $250 million. Yo, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit.
Is this Maloney Baloney?
Yes, it's Maloney Baloney.
He's like freaking out.
And his friends. It sounds like a bunch of kids just won the lottery, and that is not the case, obviously. A Twitter user by the name of ZachXBT uncovers all of this. He's scarier than the feds at this point. Remember how Maloney Baloney would go to the clubs and write ZachXBT? This is while ZachXBT, I guess, is on their ass investigating them. Oh yeah, he's scarier than the feds at this point. He's practically a professional scam catcher. Honestly, the world needs more people like him. Well, he starts tracking some fishy business, which really isn't that hard to point when all of a sudden a group of 20-year-olds show up at the club every weekend and
That's
start
so
dropping
stupid.
$300,000 a night. Like, you think the feds are not watching you? That's crazy, okay? You would be out of your minds.
I know IRS is for
Yeah.
sure watching.
Like, I am more scared of the IRS than the FBI because there have been so many cases where the FBI are like, we are looking for a fugitive. We cannot catch them. We have no clue where they are. And the IRS is like, wait, they didn't pay taxes? We found them yesterday. Yeah, we sent in our agents. Yeah, we might have accidentally injured them, but we're gonna get back taxes. Did you know that's a whole thing going on right now?
What?
This is very serious, but like this is to show you how serious the IRS is. And when Americans are held hostage in foreign countries and they come back to the United States, they get a bill from the IRS.
Oh my.
Back taxes, like they get fined.
Oh,
When-
I thought they will demand the other country to send that person back
No.
because they gotta pay taxes.
No, so like when they come back, they have IRS bills that are like, hey, you didn't pay your taxes, so we're actually gonna fine you. And they have to pay the fine. And like they're trying to explain, like, I was literally like, what are you
Yeah.
saying right now? Yeah, so the IRS don't play. They're gonna be watching. And Zach XBT is watching. And he figures out that these kids, if you will, are connected to this crypto scam from a wealthy individual in Washington, D.C. that was recently scammed out of nearly $240 million. Yeah.
That is just crazy.
And the way they do it
So
is,
much money.
when I heard hack, I'm thinking like coding, like you see in the movies, right? No, social engineering. So they spoof Google support. They call pretending to be Google support, and they're like, "Hey, I know that something's going on with your like crypto account. Some like the passwords are weird." And then they call pretending to be the crypto, and then yes, the crypto exchange. And they social engineer this where it's like, oh, Google called me just earlier saying that my account was compromised, and then the exchange called me. So now I'm like, okay, now I need to start logging in. They sent me a link to log in to make sure my codes are good or whatever. They get access to his account.
Whoa.
Then they proceed to transfer out 4,000 Bitcoin. Yeah.
Dang. This is probably a billionaire.
Yeah, and
to
they
have, like,
start,
That much crypto.
they start laundering that money. They start like just trying to wash the Bitcoin somehow, moving it to different accounts and like,
And then go spending it at a club?
yeah. There's text messages
stupid.
between them that read, we got him, and I made him restore his wallet and create a new backup. We got him. Another one responds, dude, I love you. So not only are there audio records of this, but they have chat records of how they're going to blow through all the money they just stole. They say that they're going to get all the man's stories.
Wait, so Maloney got most of the money, I'm assuming? You said
Actually,
like
it doesn't seem like Maloney did.
What?
So they split the Bitcoin, like the 4,000 Bitcoin, into multiple different ways. I think Maloney, I don't know how much he blew through,
Yeah.
but he only had, I think,
You read the
like
IRS
5
got
million connected to his account right now.
$5 million?
Left.
$5 million left?
Mm-hmm.
So 200 million, 250 million,
Yeah.
and
I think one of them has like close to 100 million. That's, yeah. But I don't think he spent it. I think he was trying to be smarter with it, trying to figure out how to.
oh, so Maloney is the only one that's blowing the cash.
Yep,
Maloney
like an
and,
idiot.
Versace God.
But there's more people?
Mm-hmm.
How many more?
But there's so many of them, and they're all just like chatting on Discord and screen recording their crimes.
There's so many of them.
Yeah. There's a good handful of them. But Maloney is like the face of this because the Birkins.
So Maloney basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all okay.
No, Maloney, like, he better hope they're not in the same jail. Yeah, Maloney's
Wow.
pissing them off, okay?
Wow,
Now,
bro.
they're also texting about how they're gonna buy all the man's stories. I didn't know this. I'm like, what the f*** is a man's story? They're a type of car. So basically, they're these really expensive cars. Let's say you get like a G-Wagon or a Lamborghini. Usually, when you do aftermarket stuff, it maybe might devalue the car because it's like, well, it's not like the paint Mercedes gave. It's not like the rims Mercedes had. You're just like modifying it. Like if you were to take straight from Rolls-Royce to go wrap it, then the paint could get him. You get the gist. But Mansory is this company that is ultra high-end customization of cars. It actually adds a lot of value to the car because they're that good in terms of quality. And they only mod a certain number of cars per year, I think. And I think it takes a very long time. It's very expensive. Their modifications usually result in limited edition or one-off vehicles that look very unique. So to give you an example, I didn't know this, okay? But there's like a Ford GT. I didn't know that Ford has a car that's like $500,000. Like what? When this car came out, you had to basically send a submission to Ford to apply to be able to spend $500,000 on a car, on a Ford.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It was like really like you gotta show them that you're like a car.
I remember
car
Ford
snob
GT,
to
even
be
though I'm not
considered.
a car
so
guy.
many people got pissed off too. Like
Because they didn't get it.
yeah, like they're kind of butthurt, but they at the same time they were like, "Can you believe this?
Can you believe Ford
like-
rejected me, the LaFerrari collector? Like that?
Exactly that energy. Like every car person was like, oh.
But like, can I get one though?
And then if they don't get it, they'd be like, "Can you believe this?"
Can you believe Ford has a $500,000 car? They're so goofy. Car people are so goofy.
Oh,
It's
Zero,
wild.
that's shot. That's a
It
shot.
cost $500,000. But Mansory, they modded one, and it sold for $2.1 million. So quite literally, do the math, like 4 times the price. Can I just be so real with you? Mansory's look like Giga Chad cars. I don't know how else to explain it. They look like cars on steroids. Now, they're talking about buying Amiri clothes, Mansory cars. They're like already colluding on how to blow through this cash or
Like, what do you
Bitcoin.
mean? They're like, "Let's get some Mansory cars."
They texted. I already reached. I guess they have a connection. They got a guy. They got a guy for it. They have an essay for the Mansories. Okay, and they said, yeah, I already told him I want all the Mansories. Whatever that means. I don't know how many there are out there. He said, I want all the Mansories. And then another guy is texting into the chat like, yeah, I already texted my guy, and I'm gonna get a John Mayer. And I was like, wow, they're rich enough to buy John Mayer. That's crazy. Turns out it's a watch. Yeah. I'm like, $250 million? You can buy a singer. He's working late, but you can buy him. No, they're trying to buy a watch. It's a Rolex called the John Mayer. It's basically coined term for this gold Rolex with this green dial. It's like a viral watch. I think it goes for like $70,000-$80,000.
Why does
the
this
watch
stuff
is
matter?
discontinued, but on the gray market, it's selling for that. Anyway, it's wild that they just scam someone of so much money, and they're leaving a whole paper trail longer than a CVS receipt of every single crime that they have ever committed, and how they plan on laundering the money, and how they plan on enjoying the money. It also is not that hard to locate Maloney, because technically, if you have that amount of money from a scam, would you not, this is hypothetical IRS, would you not flee to a different country
That's
and
what I was
try to live
thinking.
a low-key life?
That's exactly what I was
I don't
thinking.
know, live life on the beach, read Emily Henry? Why do we need to be at a club throwing around Birkins?
Exactly.
I want to be laying on the sand throwing back another smutty book. I'm a simple girl. But instead, these guys are out here doing the absolute most, like the dumbest you can think of.
But then you think about it, for a 20-year-old
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
guy
So
to
dumb.
have that kind of money, they don't want to lay on a beach and read a book. Are you kidding me? Like a 20-year-old male. That's like,
okay.
like
Yeah.
it's so dumb. But
If
it
I had
makes
that much
so
money,
sense.
nobody
But
would
I
know.
feel like a 20-year-old girl would be smart and go lay on the beach and read Emily Henry.
I doubt it.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
No.
like,
I
don't
doubt
know.
it. Especially
What
in
does
this
that say?
world, 20-year-old girl in this world. Oh no, they buying all those Birkins and all them stuff. Come on now, a 20-year-old girl in this world that we live in. Cause they don't understand, like, cause 20, they lived through like, I mean like 20 is like what 2005, right? 20 is like 2005. Oh yeah, they definitely like those girls. Yeah. They buying all types of stuff. You know, hear what Zura said? Zura buying every single type of car. Yeah, they just blowing the money.
Hey.
Yeah, can you be that dumb though? Like,
But like, couldn't you go at least to like the Cayman Islands, to Monaco?
yeah, to like.
Could you go somewhere a little bit further than DC because you just stole from a guy in DC? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
And then also, here's my thing, right? You're stealing from a guy who has $250 million in cryptocurrency. You think he's not getting the feds involved? You think he's not hiring the craziest PI to come after you?
Yeah.
Like, I would
exactly.
be as far away from DC as possible.
Yeah.
But also, who the f has that much money in DC? DC is a weird place. Okay, but instead, he is doing the most. He's posting these really cringy Instagram pictures. There's this one picture of him that Maloney posted himself, willingly. And he's in the very back of the picture. This looks like a picture that I would post when I was in middle school. There's 2 of his friends standing in front of him. They all look 15. They all
Yeah, they look young.
max 18, okay? He's the 3rd one in the back. You can barely see him. He looks out of focus. He looks like his 2 friends are the main characters, and he's like the diversity hire because they needed to add Asian representation. That's what it looks like. I say this as an Asian woman, but he posts this onto social media writing, I walk in unannounced, in clothes, $, I can't pronounce. Life is not that serious, sir. It is not that serious. I feel like you can pronounce Louis Vuitton. I feel like you can pronounce all these clothes. Okay, anyway, because he would post his own pictures under his government name, Malone, on Instagram, and then girls would come and post him too and like geotag him. The feds track him down in Miami in his $200,000 a month rental home, and they arrest him. There is footage of him getting arrested, and everyone in the comments is freaking the fuck out. And they go, wait, what did Post Malone do? They thought it was Post Malone that was getting arrested, because everyone was like, hashtag free Malone. And they were like, holy fuck, is Posty okay? And I was like, what is going on right now? Half the comments think he's Post Malone, half the comments think he's Rice Gum. So, yeah, which it seems like there will be more arrests now because so many people are getting exposed for being part of this scam. One of the guys who was involved, his ex-girlfriend, released receipts of him. It's just messy. 2 arrests have already been made, and you cannot spell Maloney without Aloni in his federal prison. I don't know where I'm going.
What's Aloni?
Alone. He's not going to be alone in his federal prison jail cell. They have been charged with stealing $230 million in crypto from that victim in DC, and I don't know how they're going to argue their way out of this. There is audio footage.
Man, if they're in Korea, they would have just said, I was drunk.
There's MP3 files of them out there freaking out. They also, they go through the trouble of using a VPN, but they have these feature film length voice memos and feature film length screen shares where they're screen recording themselves teaching each other how to launder the money.
What are they saying?
They're
just
like,
wire sending.
Yeah, I remember, man. Yeah, bro. As soon as she said it, I was like, oh yeah. The diss track guy.
You know the massive streamer XQC? I don't know anything about this man. I don't know anything about this man. Okay, I just know he's fucking controversial. However, there's an audio clip of the scammers where I guess one of them decides, like, they're filming that tutorial on how to launder money. It's like a dry cleaning tutorial. It's a master class on what not to do. And he sends this tutorial to the others, but in the video, you hear XQC. So everyone, briefly, people were like, wait, is he part of this crypto scam? Turns out, no. He's like, they're just watching his streams in the background while they're casually laundering hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, the scammers cannot be alone with their thoughts for more than 6 seconds. Said, let me have 7 screens playing at the same time because my attention is so fucking shot that I could be scamming someone of $250 million and I still need to listen to my streams. That's crazy.
It's crazy that they thought through so much to get the money, but then 0 thoughts after they got the money.
Oh, 0 thoughts. Okay, so one of the guys, he's screen sharing, and this video gets leaked, right? And somehow Zach on Twitter gets hands of it. But he accidentally clicks the Windows. I don't know how Windows works. There's like a section in the Windows where you click a bunch of buttons, and the Windows account comes up. I guess it's like, oh, look at your iCloud, right?
Yeah.
And it has his name on there. It's in the middle of it.
Malone?
No, it's a different guy.
Oh.
In the middle of the screen share, just like his government name.
Oh.
And they also suck at laundering money. When you launder money, I wouldn't know. I truly would not know. But I've read, when you launder money, you have to make sure that when you wash your clothes, you put your clean clothes separately. Those are your clean clothes, okay? The dirty clothes are dirty, clean clothes separate. But they would just like put the dirty clothes into the clean clothes and back into the dirty clothes, and then treat them like clean clothes. So they're like, they would
They don't
finish.
even know how to do laundry.
They don't even know how to fucking do laundry and launder the money, okay? Which begs the question, is it really properly laundered? No. Side note, I do think he also gifted a girl a full-on vehicle at the club. Imagine putting on your little slingbacks to go with the girls out to the club, and then you come home in like a 4-wheel drive. I'd be like, damn. My ego would never let me rest. Like, that would be my grandkids. I'd be like, you know, when I was younger, your grandma was so fucking hot. Okay, but from my very basic, not professional knowledge of things, I don't know if the feds are gonna take the bags, but it would be possible. The process is actually known as asset forfeiture. So any gifts with fraudulently obtained money are typically subject to seizure by federal authorities, which would include high-value items like cars, designer bags, even if the recipient is unaware that the funds were fraudulent. the gifts could be subject to forfeiture. Subject to forfeiture, though, does not mean that the feds have the time nor the want to take these items. I feel like the luxury vehicles are big enough ticket prices that they will. I don't know about the bags, but I would say, as a non-professional, my girly pop advice, maybe delete those videos. Like, maybe don't make it easy for the feds, you know? Just, like, delete them. Enjoy your Birkin bags and just kidding. I did not say that, IRS. I did not say that, feds. I abide by all laws set forth in this great country that I am a birth-ridden citizen of. Anyway, so the girl that got the car at the club, unfortunately, it seems like that will get repossessed. There was one woman, I don't know how true
I mean, yeah,
this
because
is,
he wrote it under
but
his name.
she says she was at the club and someone threw an Hermes box at her. So she's going to take it home, of course. But when she got home, it was empty. The box was empty. Someone took the bag out. So she just got the Hermes box. And I'm pretty sure this is her making a big joke. But her version of events is that she caught a box in the crowd. And she's kind of low-key the biggest winner now. Because the cars, the bags, those are going to get repossessed by the feds. They're worth a lot of money. But this box, she's going to keep the fucking box. And that box, you can sell it on eBay for $100. So who really is the fucking winner, right? $100 or $0? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's satire, but still. Can I just live in a world where that is true? Because that is a wealth of serotonin. So that's the story with Maloney Baloney.
So he is being charged right now.
Yeah.
As we speak.
One netizen comments, does anyone have any idea how to do that? What Maloney did?
So do people know how long he's gonna get, or is he gonna get much?
I don't know.
It's like 5-10 years type of sentencing, you think?
Yeah, like white collar crime is not my forte. So I really would not know, but I imagine not. I mean, I don't think he's looking at much time.
So a few years.
Like 5, 10, maybe 20.
Really?
It's really bad. I think it also depends on how much they can recover. Also, if he pleads guilty. But I do think federal prison is better than, like, state prison. Yeah, if he's, like, in a regular white-collar prison, he might be okay. I think those are, like, the places Martha Stewart went, you know? But I don't know. Another just comments, I don't really get it. So people want all this wealth to have designer clothes and luxury cars? This is the life to go to jail for? Other people say, I don't know. I feel like it's worth it in this economy. To
Wow.
live like a few months of life. Like they're saying, to live life that good for a few months and then go to federal prison where your meals are paid for and not pay rent. I mean, it's not that bad.
That is crazy. That is crazy mindset.
What are your thoughts on Maloney Baloney? Do you think he should be freed?
No.
Really?
Do you think hashtag free Maloney, we need Birkins? Because I guess what people are saying is that he stole from probably a billionaire and then gave it to the masses.
Yeah, but who was this billionaire? This billionaire probably did all his stuff.
He bought Birkins for random
This
girls
man
at the
did.
club. Like,
This man
what is
worked all his life. Because I'm pretty sure it's an older guy. He worked all his life. He got some bread. And now what? Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. He going to jail. He going to jail. Female monk.
Do you know the fastest way to lose money?
Fastest way to lose money.
Fastest way to lose. You're like, get a dog, have a child. I don't know. In this economy, so many things. But I'm going to give you one trend. Amazon famously lost $13 million per hour during Prime Day. Do you know how? I mean, it's Prime Day. Everything's on sale. They didn't lose it because the discounts were so damn steep, okay? How did they lose that much money? Or there were a few ways that people have lost millions of dollars in the span of just minutes. It's not a stock price crashing. It's not cryptocurrency getting rug pulled. It's a freaking data center. A data center goes dark. They lose electricity. They lose power. And apparently it happens a lot. And sometimes it'll be like the dumbest shit ever. They say it's almost never a serious reason that a data center loses power. It's always someone accidentally unplugs something. There was an incident of a cat getting into a data center causing chaos. Things were getting unplugged. Was going down. Someone leans onto the emergency power shutdown button, which these are real stories. So if you had a shitty day at work, just know that you're not the one that. Okay, but imagine you are the one that leaned onto the emergency power shutoff center and cost the company millions of dollars. This is a rumor. Okay,
You have to
I'm
be
just
fired.
a messenger. In 2013, Google decides that they're going to open up this massive data center in Taiwan. And
Don't defend a billionaire, so same time Robin Hood isn't a good story. Yeah, but like listen. Let's say, with all the, I mean, I doubt, but you never know. With all the stories and everything that I end up writing, and the movies and animes and everything that I end up creating, I eventually end up becoming a billionaire. Do you think that means somebody has the right to rob me now? What? Huh? That's the way I'm seeing it. Obviously, there's billionaires out there who, I ain't saying who should be robbed. I'm just saying. But, like, people who work hard for their stuff and then now they're just resting on their riches, I don't think we should just be like, yeah, they deserve to get robbed. They deserve to get robbed. They deserve to lose their stuff? What? I don't know if that's cool,
you're like, Stephanie, why are we going off about data centers? They're not sexy. Just wait, it's about to get really sexy. Not in a good way. There were these data centers that were going to open up in Taiwan by Google. They're going to put up nearly, I think, $600 million into the infrastructure. It's a big freaking deal. But before they open, people noticed something very strange happening. Some people who were nearby said, they claimed, I saw the weirdest thing today, honey. I saw, I mean, maybe there's a reason. I saw a bunch of monks going into the data center. And I was just thinking, I thought that was a little weird. What are they doing at the Google data center? You don't think that's a little weird?
That is weird.
It is weird. I mean, it's not illegal. It's not inherently suspicious. It's just weird. What business do monks have at a data center? I don't even know what Google employees do at a data center, let alone monks.
Maybe they're like coders on the side.
That's actually so cute.
Can monks be coders? That's a good question.
I mean, it could be a hobby. Google had specifically asked the monks to come to the data center to bless the data center.
What?
Okay, you think it's funny? There are so many pictures of monks blessing data centers.
Really?
It's not just one picture. It's not just two pictures. I saw too many pictures for my comfort.
Oh my.
There are pictures of Catholic priests at data centers blessing. Do you know how goofy a picture is when you see a Catholic priest full robed up and it's just a bunch of metal boxes in front of them with like DVD looking ass players in there?
It's computers.
Just like computer servers, and they're just like praying over the computer servers, and you're like, what is happening right now? So usually Buddhist monks will perform a traditional blessing ceremony in like new restaurants, new opening businesses to bless the area, which Google had monks come in to reflect the local customs. They're like, we wanna immerse ourselves into the cultural integration of the region that we are infiltrating, going into. So we gotta make sure that the monks come and bless our data centers. This isn't even new. Apparently there was a gaming company. Their game's about to be released. You know what the worst thing a gaming company can face? Well, there's two really bad things. Is that nobody is on their game servers because nobody's playing their freaking game. Or two, too many people are on their game servers that it crashes. That's it, okay? Those are the two things. This gaming company wanted to ensure that their new game wouldn't crash during publishing day. So they brought the company's computer servers, they brought it on a little dolly to a temple for the monks to perform a blessing ceremony. I think
they're really out here doing that?
The spiritual mixed with the overly advanced technology that's making it create a weird visual in my head. There was a netizen that said, I have seen an Orthodox priest spray server rooms with holy water and it crashed every single daemon. By the way, a daemon is apparently a computer program that runs in the background of a computer server, and it crashed it all.
It crashed all the daemons?
All the daemons. But in this case that we are talking about today, no amount of holy water, no amount of blessing ceremonies will be able to cleanse you once we are done here. Because this is the story of the Hong Kong stalking monk. The Hong Kong stalking monk. Which, do you know there's another way that you can lose tons of money? And it's by not enjoying yourself. By not having a good time when the lights go off. When the night sets in, the lights turn off, you're above the age of 18.
Oh my. Nah.
And let's get into it.
Yeah.
So this was a story that my husband was telling me about, and I was so intrigued. We were in the shower, and he was telling me about it, and it was like the quickest 5-second story. He was like, oh yeah, I heard this the other day, and I thought you'd be interested. And I was interested. I was so intrigued, I couldn't even go to sleep. I was thinking about the logistics of it. Like, how did this happen? How does one get to this point? And here are the 10 rules to get to that point. Here are the 10 rules of becoming a monk. 1, do not kill any living being. 2, do not steal or take what is not given. 3, abstain from all sexual activity. 4, do not lie or speak falsely. 5, do not consume alcohol or intoxicants. 6, do not eat after midday. 7, do not wear perfumes, ornaments, or adorn yourself. 8, do not engage in watched entertainment such as singing, dancing, or music. 9, do not accept or handle gold, silver, or other valuables. And 10, do not use high, luxurious beds or seats. Which is such an interesting one, number 10.
Yeah, because it's about like without having attachment to these like expensive humanly things. So it's like don't focus on these like fancy stuff. It's all about living a very simple life.
It is very enlightening. I think it is enlightenment. Now, October 2015, police burst through a temple in Hong Kong and they arrest a monk, put her in cuffs. Have you ever seen a handcuffed monk? People were shocked. What is going on right now? The monk that has been running the temple is a young, pretty woman, female monk, and as she's getting arrested, under her robes they see, wait a minute. People are like, wait, is that woman wearing stockings under her robes right now?
Oh my God.
Who on earth is this monk? Which brings me to a celebrity. There's a celebrity in Hong Kong named Jing.
Yeah.
Do you know her?
Okay, so she is the way I know her, you know, she's a celebrity, she's like actress. She was famously catching monks on the street.
wait, what do you
So
mean?
I seen video. No, like so she's not a monk herself, but she practices the Buddhism, right? And she volunteers at a lot of temples.
I didn't know there were
she
female monks.
Realized there's a lot of fake monks on the street.
Pretending to be monks to get money?
Yes.
So she's to catch a predator, but to catch a monk.
Yes. So I've seen viral videos of her, because how these like fake monks do it is that they always present it as, hey, you give me money, it will bring you good karma. So it's like, give me money, you're not giving me money, you're giving the Buddha money.
And you're giving yourself good karma.
Good karma. So people will be like, here's $5, here's $10. That's why monks can go from places to place to get money or get food. Because you're, collecting karma. So these people will do it, and then she will go up to them, and they say, "Don't give him the money." And then she will force the monk to sing the I don't know the words in English, but they have a like a chant. I don't know how to say that. You say it, and if you can't say that, that's like the only thing you supposed to do, like on the daily basis, is practicing these your verses basically. If you can't even say that, then you're fake. So she will literally strip of their clothing. Because they're fake, all they do is they buy a clothing, like bring a bowl and then shave their head and just scam people all day. And she will do this all the time on the streets. It's crazy. The way that these people, you see them panicking, like, what do you mean? I'm real. Like,
I didn't even know that. I thought that she was just an avid Buddhist. That's how I know her from online. They say that she's a philanthropist and a Buddhist and very passionate about her causes, clearly very passionate. Now, she one day comes across, so I guess she's catching these fake monks, like he just mentioned. But also, she's trying to help the real monks. So one day she sees a female monk running this temple filled with other female monks. And she
I didn't know
pass out these
females had
flyers,
monks. I mean, there were female
the
monks.
main female monk. And she said that,
Wow.
listen, this temple that I am in, it's hundreds of years old. It's basically like a historical site at this point, and the entire place is falling apart.
Has there ever been a female monk in like a...
We don't have money, nobody...
Oh,
nobody
freaking,
enjoys
what's her
it, but
name?
We need help, otherwise...
Was she a monk?
This
From
temple
Doctor
will be
Strange?
gone. Let's be real. It's going to be gone. on, and it would be very sad if it completely fell apart and would be lost in history. Jing is like, maybe I want to help. She goes to the female monk, her name, let's call her CD, and she's asking about the whole story of the temple. How did it become, like, how are you running it? What happened? Tell me everything. And CD's explaining, in 2015, we had this real estate developer that came to us and said, I'm going to do something crazy. I will pick up your temple and I will move your temple. I will move it. I will pick it up with a little crane, move it. Like, those giant spatulas? I'll just move it. I'm going to Uber Eats your temple to a new spot. It's no big deal. And I will pay you $13 million and I'm going to take up all this land because this land is very valuable. Everyone wants to build residential homes in this area. They don't want a temple. They want residential homes. And the CD says, absolutely not. No amount of money in the world could persuade me to do something like that. The temple was built on this land and it shall stay here on this land. And people said, whoa, this is the embodiment of a monk. Like, you're not supposed to care about money or wealth or external attachments. This woman is fucking serious. $13 million? I'm sorry. A lot of people would have said, you're right.
Oh, it's the
Just
version
the
of a
temple
nun.
later. I'm gone. I'm counting my cash. But she did not. She did not even waver. Community members, they start getting moved by her story. They start donating money. And Jing is one of them. Jing is like, I don't even want to just donate money. I want to volunteer. I want to be around you. I want to understand how you got to this point. And you're just so inspirational. Jing is also an attorney. She's got a lot of good connections in Hong Kong. So Jing, she loses her husband around this point. CD is there to help her, guide her spiritually, and she's just so moved by all of this that she wants to do something in return for CD. And she says, you know what, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set up this whole little event. I'm gonna call up all of my celebrity friends and say, hey, you come here down to the temple right the fork now, and you're gonna donate to CD so we can fix this place up because she's doing good work here. And what are you doing? What are you doing at Chanel, huh? Come on. All of her friends come and they donate collectively $86,000. That's a lot of money. CD is like, I don't even know how to thank you, Jing. You know what? I do know how to thank you. I am going to appoint you as one of the board of directors for this temple. Which is just a title, honestly. Like, you really don't have to do anything. Like, you could put that on your resume. You could put that on your LinkedIn. You could put that, I don't know, you could probably flex about it on a TV show. You're a celebrity. Just be like, I'm on the board of directors for this temple. Hee, so cool, right? Philanthropist. But then you find out Jing is not the type of person to do that. Jing is not the type of person to just get a name and title and not do anything about it. She is coming in hot. Like, this becomes her 9 to 5. This becomes her 5 to 9.
Oh, she didn't know that was what ended up happening.
Before her 9 to 5, she's in that temple every single day, all up in CD's business. Like, okay, so when are we gonna fix this leak in the ceiling? Okay, so what are we doing with the donations? And CD is like, oh my goodness, you are giving me a headache. I'm trying to run this temple, and you're all over here, all up in my business. You're breathing down my neck, lady. Now, Jing is at this temple, and one day, she's like, I gotta go to TV. I gotta go out, be on a TV show. You know the drill. And CD is like, oh, that must be nice. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what she says. But she essentially, Jing explains to her, I gotta go do this TV thing. But maybe I have to stop by the house because my feet are hurting. The shoes are like the worst type of shoes that I could have chosen for this. And my feet just ache and I don't really want to go. And CD is like, I got you. Don't even worry about it. She comes out of her little office with a pair of Clarks. She plops them down on the table, and Jing is looking at them like, am I seeing what I'm freaking seeing right now? First of all, Clarks are not cheap. Second of all, Clarks are leather shoes. Genuine leather shoes, which are kind of pricey. But first of all, monks are known to wear fabric shoes because leather is the hide of an animal, and they don't eat animals. They don't
kill animals.
Kill animals.
Monks are not supposed to kill any lives.
Yeah, they're not supposed to kill living things, right? So the fact that she's pulling out these genuine leather little boots is kind of bizarre. Jing thinks it's strange. But CD just tells her, don't even worry about it. I have like 20 pairs of those shoes. And now she's thinking, okay.
Weird flex.
Yeah, that's like a really weird flex. Not only do you have one pair, like you took the whole cow. I thought you're not even supposed to kill a cow. And you took a whole squadron of cows? Why? what is going on? And also, why do you have 20 pairs of the same shoes? This is odd. This is very odd. But she doesn't say anything because I guess she doesn't really know what to say, but she logs it up here. Jing, she's got like a Rolodex up here. She scrolls through them. She writes it down and then puts it away for the next one. And then the next thing happens, you know? This is very weird. But under her robes,
Where do I
monks
put the
have very
jawline?
specific pants that they use, and I
the
believe
three-quarter?
they're like very organic cotton. Like I think they use
Okay.
very specific fabrics.
So when you're drawing, this is what I like to do when I'm drawing the head in 3/4. Obviously, I like to draw a box depending on, you know, how much I really want to push it. So you can do that if you feel more comfortable with it. And then, you know, you can split it in half. This way and this way. To find a perfect half, you just draw an X right here, and the in-between section right here is where the halfway is. And you can do that on the side also. And once you have that, you can draw a nice sphere inside, and then you do a sphere on this side, more of an oval shape because obviously it's this side of it. Then you can find the center line right there. You can split this in half right here, and this half is for the eyebrows, and you split it in half of the side. And right here, this point is where the jaw starts. Excuse me. Alright, so eyebrow, and then nose is right here. So this is the eyebrows. This is the nose. And at the top right here is the hairline. And then you can grab this and you can get your chin with these sections in even thirds. And you can go to the eyebrows, come down, get the eye, and then you go like this. Right here is like where the jaw is because it's on that halfway point. Then you can just go up and turn it in like this. And you can get that jawline. And then on this section right here is where the ear goes. And you have an ear. You go in with the eye, you wrap it around. This right here is like where the eye is. And you can shade this section right here because it's the hood of the brow. And you can go like that. So this halfway section. So if you draw the head from the side, let's draw another box. It makes it just easier for you. You can split it in half. Make sure you make it a little bit wider in the back because of the fact that the side of the head is longer. So you can draw that box like this, right? Then you'll come here. You can draw a nice little circle right there, right? This right here, the top of that circle is the hairline, bottom there, and then you can go like from here and then wrap it around. I feel like I messed it up a little bit. I made it a little too long. Let me fix it. I think this is better. Yeah. Then we can split it in half both ways. Now we can do right there. Let's make sure it's like in the center. Hairline, nose line. So now this section, and this section should be even. Rule of like in thirds is the hairline. So we'll curve back, go to the top, and go down. Come down here, and right here, like I said, this is the halfway point. So come down to the chin, and we'll curve up, and we can go up here, and you can get your ear in there. You can actually curve this back like that. And then down here, we'll come in for the eyebrow, go back to the nose, and go down here, and right here is like the hood. So just remember that split in half is where the jaw comes from.
But she wears stockings under her robes, which people think is weird, very weird. Feels very sexual for some reason. That's what a lot of people said. That's what a lot of Hong Kong netizens said. Like, why? Why the stockings? It's just such a weird choice, okay? Mixed with the leather shoes, what's going on? And then she keeps complaining to Jing. You know, working at this temple is so hard. Because so many men want to sleep with me.
What the heck?
And Jing is like, okay, first of all, you're supposed to abstain from sex. This is very weird. But she keeps bragging. I mean, they just go crazy for me. Truly, they're foaming.
And they're not even supposed to talk about sex.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a very forbidden subject.
But she's like, hee hee ha ha, and she's so happy, you know? And they're just foaming at the mouth for me. They're obsessed with me. I mean, it's just out of this world. And she points at another female monk, and she's like, that monk also gets hit on by a lot of men. You know, I think it's like a fetish for some men. But, you know, for her, still nothing compared to what I went through when I was her age. I mean, trust me, she gets like a few people who hit on her a day. When I was younger, I had to change my phone number multiple times. No, it was nonstop, relentless. They love me. They love me. Boys love me. It's like, okay, Jing is like, this is so weird. Some people do want to sleep with monks for the thrill. Like, they try to. I think some people test it to try and see, like, I don't believe you. I bet I could. And then you're like, okay, seriously, bro?
And I think monks are, because they're forbidden from sex, it makes it like forbidden
fruit. Honey.
No, but like it's true. Like my core memory movie was
okay.
Like it's a classic Chinese movie.
Okay.
Was like monks that practice kung fu on the mountain. So you know, temples usually on the mountains. Traditional temples are all boys or guys. And then I think the one that she's from is all women, right? But like traditionally it's all men, and then just a bunch of like monks. They wake up, they practice kung fu, and they chant the thing. They eat like their meals, and then one of the movie was like two boys saw a woman like showering in the river, kind of closed, I think. Like she has clothes on, but she's showering, and then the boys are like, like never seen before. And then I think they even developed some romantic relationship. Like it was so weird because it's like, you know, they never taught anything about, you know, birds and the bees and
I see.
So it's like there's that forbiddenness.
Why is it called the birds and the bees?
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
I do, but that made me nervous. This whole conversation is making me nervous. Guys, don't go out there tempting monks. Don't do it. I will be very disappointed in you, okay? I will no longer support your activities.
I have a reference.
Now,
Nice.
there is a female live streamer. This is a side story that I have to go off on because this is the craziest story I've heard in a while. There was a female streamer, and this is just to show you that sometimes weird things happen in life. There was a female streamer who sells real wood furniture in China. This is oddly specific. And this guy comes onto her live stream.
Oh my god, is she an influencer?
Yes, she's a live streamer. She's an influencer.
Oh my god, I know
and
this
guy comes in and just buys a bunch of furniture. It's a lot of furniture. And this is like a top subscriber, a top customer of hers instantly. And she's so curious, like, who is this person who just bought so much real wood furniture?
I think that the customer spent like $1 million or something crazy like that.
200K USD, probably like 1 million RMB. And so he starts messaging her, asking her for her contact information, which she gives it because why not? You know, and this
Why
is like
not?
a top client right now. A few months later, they decide that they're gonna meet up. Again, nothing too crazy.
That is crazy.
Shows up to the meeting spot, and a few things. You know, she's like, wait. I'm so confused. I was expecting a businessman because who drops 200K on furniture? I was expecting suited up daddy from, I don't know, the Wall Street of China, but instead she sees a bald man in robes, a monk. And she's like, what? Either way, they get a hotel room and they do it.
What the?
They do it.
Hold the freak
they do
up.
it, and she goes home.
I need to rewind. What the freak did I just miss?
Gonna meet up. Subscriber, a top customer of hers instantly. The live streamer, she's an influencer.
Oh my god, I know
and
this.
guy comes in and just buys a bunch of furniture. It's a lot of furniture. And this is like a top subscriber, a top customer of hers instantly. And she's so curious, like, who is this person who just bought so much real wood furniture?
I think that the customer spent like $1 million or something crazy like that.
200K USD, probably like 1 million RMB. And so he starts messaging her, asking her for her contact information, which she gives it because why not? You know,
because that's
like
weird.
Top client right now. A few months later, they decide that they're gonna meet up. Again, nothing too crazy. The live streamer shows up to the meeting spot, and a few things. You know, she's like, wait. I'm so confused. I was expecting a businessman because who drops 200K on furniture? I was expecting suited up daddy from, I don't know, the Wall Street of China, but instead she sees a bald man in robes, a monk. And she's like, what? Either way, they get a hotel room.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
They do it.
That is crazy.
Yeah, they do it, and she goes home to her husband.
Oh my god.
He's married. And she's like, he's like, what did you do with your top sub? Don't lie to me. And he starts digging, and she confesses, okay, fine. I slept with a monk.
What the heck?
And they start digging together. They're like, what's the monk's name?
What
What's his
the heck?
username?
What
They
kind of
start
husband
Googling
is this?
monk. And they go, wait, this monk is not just a regular monk. He's a famous monk.
No way.
He's famous. He's like the vice president of a monk association. I think he's been interviewed before to talk about being a monk. I mean, they look at each other and the husband says, that's a fat piece of meat right there. Which, whoa, sir. That's how he describes it. And he convinces the wife, you have to sleep with him again. Just do it for us, baby. Okay?
What
You
the
already did it
freak?
once, do it
Oh,
another
he's
time.
pimping
Try
his
to come to our
wife
city.
out now.
They go to the hotel. The husband set up cameras all over the hotel room, records the whole thing. They
I
do
see.
it. Okay, they get the footage and they hold on to it.
Oh, they do it.
Yeah, they do it.
Oh, the husband let them do it again.
I mean,
I thought the husband was gonna like jump in, like.
I thought so too. I thought he was gonna be like, "Baby, no."
Yeah.
But no, he just is like, "Baby, yeah, yeah."
Oh my
Okay,
god.
this took a really weird turn. Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
it's
You know, that's
it's
why
been
they
weird.
say there's always that hotel chair that faces
Oh
the.
my
I'm
goodness.
just kidding. They do it, and then they wait a few months later. Then they fly to the monk city, and she calls up the monk and is like, "Hey, I want to see you again." They meet at a hotel room, and then this time the husband pops out, and is like, "You're sleeping with my wife?" "No, I'm not." And he's like, "No, I'm not sleeping with your wife. That's crazy. Look at me. I'm a monk." And he's like, "Oh yeah? Then what's this?" He pulls up the footage. They start negotiating, and they say, "You are gonna pay me $300,000. I'm a monk. I don't have $300,000. Here you go. Don't tell anybody. Here's $300,000." He gives them the $300,000. How does a monk have that much money? 2 years later, the husband decides, you know what? I kind of want some more money. He calls up the monk, and the monk ignores the husband. He's like, "I already gave you the hush money. I'm not taking any of your calls. Have some dignity." Hangs up the phone. Okay, husband is upset. He finds a friend that's also in the monk community. It's like a monk that is friends with the monk. Why did I say it like that? But like, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're in the same temple, but they're close to each other. And he tells him, "Hey, you go get that famous monk, get the VP monk, and have him come out and talk to me man to man." Okay, monk comes out, and this time he says, "I want 500K USD."
Dang.
And the monk is like, I don't have 500K USD. This is insane. I don't have nearly anything close to 500,000 USD. You took everything I had 2 years ago. You can't just keep coming back. And they go back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. And then finally, the monk gives him 490,000 USD. They negotiated
Yo, this is
down
crazy.
to 490,000 USD. And he wants a written agreement that this will be the last time the blackmail happens. He pays 30% up front, and he's like, "I'll get you the rest later." That night, the monk lays down in bed, and he's like,
I'm going to hell.
yeah. Okay, that too. But he's also like, I don't know, this doesn't feel right. So he picks up his phone and he calls the police and he says, "They're blackmailing me." So the cop arrests the husband and wife for blackmail. News breaks. There's only 4 questions netizens have. First question, how does a monk have that much money to spend on furniture? Second question, how does a monk sleep with a live streamer? Third question, how is he sleeping with a married woman? Fourth question, how does he have so much money to play the blackmail? That's it. Just those 4 questions, okay? We never got answers to any of them. Nothing has been resolved. I feel very upset.
So because monks are not supposed to have any money.
Yes.
Like they ask the community for food and donations. The
And
dude just pull out $1 million cash.
Yeah.
Like, here you go.
Like, boom. And what is he doing with this real wood furniture? Like, it's just all sorts of crazy. So, yeah, there have been some weird things that have happened before. Now, CD it's not that weird. She's just talking about how guys want to sleep with her. Jing thinks it's weird, but it's not the weirdest thing she's heard on the news. Now, CD is also talking about the older monk that she has to take care of. So the way that she inherited this temple that she's in charge of with all these younger female monks is she had befriended and gotten into Buddhism through this older monk who was managing a bunch of temples. And as he's getting older, he can't really manage them anymore. So he said, I want to give you the biggest temple. My prized possession, not possession, but like, this is the temple that I have spent my whole life in, and I think that you would be amazing at continuing on the good deeds of the temple. I think you are just a star monk. And she said, no, I can't accept. That's just too much. I'm a novice monk. There are people who have been doing this much, much longer than I have, and I'm undeserving. Just give me, I'll take that one. I know that one's struggling. It's run down. It's not in an optimal location right now, and people aren't coming, and the ceilings are falling apart. The walls look like they've been shredded through a paper shredder. I think I can try to manage that one. It's not much, but I'll do my best. She takes over that temple, and she's also caring for this older monk. So she's washing him, bathing him, doing all these things, and making sure that he's in good health. And, Jing is just taken aback, kind of like, whoa. Because as she's talking about the monk, when she's talking about the monk in front of other people, the older monk, this is how she's talking about him, like very uplifting, all of these amazing things. And then behind closed doors, she tells Jing, his piss is really thick. Like his
What
piss
the
is
heck?
so thick and smelly, I have to wear gloves when I wash
What
him.
the heck is this?
Jing is like,
lady.
that's kind of mean. That's kind of mean. I don't know what else to say. It's just kind of mean. It's not nice.
Yeah, and usually like it's about the respect. Not only it's not just respect. It's like usually the head monk in charge is like the embodiment of, you know what I mean, the religion. Like they are the spirit of the Buddhism. Like you cannot disrespect the spirit of the Buddhism. So she's like she didn't care. Like she's not really practicing, you know.
So Jing is like, this is very weird, but I've already introduced all my friends to this girl, to this monk. She introduced Elaine, who is Jackie Chan's mistress, or was at one point. What's the whole thing? Okay, anyway.
Jackie Chan's
She
mistress.
gets involved in the temple too, and Elaine is like, what's the monk? She introduced Elaine, who is
Okay.
Jackie Chan's mistress, or was at one point. What's the whole thing? Okay, anyway, she gets involved in the temple too, and Elaine is like, hey, Jing, that monk that you introduced me to, she's weird. And she's like, how so? What do you mean? What do you mean she's weird? She keeps trying to set me up with this businessman. I mean, aren't monks all about these types of like not having these humanly connections? And now she's like, oh, he's cute. You should date him. He's really cute. I just think it's weird. Elaine tells Jing, and the two of them, they start sharing their separate stories of how odd it is and how is it possible? Because they just had this fundraising event. They got $86,000, and the whole place is still falling apart. Every day, it's falling apart even more.
Yo,
So
I
Jing
remember
starts
when I was
looking into the
younger,
bookkeeping.
I went to a church, right? I'll always remember this. I went to a church when I was younger, right? I was like 5 or so. I went to this church, and this was like a family church, because I found out later, obviously, because I was 5 and I didn't know what was what, that I was shown, because I don't know if you guys have ever, been, how am I trying to explain this? Or as a baby, they usually bring you to a church, right? And it's not like they're baptizing you, but it's just, they bring you to the church, they announce that the son is born or the child is born, and then the congregation prays for the child and everything. And I remember going back like years later, so about like when I was 2014. No, probably 2013. I remember going back to New York, right? And I was there for what am I talking about, back to New York? I remember going back to the church. Child dedication? I mean, kinda, I guess. But I remember going back to the church, and this was like years later. And then when I walked in there, I was like, you know, why does this place look so familiar? And then my mom told me, this is the church that um, that we used to go to. And I was like, what the heck? It looks exactly the same. So now I'm sitting there, and then we're at the church, and then I remember we were having offering and everything. He was telling us to come up, and give offering and everything. All right? And I was sitting there, I was like, huh. And I remember I went to the bathroom. The bathroom light doesn't work. So I'm sitting there like, huh. This church really needs some help. Right? Tell me why when we were leaving, the pastor gets in his Porsche, brand new, and drives off. I'm like, wait a minute. What is this? Ain't no way the lights don't even work in your bathroom, sir. And you over here rolling in a Porsche? And I'm telling you, it was brand new. I don't remember, because obviously it was the year, like it was brand new. I don't know if I was there in 2013. That's what I'm thinking. I feel like it was 2013. But man, I was like, oh, is this for real, bro? It was crazy. Truly insane. Truly insane. Hold up, let me see. Wait a second. Yo, I'm about to ask you guys a question right now. Were you guys not able to see the video this whole time? Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me it's been off this whole time. Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Oh my god. That's crazy. But yeah, it was wild to me though when I saw that. I was like, so he's really just stealing the money like that. I mean, that has to be the case, because how much money that they were giving him, right? Because obviously I haven't been there every single day, because you know I just went back there to see him, see the church that I grew up in. But this man, there's no way. I'm telling you, he had one of the crispest suits on. This man was rolling in with a Porsche, fresh out the lot. And the lights in the bathroom of his church don't work. Like the the stage, right? Like there was like constructional things going on, and I'm just like, what is happening? Like it doesn't even look like nothing like and that's why like it looks so familiar to me, because I was like, are you telling me this is the same exact place? Because even like old pictures of when I was a baby at that church, it looks the same. It looks exactly the same. Crazy work. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit it with a like and subscribe if you're new. And once again, I just opened up my memberships. Once again, you do not have to, but if you do, it's well appreciated. And I'm still starting off, you know, I have some, what do you call it? Like membership only or members only videos and posts and stuff. And I'm going to do a few more. And I want to see like how I get the other things working, but you know, that's how it is. But it's so crazy. It's truly crazy. people do that though. They just be taking your donations and keeping it for themselves. Crazy work.
Because she's been made a chairman of the board. And in 2009, she looks at the bookkeeping that's all just like pen and paper. The miscellaneous spending in the temple was $2,000. Which is like, okay, it makes sense. Maybe they had to buy like random paper clips, toilet paper, all these miscellaneous things, right? But then in 2015, that number jumps to $160,000 US dollars.
Dang.
I mean, what is miscellaneous? I don't know. What could be that expensive and miscellaneous? At that point, it should have its own category. Like, what could you be possibly spending that much on miscellaneous items for? Is miscellaneous a designer brand? Okay, she looks further. The next line, it says $350,000 on fixing temple costs. Jing is looking around. The whole place is falling. There's not even AC in here. Jing is sweating. Her sweat is about to ruin the ink on this ledger. What do you mean you spent $350,000 on the temple? That's what it says in the bookkeeping, but the ceiling is falling apart, the walls are peeling off. The drums that they use and beat every day, there's like holes all over them. They look like Swiss cheese. So she's like, obviously, you're not spending $350,000 fixing up this temple. It doesn't make any sense. Where is the $350,000? Jing starts going through the receipts.
Yo, I just wanted to try something. I did not know that's an actual thing. So I can put like subscriber only. Like I said, I just pressed something on accident and that happened. But I didn't know that existed. So interesting. But May, I appreciate it. I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I appreciate the website. I appreciate it because I'm going to use that every single time now. Because I have my characters are so crazy in size. I'm going to use that website. I already bookmarked it. Like I'm telling you, I'm going to use that website forever now.
It's like rummaging through them, and she's looking for where is this cost? Where's the renovation cost? And she finds this one receipt. The ultimate bottom line of that receipt is $1,500. $1,500? Who spends that much in one setting? She looks at the top. At a lingerie store? The itemized receipt shows 2 bras, 2 corsets, and a few undies. How much are these undies? Are they made of solid gold? Who spends that much money on lingerie? What kind of monks?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah, like...
Yeah. No, period, but also a monk.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
But this receipt has been filed under fixing the temple costs. Which temple? Which temple, girly pop?
Oh my
Which one are we
gosh.
talking about? I didn't know we were talking about that one. Like, what does that even mean? She's spending money on skincare, makeup, massages, massage wands. Not the Lilo kind, thankfully, but she's a monk. But like massage wands, like a Theragun. Hair curlers.
Which hair?
What are you curling, girly pop? Which hair at which temple are you curling? Blow dryers. There are receipts for gold shops. This is the same year that she claims she doesn't have money for electricity bill at the temple, okay? Now, I don't know how Jing notices this next thing. This is how I imagine it. This is how I wish it happened, because gold. Okay, she's walking through the temple one day, and there's monks running around, and they're coming in and out of the rooms. And then it's hot, it's a sweaty day. It's like the middle of June. They're in the mountains. Oh my God, sweat dripping down her face. Her robes are just like drenched right now, right? And then all of a sudden, someone opens the door to one of the rooms and then closes it. And she gets a whiff of ice cold air. And she's like, whoa, where is this Arctic freeze coming from? What is that? She looks at the door. It's CD's office. Let me investigate. Breaks into the office, AC pumping non-stop. AC pumping non-stop. The whole temple doesn't have AC. Everyone is sweating in there. CD is never sweaty. Her stockings are never moist. It's always dry. It's always crisp. Maybe it's the lack of hair. I don't know, the breeze. But she has this secret hidden office in her temple where there is an AC installed and it's blasting Arctic freeze. So Jing is like, okay, I've had enough. I'm gonna hire a private investigator because we gotta look into this girl. This girl is weird. CD is weird. What is she using this lingerie for? And now that I think about it, there were a lot of older female monks that were in this temple. She fired them all. and replace them with younger monks.
Oh, she's doing
I
this
don't
on
know.
purpose.
I would have a whole conspiracy. Don't let me be
That's
there.
crazy.
Because I would have a conspiracy, okay? Under her student's name, she also discovers, okay, because, you know, like I said, monks are not supposed to have attachments to material possessions, worldly things, because they're better than that. And they really are. They're like above, you know, they're enlightened. And so she sees that under her student's name, like a monk student, CD had purchased a condo in Beverly Hills.
Under their name.
Hong Kong. Full price, paid in cash, $5 million USD cash. Jing is like, the few millions I found is probably nothing compared to how much this woman is actually bringing in. This temple is like a moneymaker. This temple is probably the best investment Wall Street could make, but nobody knows about it.
Yeah, so this CD has paid $5 million. And then the other monk paid like $1 million
Yes.
to a streamer.
Yes.
These monks are killing it.
Yeah, they should have a Forbes top 50 monks list.
Bro, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, most monks they're good monks and they're not killing it, but these two specifically,
That
power couple.
we know of?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Crazy, okay? So she hires PIs to follow her around now. She's like, I am so grossed out. I need to know more. And they start taking pictures of her, CD, while she's out and about. She'll put on a wig. Blow dry.
Oh my
her
gosh, they
wig.
really are like
She'll
out
have
here looking.
lingerie and some clothes, a cap and a mask, and she'll walk around the mall. She'll leave her $5 million Beverly Hills, Hong Kong condo, go to the mall, walk around, buy all the designer items, all the designer goods she likes, just nonstop buying stuff. And then of course, you know, shopping is a very energy exerting sport. Then she gets hungry. She goes to the food court, sits down, orders pork beef nonstop. She's like, keep it coming. I don't care what cut. Get me the belly. Get me the shoulder. Get me the butt. Get me everything. I want a New York strip raw. Don't even fucking cook it. You know, let me just get the blood. I want to taste it when it was alive. They're not supposed to eat meat, like I said, okay? Done. She walks her leather shoes to her fancy ass SUV, drives back to the Beverly Hills condo, goes to sleep. Okay, but here's still one question that Jing needs answered. Because I can't sleep at night without this being answered. What the does she need the lingerie for, though? That doesn't make sense to me, okay? The Jing looks into it. This monk is married. This monk is
What?
married twice. In 2006, she married a man. This is the same year she became a head monk in charge. The HMIC, head monk in charge. Okay? Married a
Should I make like a
businessman,
squad of monks?
16 years younger than her. He's also a monk.
Dude.
These two monks got married, which, just to clarify, if you're a monk, you can get married as long as you are no longer a monk afterwards. Like, you can return to normal life afterwards. There's no big deal. It's no biggie, right? But both of them are still monks. She pulls strings for him. He's still working in the same temple. But 7 years later, they get a divorce. And allegedly, it said that she only married him so that he could get Hong Kong residency papers. Then 2012, ZD is 45.
Excuse me.
She marries a 38-year-old man, a teacher, who becomes a monk. Okay, after the marriage, he becomes a monk. Just think about how messed up that is. Just think about how messed up that is. He's another head monk now in the temple. Their roles, he's in charge of singing outside, and she's in charge of collecting the money.
Crazy.
So GD is like, but you know, this doesn't make any sense because I haven't really seen him at the Beverly Hills condo. So how are they meeting? Like, are they just sneaking off somewhere? But then, like, someone would have seen it because, you know, they're not even supposed to really be in the vicinity of each other. So how are they meeting? So Jean calls up the police because she's like, I've got enough now. I don't know. I was about to say, I don't know if embezzling money is illegal. No, it is. But she calls specifically. She's like, I know something that she did is illegal. Marrying someone to give them residency papers is illegal, and I know for that for a fact because Jing confronted CD about it. See, she was like, aren't you married? She's like, oh, you know? Okay, let me explain. I'm such a good person, right? I just love being a good person, and these two men, they were gonna have to leave Hong Kong, and so I thought that I should just get them residency. I'm a virgin. Did I mention I'm so pure I'm a virgin? Ugh, lost my train of thought because I'm such a pure good person. But I married them so that they could get the Hong Kong residency papers. So when Jing knows that, which, by the way, Jing has been secretly recording a lot of conversations with CD, she calls up the police and says, "Hello, I'd like to report a crime. There is a monk in stockings, okay? And she's illegally marrying men. You don't understand." So
Every
the
time you
police,
say monkey and stocking, I imagine the Christmas stocking with a monkey inside. I'm like, a monkey in
Really?
stocking?
Because every time I say it, I imagine a monk that's stalking someone.
But the truth is,
she's wearing stockings.
monk wearing a rope, but underneath the rope is like these like black leggings.
Yeah.
That's the visual.
That's the visual, he said.
Yeah.
Okay, so all of this is crazy. The police come and they start raiding the temple and they find CD's little secret office. They burst in through the door. All the wood in CD's office is furniture made out of super fancy high-end red wood. Like think mahogany table.
Mahogany.
Ooh, she was
That's
probably buying
what-
from that live streamer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The monks love that real wood. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. So her bed, all wood, mahogany bed, $11,000. I never understood wood.
So in China, the most high-end furniture is these real wood, like specific wood, red wood. They have a scent. They're like super heavy, and then it's like polished, and then you see those fancy-ass carvings. Do you know what I'm talking about? Those crazy carvings. They can cost upwards of millions of dollars. And they'll get them put in the living room. We had some growing up, not the fancy kind, just like basic wood ones.
Yeah.
It's so uncomfortable. There's no cushions. Like you sit on there, literally your butt and back, every part hurts.
Wait, what's the point then?
Yeah, I don't know. Like old people love that. Like
Old people eat it up.
Oh my god, they love it.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's so uncomfortable. And then like sometimes they make me sleep on it too, and it hurts. Anyway.
They don't put cushions on top?
No, not those like chairs and stuff. A lot of times it's like bare. You're just sitting on the
You're
wood.
like raw dogging.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, she's got a mahogany wood bed for $11,000. All the food she eats, all
can't
very
remember
expensive food. Now, back to Jing.
the
She's still
branding on her.
confused. She knows that this girl did not get married the second time just for the Hong Kong residency to give to her husband. She knows something sus is going on because he was a teacher, became a monk, and now he's outside, beating the drum, and she's inside collecting the money. There's no way. It feels like a romantic relationship, but there's no proof because if they were sneaking off somewhere, someone would have noticed. A temple goer would have noticed. Another monk would have noticed. Somebody would have noticed. And as the police are searching CD's office, they find, now what is this? A secret door. They open the secret door and it leads to a tunnel. And they follow the tunnel. And it leads to his room.
Oh my.
They're having secret under-tunnel monk rendezvous in $1,500 lingerie. Bruh. Yeah, and it gets worse. As the police are investigating, they realize that she is overcharging rent on the deceased. She built 1,000 slots for cremated remains, and these are heavily regulated by the government. Like, you can't just decide to open up a graveyard tomorrow in your backyard. Like, you can't just be like, you know what, I'm going to start selling plots of land so that people can bury their loved ones. You cannot do that. Now, Jing confronts her.
Yeah, they changed
and
that rule.
CD states, somebody told me to do it. Like, another donor told me to do it because I really needed the money for the temple to fix up the temple, but I didn't really have a choice. But I will never do it again.
Whoa. Okay,
Yeah.
so okay, right. Okay, so then she made a lot of money from the deceased.
Yes.
That is crazy.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Monk is all about like cycle of life.
Yeah.
That's like probably the worst thing like she could do. But
And it gets worse. Before Jing had called the police, she later reports that CD realized that Jing is onto her. She's asking a lot of questions. She's digging her nose into things. She's figuring things out. And so she, on the sly, gifts her tens of thousands of dollars worth of high-end jewelry.
Oh.
Even for Jing's birthday,
Big brain.
she gives her Bottega bags as a gift. Real.
She's
genuine
involved
leather
too.
Bottega bags. Jing confronts CD about the husband, and she says, no, 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 I'm still a virgin. Like, trust me. Anyway, she gets arrested. Once she gets into that interrogation room, she's like, wait, so it's illegal to marry someone, to give them Hong Kong residency papers, right? However, it is not illegal for a monk to get married. It's just technically not what you're supposed to do. But there's no law prohibiting a monk from getting married. So she said, you know what, I did marry out of love. And the police let her go. They let her go. They're like, okay, you're good to go, right? Which, side note, she's still in charge of the temple when she gets out because only the temple can kick out a monk. Like, the police cannot kick out a monk. The temple has to do it. Half a month after she gets out of prison or jail for, like, the one time she was questioned, the old man passes away. The old monk passes away. She goes back to collecting money, and she goes back to all these other things. Older people that don't have access to the news, they don't know what happened, that she married somebody, and it's a whole thing. But now everyone knows. Because right before the older monk passed away, he wrote a letter. In 2019, he cried about how unjust his torture was. He said that this female monk blocked him off from the temple, won't let him talk to his other family members, other monks, other than the ones that she trusts. He believes karma will get her, but he's trapped and he's sad. She wasn't taking care of her. She wasn't washing him, nothing. Just let him rot. He said ever since he retired, she never took care of him, not even a single day, not even give him a single dollar. Jing realizes that CD is still out there, still collecting cash. She calls the police. Police come. They take over the entire temple, and she gets arrested for tax evasion, for using temple money for herself, assisting others, and staying in Hong Kong illegally. All of her belongings are taken away. They arrest the latest husband, and then all of a sudden, a man from jail comes out. Okay, well, he's actually free now. And he says, hey, guys, hello, everyone? I just want you to know that I dated that monk. And everyone's like, wait, what? And he's like, yeah, I dated that monk before her current husband. Let me tell you. I live in a different city, and I'm a real estate agent. She's a monk, and we started dating. She got an IUD because she was very scared of getting pregnant. We lived together for 13 months. I was a little bit drunk. She broke up with me, and he does this thing where he refuses to break up peacefully. He says, this is crazy. He's also crazy for coming forward, okay? He says, yeah, so I blackmailed her to expose our relationship. I was like, I got private photos of you, the monk, and me, a realtor. I'm just saying, okay? I'm gonna expose our relationship to the newspaper, which, by the way, Kim, but you get the idea. And I just wanted $10,000. That's it. We negotiated down to $1,500. Which is what, 2 bras and 2 corsets for her, okay? Agreed, going back and forth, met at a tea house. She had a wad of cash in an envelope. He had all their private pictures in an envelope. And they said, okay, 3, 2, 1, slide it into the middle of the table. Come on now. They slide it into the middle of the table, and she snatches both. And she's like, guess what? The cops are outside. Cops rush in. She already submitted all the records for blackmail and extortion, because being a monk, having intimate relations is not illegal, but blackmail is. Oh yeah, so she doesn't get arrested. Nothing happens. She doesn't get exposed. He gets 1 year in prison.
Dang.
Which, like, honestly deserved, right? But he tried to argue that he just wanted his relationship money back. Nobody believed him. But he comes out now and says, yeah, I dated that female monk. And the temple has since gone bankrupt. And I think that's the saddest part of this, is because, first of all, the female monks that she fired, well, obviously the older monk that she was abusing, technically, by not providing care and locking him away, isolating him, and then all the female monks that she fired. And then also, this temple is hundreds and hundreds of years old. Had it been passed down to someone with good intentions, it would have never gone bankrupt. It would have stayed, and it would have been a piece of history that could have forever been cherished for probably hundreds of more years, as long as they fixed it up.
Yeah.
But instead, it went bankrupt because of her.
Yeah, I saw the story was like, the way even she got in was like, she used to go to the temple just to pray and do whatever. And then she saw the other monks, and she was like, huh, these monks live a pretty good life. Like, all they do is, pray and then do nothing, and which is not true. Like, they live a very disciplined, like, actually
Insane.
hardworking life.
Yeah.
But she's like, that's so easy. I could do that. So she just decided to be a monk just because, she thinks that's an easier way to live.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
This is the craziest. Well, I don't know if she's crazier or he's crazier. Both of them are crazy. Which one do you think is more unhinged as a monk? Okay, I don't even want to call them monks because they're not really monks.
Yeah.
They're just weird people. What are your thoughts
Who's
on this?
crazier?
Let me know in the comments. Make sure to check out Lilo. Link to the
I mean, yeah, they're both. Cause like, wait, the founder of. Hold on, man. Man, these are some freaks, bro. Apparently, the Godfather of J-pop was on some Diddy stuff. Oh my goodness, why are people like this out there? I kind of might want to watch this.
On March 1st, 2024, virtually every animator who we all know by name had comments to make about Akira Toriyama. Content creators, artists, streamers, and everybody in between, including literally billions of fans, mourn the loss of somebody who shaped our life and is the main reason as to why many of us are where we are at.
True.
Including myself. Akira Toriyama's work has impacted billions and myself since I was 4 years old, and he will no doubt be remembered forever. Today, however, I want to celebrate the life of Akira Toriyama. I want to tell you about the man Akira Toriyama, how he became the man he became, how he was discovered, where he's from. I want, by the end of this video, that you know more about Akira Toriyama than you knew prior to this video. And even though every video on my channel is in one way or another a form of tribute to him, none will be more difficult to make than this one. But also, I am proud to put this together for you because I think it needs to be done. And I really hope that you enjoy it, and I hope that it inspires you to achieve your greatness in your life. Today we present, as part of the Toriyama-centric documentary series Dragon Ball In Depth, we present the life of Akira Toriyama. Akira Toriyama was born April 5th, 1955 to Karazu and Tombi Toriyama in Nagoya, Aichi, Japan. He was the first of two children. His younger sister Uzura Toriyama was born 2 years later. Toriyama's name literally means Bright Bird Mountain, which I always found interesting because he founded a studio called Bird Studios and even had an avatar before he adopted Toribot of him as a bird. Birds would be a recurring thing Toriyama would reference and acknowledge in his life. Toriyama would grow up in Kyosu, Japan, and this is where his early life would shape his future. And like many other kids from many decades, his life would be changed and altered forever by the works of Walt Disney Pictures. A young Toriyama watched 101 Dalmatians, the Disney animated classic, and this was the film that he said inspired him to become an artist. Besides that, Toriyama had great respect for the man who is considered the father of Japanese manga, Osamu Tezuka, in 1952's Astro Boy. This would set Toriyama on a path in his life that would make him world-renowned. He just didn't know it yet. Now, besides being into art and manga, Toriyama himself stated that he was into other things during the summer vacation months, such as tokusatsu, which is live-action Japanese television, Kamen Rider and Ultraman and Super Sentai, and of course, Gojira, known to us as Godzilla, which pretty much every single Japanese person grew up familiar with. Of course, like many other kids, Toriyama's parents wanted him to become a doctor or some kind of serious businessman, something that would provide a nice wage and be respectable and give him his very basic living. But Toriyama was more of a creative. Remember what I said about his name? If Toriyama was a bird, his wings would be way too bright to be caged. As fate would have it, one day in the 70s, Akira Toriyama goes into a coffee shop to read some manga and discovers an
Drawing a
article
lotus
in
and
a magazine called
Lotus Nova and
Juvenile
Alex today.
Magazine
Okay.
Weekly, where they're looking for new manga writers and new manga artists, and there's a contest, and the winner would get $500,000 yen and be published in the magazine. Toriyama started drawing, but when he returned to the coffee shop, the deadline had already passed. At this point, Toriyama could have just rolled over and given up and kept trying to make his parents happy by being that businessman or that doctor, but as luck would have it again, there was another opportunity. Dragon Ball has been about perseverance, Goku persevering, losing, coming back to win, training his body, going through tough times to overcome. Toriyama, while not a fighter and not a martial artist, and certainly not a hero in the sense of how Goku was to the Earth, a literal hero, he still had those same principles of not giving up. And as luck would have it, guess what? Weekly Shonen Jump, the other huge publication from Shueisha Publishing that published manga every week, did a very similar contest. Shueisha was and still is the biggest manga publisher in Japan. Imagine if you took Marvel and DC, just the comic book side, and combined them into one. That's sort of what Shueisha is, albeit
Look
to
at
a
this.
smaller population of Japanese
Haikyuu,
people, but nevertheless, they are the sole
wait, no, Hinata.
top dog when it comes to Japan.
Okay, Ruffy, of course. Goat Peace. Hinata, Deku, Izuku, Naruto, Kuroko. What's his name? Ryoma, Emma, Ichigo. What is his name? The teacher. I don't remember. Gintama, Boruto. What the heck is Boruto doing here? Boruto, get up out of here. Get up out of here. Gon, Toriko, Asta, Tanjiro.
Japanese manga. So this was an opportunity even greater.
Well, who's that? I don't know. It looks like Edward, but I don't know.
The previous. The contest was called the Monthly Young Jump Award. Once again, trying to find new talent for Weekly Shonen Jump. Toriyama, on his 23rd birthday, said to himself, I'm gonna do this. He wanted to win the prize. He wanted to draw a real manga, and that's exactly what he did. So yes, the cash prize is why Toriyama even entered this. I mean, you gotta eat, right? Anyways, in 1977, he submits his entry into Weekly Shonen Jump, a short manga called Awawa World, a period piece about two samurai from feudal Japan who meet a superhero. Unfortunately, he won nothing. Toriyama himself said that he went into this contest very confident, but wound up feeling bummed out when he didn't win. 1977 would be historic for pop culture, but not because of Japan. Because in 1977, the world was introduced to something that, like Dragon Ball, everyone's either seen, grew up with, or at least knows about. Star Wars, along with many other movies from the West, such as Alien, other Disney films, James Cameron movies, Terminator, would all be influentially important in Toriyama's life. But Star Wars was special, and so in 1978, Toriyama would follow up with his next piece, Mysterious Rain Jack, which was a complete parody of Star Wars, featuring stormtroopers, droids. Clearly, Star Wars had an impact. But alas, once again, he wins no awards. With this many failures, you would think that most folks would have given up. Akira Toriyama is not quite like most people. At this point, Toriyama's just straight up just beside himself. It was almost 5 years since graduating high school, and the dude literally works at a company where he's drawing socks for a living and still can't get a break in the manga industry. At this point, Toriyama actually started to believe that he may just have to go to school and finish up some kind of degree. But then he gets a call from a man who would be his mentor, close friend, advocate, and someone who would stick by him throughout his entire life, a man by the name of Kazuhiko Torishima. Kazuhiko Torishima was an editor for Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, and he called Toriyama enthusiastically, asking him to please send him more pages directly to him so he can publish them in the magazine. Toriyama had found a fan in a very high-up executive in Shueisha and a very respected man. Torishima revealed in an interview that Toriyama's Star Wars parody was good, but it could not win any prizes because parodies aren't allowed to win per the contest rules. It has to be original work. But it didn't mean they didn't recognize Toriyama's talent. And at that time, Torishima was an editor, and along with the other editors, part of their job was to scout talent. And it just so happened that the month that Toriyama submitted his manga was the month that it was Torishima's turn to find a new golden boy. Talk about a nice showing of how funny life is. At this point, Toriyama was living with his parents and had no money and was sending art periodically to Torishima at Shueisha to try and get something done. But it wasn't until the end of 1978 that his big break happened, because in the November issue of Weekly Shonen Jump, Toriyama's first published manga would appear, called Wonder Island. This was a one-shot manga that takes place during World War II about a kamikaze pilot who lands on a mysterious island. Unfortunately, it was not a success with readers, but at least he's published. But Toriyama believed in the concept, so he would follow it up with a sequel.
I love
another
hearing the
chapter
lore
to Wonder Island
of like
in
these people.
January of 1979.
Oh, it's still on?
But this is where Toriyama's comedy really began to shine with readers, and it would continue on to his third published piece in April of 1979 called Today's Highlight Island.
Right, I don't know
This
how I
one's
did
about
this,
a
bro.
boy with a toothache who ends up going to see a goat doctor, and
Right, I
this
don't know how I did
doctor
this.
claims to be able to fix any
Oh,
health
wait, I think-
issue, but instead it ends up being this crazy calamity of an
No, I don't know how I did
experiment
it.
and does not fix the problem.
Oh, I got it.
People
Wait,
started
nope,
to
I don't
like
know how I
this,
did
and
it.
it would actually begin the style of comedy that Toriyama would put into Dr. Slump and Dragon Ball, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. While Toriyama is submitting his next piece of work, Tomato Girl Detective, Torishima still believes in him, even if he's not who he would become just yet. But Torishima still believing in him and being his mentor, this is why Toriyama respects him so much, and why they stayed in communication, and why Torishima was one of the first people that he even consulted during his work on Resurrection F all the way in 2015. Torishima was loyal to Toriyama, and Toriyama in turn did the same. Later in 1979, Torishima felt that Toriyama was finally ready to get his own weekly serialized manga, and that would be the adventurous science fiction
Yes,
comedy
really.
known as Dr. Slump, featuring the story of Senbei Norimaki and his artificial creation, Arale. Now, originally, Arale
You can get behind
was
it?
supposed to be
Yeah,
just a
yeah, but I don't know how I
one-shot
even
character,
put that
and
on.
the manga was supposed to be about a bunch of different inventions that Senbei would come up with, and every month would have like a new invention and a new adventure. Now, aspects of that were still put into Dr. Slump, but it was Torishima that recommended that Arale become the secondary lead, or actually the lead itself. Now, you have to understand that back in the late 70s and the early 80s, having a female, a girl robot, be the lead of a shonen manga, which is made for boys, was not a common thing. Especially a childlike girl robot. But Torishima believed in Arale, and most of all believed in Toriyama to make it work, and he did. Ironically enough, and comedically enough, Toriyama chose to have one of the main villain of Dr. Slump, which would be introduced later on in the manga, be a parody of Torishima himself, Dr. Mashirito, which is a play on the word Torishima. And at the time, of course, Torishima had this big afro, so Mashirito would have one too. And Toriyama would always joke about how, even though he respected Torishima and they were very close, Torishima was very demanding and very much rejected a lot of Toriyama's ideas and works, which is actually something that would continue into Dragon Ball as well. And Toriyama would make fun of him because he was annoyed as to how many rejections he got. But it was all in good fun, and of course Torishima still respected him and knew that he was in on the joke and appreciated it. In Daizenshu 4, Toriyama has an extensive interview where he talks about how grateful he is for his friendship with Torishima, and that had it not been for Torishima, there would be no Toriyama. As the series progressed, Dr. Slump got more and more popular. I know a lot of people, well, almost everybody came to this channel for Dragon Ball, and you're more familiar with Dragon Ball, but you have to understand that before Dragon Ball, Dr. Slump was Toriyama's big hit. Toriyama didn't even need to make Dragon Ball to make ends meet because Dr. Slump was such a massive success, and Arale and Senbei were such cultural icons to Japan. Even to this day, their faces are on the Japanese subway train pamphlets, and I know because I own one. Toriyama was already a millionaire, a multi-millionaire, before he even drew a single frame of Goku. If you've never read Dr. Slump and you like Toriyama's comedy, I suggest you do read it, because not only was it a commercial success, it was a critical success as well, because in 1981, Toriyama won this very prestigious award for Dr. Slump as the best shonen / shoujo manga of the year. Dr. Slump was so popular that Toei Animation came along, and at the time, Toei was the biggest producer.
At the time, Toei wasn't
television shows
messing stuff up
than anybody. They're the Disney of Japan. They were producing live action shows like Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, and other toku shows, as well as some of the world's most renowned anime. And they came to Toriyama and wanted to adapt Dr. Slump into an anime. And so, in 1981, the Dr. Slump anime began on Fuji Television, animated by Toei Animation and produced by them, with Toriyama making multiple appearances in the anime himself. Now, obviously, Toriyama did not voice himself. In fact, it was Toshio Furukawa, the voice of Piccolo, who would voice him. He was doing an impression of the man, and his sense of humor was still very much intact in those episodes. When Dr. Slump's anime dropped, this thing became a phenomenon. There were video games produced. There were all kinds of merchandise, from backpacks to pencil holders, everything you can think of, toys, action figures, and Toriyama's bank account rose and rose, as did his success and the respect of his peers and fans in the Japanese manga industry. And this is all before Dragon Ball. Morning Sun magazine in 1981 named Toriyama the 35th wealthiest person in Japan, and could have probably retired right then and there, but
35th wealthiest in Japan.
His creative juices kept flowing, and he kept writing, and Dr. Slump stayed in publication for about 4 years. Remember that scene in Scarface where Tony Montana is talking to Elvira and he tells her, "All I need is a woman and I can go right to the top"? Well, Toriyama was already at the top, but now he needed a woman, and he certainly found one. There was another manga author in Shueisha working at the time named Makami Nachi. She would be most famous for a manga called The Top and Bottom of Rock and Roll and The Confusing Legend of Saint Mephisto. Neither one of those were as big as Dr. Slump, but they were still respected works. Toriyama would discuss this in detail in the title page of Dr. Slump Chapter 64, where he discussed actually going out to a group dinner with about 4 or 5 other mangaka, and that was sort of his way in, so to speak. But, you know, Toriyama, like a lot of people, including some of you guys, is very introverted and shy. He's not just the guy who can just come out and be bombastic and be this sort of over-the-top superstar like what Mr. Satan would become in the Dragon Ball manga. He's more of a quiet guy, maybe like Ten Shinhan. As luck would have it, not only was she from Nagoya, but she also liked the countryside too. So that's very good when it comes to finding a wife. You want to find someone who at least likes to live in the same area as you, right? So that's a good first step for Toriyama and his bride-to-be. Toriyama said the following about her in an interview. I admired her for her adult personality and her attention to other people's needs. I like efficient people. I'm pretty impatient, so I can't stand people who putter around. Efficient, sexy women are great. I love this guy.
All right, man.
He also
Hey,
says that he likes women with short hair and glasses.
Jackie.
And wouldn't you know it, she's got short hair and glasses. But Toriyama was not very experienced with dating at the time. But as fate would have it, she liked his quirkiness, and the two were married on May 2nd, 1982. But because Toriyama was famous as hell at the time, guess what happened? The paparazzi crashed his wedding. The wedding was a small ceremony, not anything bombastic like the celebrities we see nowadays getting married. It was a small private ceremony, and a bunch of paparazzi came in with cameras, and this is what led to Toriyama's introversion. If you've wondered why there's so little footage of Toriyama and so little public interviews with him, it's because he does not like being on camera. He's very camera shy. He does not like attention. He almost has anxiety over it. It gives him a legitimate anxiety attack, and a lot of people think it's because of this event. The guy's trying to get married to a woman whom would bear his children in a few years, and the media wouldn't leave him alone even on that
Yeah,
day.
that's the thing.
After Dr. Slump ended, what was next for Toriyama? A vacation, a break with his wife, but then his next big hit was right around the corner. After producing a few one-shots and kind of testing the waters with
Dragon Boy
themed stories,
The Adventure of
began in Weekly Shonen Jump. Remember how I said earlier about how much Toriyama admired the father of manga, Osamu Tezuka, the creator of Astro Boy? Well, the feeling was mutual. Before his death in 1989, Tezuka referred to Toriyama as being almost too good and his heir apparent. So now you have, without question, the father of manga, the man who predates everybody, saying that Akira Toriyama is the heir apparent to the throne of manga. That's about as big a praise as you can get. Now, when it comes to Dragon Ball, there's a number of other videos that I think you should watch, part of the Dragon Ball in-depth series that work as companion pieces to this video. First and foremost, I've done Dragon Ball in-depths on both Dragon Boy and Tongpu, which were Toriyama's precursors to Dragon Ball, two mangas that he drew in between Dr. Slump and Dragon Ball that kind of had a lot of the elements of Dragon Ball in them prior to him really finalizing his idea with Dragon Ball. Following that, I have a video called The Creation of Dragon Ball that goes into the early months and the early concepts that Toriyama had behind Dragon Ball, including early concept art for the characters of Goku, Bulma, and Oolong. And it sort of tells
It's so
a bullet
nice looking
point
at
by
these,
bullet
man.
point story of how we got from Toriyama's initial conception of Dragon Ball to the Dragon Ball we wound up seeing now. So I do highly recommend you watch those videos.
Dragon Ball is still
understanding of Toriyama's
better to
mindset
me
during the time
than
that he was creating and crafting early
Dragon Ball Z.
Now, one of the things a lot of folks don't know is that Toriyama wanted to end the Dr. Slump series. Even though it was popular, he wanted to end it about 6 months after making it, but Shueisha said, we're only going to let you do that if you have another serial shortly after. So what ended up happening was Toriyama, for a while, just kept doing Slump and doing some one-shots here and there. But it wasn't until 1984 that Toriyama would actually continue with the next big project, which would be, of course, Dragon Ball. Now, one of the things I mentioned in the previous section was that Toriyama was a big fan of films. I talked about Star Wars and sci-fi and things like that, Western and Eastern films, animated and live action, but also he loved Kung Fu films, growing up an avid fan of both Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, and tons of wuxia movies that were a staple in Asian culture, as well as, of course, reading Journey to the West, aka Saiyuki. And so many of Saiyuki's elements would bleed into Dragon Ball. There's a whole playlist on my channel called Dragon Ball and Saiyuki, where we talk about all the different aspects of the series that Toriyama would borrow or be inspired by to craft this work. This love of Kung Fu films is what would lead to Dragon Ball, with Torishima once again suggesting that Toriyama draw a kung fu themed story. Dragon Ball would begin publication in 1984 and became one of the most successful manga and one of the highest selling manga of all time in Japan during its 11-year run, and of course would blow up internationally as well thanks to the distribution of the Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z anime in numerous countries around the world. Dragon Ball has since become a cultural phenomenon, and the anime was a big part of it, but it all starts with the manga. It all starts with Toriyama's original story. And the anime took liberties and changed things, and there were, obviously there was also Dragon Ball GT, which had no manga. But even before all of that, the original manga is the true story. In other words, even though Toriyama has been involved in other projects, such as recent movies and even Dragon Ball Daima, and things of that nature, supervising Dragon Ball Super's manga and things like that, the original 42 volumes of the manga are from his pen and from ideas pitched to him by his editors and his wife, and that's it. People have had canon debates in this fandom for years about what is and isn't canon, and 99% of them get it wrong. If there is ever a one true canon that was 100% written by Toriyama with no other writers, no other people monitoring his work, changing his work, adding things to his work that weren't originally there without his pen, it's the original 42 volumes of the Dragon Ball manga, end of story. I guess you could maybe count Jocko because that was all him, but besides the Jocko, which is kind of more of a spin-off, and Neko Majin, the original Dragon Ball manga is the canon of Dragon Ball, undisputably. Toriyama never wrote a single episode of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, or even Dragon Ball Super. Those were other writers taking his work and adapting it for television or manga format, not just Toriyama writing everything. Toriyama's manuscripts for the original arcs of Dragon Ball Super are still only in the possession of the creative team at Toei and of course Toyotaro and that team at Shueisha. Even the movies like Resurrection F, Dragon Ball Super Broly, and Dragon Ball Super Superhero were 100% Toriyama scripts, but the visuals were done by somebody else. So you could even debate those as being quote-unquote canon or not. But what's undebatable is that the original volumes of the manga, that's Dragon Ball from the eyes and the mind of Toriyama and his editors. And there are numerous things that Toriyama did do for the anime. For example, concept art and designs for various filler characters like Paikuhan and the Dragon Ball GT characters, some of the filler aspects of the series, some of the planets that were visited that weren't in the anime, and even the movie characters Toriyama had a hand in creating with the series producer Takao Koyama back in the day. So manga was not the only thing Toriyama was doing at the time. At the time, Toriyama's fame through Dragon Ball and Slump had gotten so big and his art had become so distinguishable that he started working on other projects in the realm of video games, namely working alongside Yuji Horii for the Dragon Quest series, designing all the characters and the monsters. Dragon Quest monsters are not only absolutely iconic in Japan, but other RPG series like Final Fantasy and Pokemon have borrowed numerous concepts and styles from Toriyama's art in Dragon Quest. So he was working on Dragon Quest and other video games such as Chrono Trigger, and even did some art for some smaller projects and even some of the Dragon Ball video games while he was working on the Dragon Ball manga and even helping out the anime staff with the movies and with the TV shows.
I guess cool and all,
Now,
but
as Dragon Ball progressed, everybody knows that it started as a
I'll say it after,
comedy
if I
manga
remember.
and then slowly sort of developed into more of an action-themed, darker story. Right around the time of the Red Ribbon Army arc into the 22nd Budokai, and especially during the Demon King Piccolo arc of Dragon Ball. And because of the obvious tonal shift that happened where Toriyama began to tell longer and more epic stories, Dragon Ball's anime decided to rebrand itself from Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z. And because of this rebranding, many feel it's led to the popularity of Dragon Ball exploding even further, because Dragon Ball Z kind of felt more like a superhero comic book adventure fight story that resonated with teenagers and young adults in Western audiences a bit closer than the original Dragon Ball may have when it came out. Now, this is obviously up for debate, and I still feel like even if you got into the series with DBZ, you need to go back and watch Dragon Ball to get the entire story, to get all of Goku's development, to understand everything, every aspect of these characters and how they came together. It's like watching Empire Strikes Back without seeing the original Star Wars. You're only getting a piece of the puzzle, and Dragon Ball must be respected along with Z as Toriyama's entire vision. That's his vision, that's his story, and it should not be ignored, especially since there are so many great fights and battles in Dragon Ball that Z fans would love if they just gave it a chance. But nevertheless, in 1995, Dragon Ball came to an end, and Toriyama himself was likely very exhausted, very tired after working on Dragon Ball for 11 years and being a full-time manga artist since around 1978, 1979. So literally this man put 16 years of his life into producing a weekly chapter of a manga and took one vacation. However, during the time of
This is
Dragon
why
Ball,
like these people be like, these mangakas be, you know.
Toriyama had children. In 1987, Toriyama's first son, Sasuke, was born. He joked about this in one of the cover...
What?
Toriyama's first son, Sasuke, was born.
Oh... Huh. You know what, Toriyama? I ain't gonna say nothing, Toriyama.
He joked about this in one of the cover pages where he talked about him having a kid would give him an excuse to go to the toy store. Let's not forget that Toriyama loved toys. He loved model cars. He loved playing with them and constructing them. He loved drawing them. He was just a big kid at heart, which is probably why his stories resonated with so many of us when we were younger. He connected, even though he was a Japanese man, and many of us came from different cultures, different belief systems, different, countries. We're still all kids at heart. And he even said he's helping to change diapers as he draws. He would be blessed with a daughter, Kika Toriyama, as well. And both Sasuke and Kika would make little cameos, little Easter eggs in Toriyama's seminal work doing the art for Chrono Trigger, one of the most respected and beloved video games of all time. Later on, he would also help out with Blue Dragon, and his work with Dragon Quest continued even after his retirement. When Toriyama retired in 1995, his work was done as far as being a weekly manga writer, but not his work on being an artist, as he would go on to do these games as well as help out with some of the early concepts for the Toei Animation exclusive series Dragon Ball GT. Now, I've obviously done a video on this back in 2017, the true story of Dragon Ball GT, which must be seen for you to understand that Toriyama's involvement in early GT is actually much more than people really understand. And besides that, Toriyama would draw one-shot mangas here and there and would help produce alternate covers and was kind of a recluse. When Toriyama retired, he never wanted to become a busybody again. He had already made plenty of money. His stuff was being, franchised all over the country, all over the world in multiple languages. Dragon Ball Z was becoming a phenomenon outside of Japan, in Latin America, in the United States, Canada, the UK, several countries in the Middle East. I mean, everybody on Earth knows about Dragon Ball. But Toriyama just kept to himself, quietly drawing for Yuji Horii Dragon Quest and whatever he would do via email. Toriyama rarely, if ever, visited the animation studio or rarely, if ever, worked on anything outside of his own home in these days. That's the good thing about Toriyama's life, is that even though he's no longer with us, he was happy during his final days because He was at home with his family. His kids grew up. He got to spend time with them, watching them grow up. He had plenty of money, so he wouldn't have to worry about ever going to work ever again. And he was able to work literally through email. We found out in a documentary celebrating the anniversary of Dragon Quest that even to this day, Toriyama declines in-person interviews. It's all going to be done via email and possibly a phone conversation from certain people close to him, such as Akio Ioku and maybe Toyotaro. Toriyama worked his rear end off for the first half of his life to make his fortune, and the good thing is that the last half of his life he got to enjoy that as well as continue working on a part-time basis. Even when the Dragon Ball Renaissance came along, starting with Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods, a project that Toriyama was originally not involved in, but was compelled to be involved with it because he wasn't sure if he trusted Toei Animation to produce a film after the abomination that was Dragon Ball Evolution.
Wow.
Now, Dragon Ball Evolution was not a Toei animated film.
Of course it wasn't.
Obviously, but Dragon Ball Evolution was done without even a simple phone call. Not a single person working on Evolution called Toriyama to get his consultation. Instead, they produced the film, which at first Toriyama was trying to give it a chance and was open-minded about, but when he saw it, he was disgusted with it and kind of became a bit more controlling of his legacy, and thus he helped out with Battle of Gods, revising a script written by Yusuke Watanabe. After that, with the follow-up, Dragon Ball Z Resurrection F, Toriyama penned the script and wrote his first full script for a film ever. You have to understand, like I mentioned earlier, he's never written a single episode of Dragon Ball Z GT or anything. He just wrote the manga and then gave notes and things like that. The anime staff took over. With Resurrection F, every word was written by Toriyama. And obviously he had Torishima and others to consult with. It was still Toriyama. Now, right around the success of Resurrection F came Dragon Ball Super. And Dragon Ball Super, of course, is really what brought all of us back into Dragon Ball in 2015. And Toriyama would write very basic manuscripts and do some concept art for the series, but most of it was handled by Toei Animation, who would oftentimes adapt his stories but add things and make changes. For example, the idea of having Vegito Blue in the Goku Black arc was an idea that Toei came up with and later Toyotaro adapted. Some of the characters in the Tournament of Power, like, for example, Kale, was an idea from the staff, specifically Akio Ioku, who wanted to capitalize on the success of Broly overseas. Now, you have to understand that at this time, Toriyama was involved, but Dragon Ball did become a corporate entity. And as a result of it being corporate, you had a lot of different people giving their opinions. Victory Uchida, Toyotaro, Akio Ioku. There were numerous people working along with Toriyama on this, and sometimes
how do you guys feel about that?
Actually, make the finished product that worked by his hand.
Like I don't know. Like it's cool, and I like some of the things that they did. Like I like Kale and stuff like that. But like, how do you guys feel about? I mean, obviously he gave him the. I mean, he didn't have a choice really, but like. Let's see, down, like about this space. Like, them making things up. I don't know, man. I truly don't know. Guess I knew I made it a little too thick on the thighs. It's funny. Hold up. Let's liquefy. Oh dang, that's it.
This is why it's difficult to discuss canon when it comes to the modern stuff, because Toriyama was only a percentage of the creative team behind it. Now with Dragon Ball Daima in 2024, Toriyama is, while not 100% writing everything, Toriyama was there to supervise the scripts for the series. He wrote the base story. He designed a lot of the characters, if not all of them, and a bunch of the vehicles and the worlds. So it's as close to his vision as anything we've gotten since Jocko. It's as close to his vision as anything we've gotten, with the exception of those Dragon Ball movies, Resurrection F, Broly, and Superhero, because he was way more involved in this than anything else. And it's almost bittersweet, because while I'm happy that Toriyama was able to come back and become a much more prominent figure in the production of the 2024 Dragon Ball anime, it's also very sad because the poor guy would not live to see the premiere of the anime in fall of 2024. When Akira Toriyama passed away, I was very numb for several hours. I didn't know what to think. I had millions of thoughts running through my head, like, how do I talk about this? Can I talk about this? How do I show respect? What can I do for the fandom? What can I do for, myself and my friends? What am I going to do about this man whose work touched my life? You have to understand, I might be known as the Dragon Ball YouTube guy, but I discovered Dragon Quest when I was 4 years old because my older brother introduced me to it. Literally when I was 4. I have literally grown up with Toriyama art. From a little 4-year-old kid to a man who's about to hit the age of 40 this year.
Wow.
I'm as old as Dragon Ball itself. And I owe my entire life to Akira Toriyama. Toriyama brought me closer to my friends, introduced me to new friends. Toriyama created many wonderful moments with me and people I've been with in friendships and relationships. Toriyama has bonded me with many people, including many of you. Toriyama has been literally probably the most famous, important person that directly impacted my life. Had it not been for him, I wouldn't be able to pay medical bills that I have or help out my friends in times of need. I wouldn't have this home that I'm in right now. It was Toriyama's work that inspired me to work, and his work ethic that made me work to honor him. And I've always been the guy who's been telling you, okay, Toriyama said this, Toriyama said that, he didn't say this, he didn't say that. And some of the stuff he wrote was brilliant. Not everything he wrote was perfect, but he is somebody who has shaped my existence. And for that, I will never forget him. We will never forget him. And with this video, I pay tribute to the life of Akira Toriyama. My thoughts and prayers go out to his family, his wife, his 2 children who are now grown, and to every Dragon Ball fan.
Excuse me.
Even though Dragon Ball will likely continue on without him, whether it be the manga from Toyotaro or other anime series and movies, and even though the future of Dragon Quest is also in question, it's going to feel a little weird without him, or at least without knowing that he was always there to answer questions from the creative team and to help build this world. Dragon Ball Daima will be a very emotional viewing for me and many of you. So with this video, I pay tribute to Akira Toriyama. Thank you for watching, and thank you, Toriyama Sensei, for literally changing my life.
Wow. Really good. Really good. Oh my. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Let's continue this. For some reason, I want to draw her in this outfit. I really don't know why. I gotta finish her though, but I'm procrastinating. I want to draw her again. Man, when I get to the giant country, oh, they got some really cool designs over there. I have little concepts of them, but like when I have something, I kind of don't like showing you guys the bummy stuff. It's funny, like when I say that, like this right here isn't bummy. I try to show you guys, because I feel like back then, you guys saw the unfiltered version, you know, of my stuff. But it wasn't even my choice. I'm hungry. Me too, man. Me too. It wasn't my choice to show you the unfiltered stuff. You know what I mean? Because I didn't have like when I mean filter, I mean like the glam filter stuff. You know that these IG quote unquote models be using. I just didn't know how to use the stuff yet, you know. But now that I know how to use it a little better, I don't want you guys to see the bummy stuff or the extremely bummy stuff. So it's still pretty bummy. It's just not really bummy. A long hole is also, when we get over there, it's pretty far. But we will see some characters who are from those regions. Like actually, I have a character who, wait, hold up, let me see who it is. What is her name? 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 Is she here? Is she here? Because I remember. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't drawn her yet, but yeah, she's so cool. Okay. But she's like, because her family abandoned her, she don't got the true essence, you know, of where she is originally from. But like I said, it's like a whole mass craziness that happened. So that's why it's kind of like everybody's just all over the place. Like everyone is every which way. Let's do that. Solidify. You see, like all these little bummy moments right here. I don't want you guys to see this. Wait, what the heck? Okay. Alright, so there, and this foot right here. I have a couple of little other ideas that I have, like some full pieces, but I would like to finish like majority of them. So once I'm able to do that, what is that? No. I don't even need to be that zoomed in, really. It's like, who's gonna see each individual? You know, I just need to like. Wait, hold up. Let me. Oh no, I can't do that when I'm like this. It's gonna glitch out for you guys. So I'm just gonna have to keep zooming out. Okay. All right. I gotta make sure that distance is fine. Here, here. Ooh. I mean, this one is a little lower, so it's fine. But let's bring it a little bit higher up. Like, it isn't too bad. Let's bring it a little higher up. Yeah. Okay, come on now, miss. Relax. Come on, missy. Come on, missy. It's like, if she doesn't see me and she hears something, she starts to trip. She starts to trip out. She's like, well, I can't see nobody. What's the dog's name? Okay, hear me. You gotta listen to me right now. I did not name this dog. I did not name her. Her previous owner named her. Right? And I was trying to like kind of like factory reset. I was trying to factory reset, you know, give her a different name, but it wasn't working. She wasn't locked in. Okay? So the name that the owner gave her is Pommy. Okay? That is the name that the owner gave her. The reason why I'm saying that the owner gave her is because if I was to name her, what? So first, right, for a week, I called her, cause she has like this kind of like white hair, right? What did I call her? I don't even remember. Yeah, I don't even remember. Disregard. Just forget it. Everything I was saying. I don't remember. But it was definitely like some anime name. An anime character. And no, Titan, it was not Robin or Nico. It could have been. What's her name? What is Robin's mom's name? Come on now. Come on, Zoe. You know this. What is Robin's mom's name? What is Robin's mom's name? Starts with an O. 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 Not Boa? Oh no, not Boa. Because it can't be Boa because she has white hair. You know what I mean? So that's why I couldn't call her Robin or Boa. But that's why I was like, I could have called her mom's name, but I didn't. Because Nico's mom, no, Robin's mom, because her last name is Nico. But Robin's mom has white hair. Wait, her last name is Nico. Right? Hold up. Give me a second. This is what happens with Japanese. Because it's backwards, but it's forward. Okay, yes, her last name is Nico. So her mom's name is Olivia Nico. Nico Olivia. You see, because Monkey D. Luffy. I mean, I guess it is always backwards. Because Luffy is his first name. I guess it is backward. And Roronozoa. Roronozo Zoro. So, yeah, what the heck am I doing? Mid Smoke's not the. Yeah, man, I'm tripping. Of course it's backwards, man. I was right. But, oh yeah, because Boa's last name is Boa. Oh my gosh, it's Hancock. Because her sister is Boa Sarada, right? Boa Sar. Yeah, no, Boa Sandersona. And the other one is Boa Sisters. Sus, what the? Sisters. Boa Marigold. Man, I forgot. Yeah, I gotta start remembering that, man. When a true One Piece fan walk up to me, because you know my future wife, she gotta love One Piece, right? So she's gonna be like, so who's your favorite waifu? And I'm gonna be like, Nico. And she gonna be like, which one? And I'm gonna be like, oh, Robin. She'll be like, okay. And then I'm gonna say Boa. And she's gonna be like, which Boa? Yeah, they didn't have a choice. They didn't have a choice because I mean that's the family name, so you gotta take it. I know, bro. I don't know how I forgot, man. I don't know how I forgot. I should have known. Cause you gotta always be ready. Cause you know people be out here testing you, especially nowadays when One Piece is just getting a lot more notoriety. People gotta test you for real. You can't just say you like One Piece. Cause they be like, they be testing you. They be like, what's your favorite arc? No lie. I mean, I love Marineford. But Wano? Oh my goodness. Wano? Kuzakiyo. Oh my goodness. It's so good. And just like oh man, it's just everything is so beautiful. Right? So I be sometimes asking myself questions that people might ask me, you know. She can't have Instagram, but she can watch One Piece. I was joking that she has to like One Piece, but she can watch anime. but she cannot have an Instagram. She cannot have a Facebook. I mean, she okay. let me chill out. She can have it, but she can't be like. She can't have more than 1,000 followers. It's going to be private, and she can't have more than 1,000 followers. Oh my gosh. People be just stopping by. Why does he keep saying these things? Like, but, yeah. She can't be a VTuber. She can't be a streamer. She can't, I mean, what is she supposed, she posts art? I was thinking of that too, bro. But you remember that VTuber artist? Nah, bro. Nah, man. They get after them too, man. They were stressing her out. They were bamboozling her and stuff. Nah, bro. She can draw, yeah, but she can't post it. What if she used to post it, but not anymore? Hey. She's gonna have 5 months penalty. So like she's gonna have to delete it, and then she gonna have to hit me up in 5 months. I'm playing. If she's an artist, I mean, I'd still rather her not be on social media too much. And it's really crazy because you might be like, you're on social media all the time. Once again, guys, I stream, yes. I post, yes, but I'm not on social media like that. I try not to be. Social media is a very interesting place, right? And in a good world, I imagine you guys, like, you know, you guys watch like some YouTube videos and stuff, but you guys aren't on social media too much. So she has either beat the crease. You see, that's what I was saying though, bro, right? But sometimes like I feel like she might still get tricked, you know? Somehow, somewhere, somehow. And then like next thing you know, she starts stressing out, telling me about, man, these people, they're just like they're like, you know, and I'm just like, nah, miss, we ain't gonna have that, you know. Yeah, it's a crazy, it's a wild world we live in, you know. Really wild. Like my social media anyways is just mostly art. But sometimes the other crazy stuff, you know, sneaks in. And it's just like I don't really want her to really be on there too much either. She can have one, but I don't want her to be like quote unquote social media famous. Not just because of all the people, but just because sometimes even me, I get to a point where I'm like, yo, I got to post something. You know what I mean? Because so many people are waiting for me to post something. Yeah? And when they show me like how many people just lurk on my pages, like on my social media pages, like my Instagram and my stuff, I'm like, oh my gosh, now it makes me even more like, okay, I gotta post something. Right? And depending on what she does, it could, you know, get pretty stressed out, you know? Pretty stressful. This is my goal, right? Honestly. I'm gonna tell you guys my goal. The goal is to get to a certain like point of like subscribers. What do you call it? There's like I don't need to have like the most subscribers in the world. All right, my whole goal is to be able to fund like the mangas and the animes that I want to do, right? And just like the people that I'm going to hire to, help me out with the stories and stuff. Once I have enough for that, I could stop. I'm not gonna stop posting, but I'll focus mainly on those things. So I'll definitely still like post and still do live streams and stuff like that. But that's what the goal is. I don't need 10 million subscribers. If I'm able to do it with 500,000, then I'm good with 500,000. You know what I mean? So once I'm able to do all of this like full time, I'll be set. And I'll just be making everything. Cuz I have other things that I want to do, like other little stories and different characters and stuff. And like really cool like scripts for like other film ideas and things that I've written a bit about. That right there, once I'm able to do that, I'm done. I'm done. Once again, of course, I'll still be like posting here and there, but you'll mainly see me like I'll just be working on so many different things. Obviously not on my own. I'd have like a cool like team to handle some of the things. We're gonna create a studio. I don't know, just a whole bunch of stuff. Gotta pray to Yahuwah for that and everything, so I can get the people and everything. It'd be amazing. It was so detailed. It was. Wait, what? Tell me why I screenshot this cute art. I'll look up the artist. I'll see on the pages, girls. What? Oh my gosh, Zura. Okay. Okay. Okay, Zura. Yeah. You can get up out of there. Oh, your foot. Oh, yeah. I thought you were saying your food. I was about to say, what the heck are you? What the heck are you talking about, right? But dang, man, yeah, I understand. Like if I have like a sore throat or whatever, bro, I don't want to do anything. So I can just imagine like with your foot like that. So yeah, with this character, right, Bri? When she was, cause she was, she's been okay. I don't want to bring up no years, cause I don't like throwing out years for my character. But cause like I said, she was in the mass, everybody going places thing, right? And a whole bunch of these people found her and then saw that this was weird how long her neck was. They tried to make it normal, bro. because she was designated as like a freak. They really tried to, you know. You can draw through the sword throw. No, I mean like if it's like really bad, like you know the sword throws, like not the ones that you feel it there, but it's like when it's like it's there and you just like that's all you're thinking about, you know? Like when it's there and you just feel it all the time. That's like the worst ones, you know? Because I feel like I'd rather cough at that point. Because at least you can get like that cough and it's like that mucus. But like when it's that, excuse me, like sore. Excuse me. Oh man, that's the worst. Yeah, I read everything, Zara, that you put. What's up, Lucian? How's it going? Oh dang, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. It's crazy world. The world that I have, it's pretty crazy. But I feel like it's not too far off from the world that we live in today. Obviously, we don't see these crazy things, but I truly believe that if we were in the time right now, it could be as crazy as that, you know. And for any extra money, I want to maybe either sponsor race teams. Of course, race teams have to be involved. Zero's making a racing anime every year. A racing anime movie every year. Fine, that's cool. That's cool. Every year, Zero got a new racing anime. Cambodian. You know what is cool though? The people who own Miku also own a race team and use Miku. Yeah, of course they do. Extra money. You think they own? You think they bought Miku? They probably bought Miku. They currently race in Mercedes. It's always funny when Zura names the cars like I'm going to know. The Mercedes AMG GT. What the freak is that? So I wanted to do that, but with my animation studio. That's cool. If you showed me the car, it'd look familiar. Are you sure it'd look familiar? To somebody who doesn't ever like look at cars? So like yeah, like right here. He'd be right there. uh, like I thought, I've never seen this before. Like I honestly was ready to say that, and then I thought, let me be honest. I have never seen this car before. Never in my life. Never. It does not look familiar to me. It looks like any old race car. I know that sounds crazy, but like, if you were to tell me to draw a race car, I would draw something like this. Yeah. I do not know what that is. I've never seen this car before. You have never seen the road car that way? That's why? Oh, I guess. I don't know. If I have seen it, I don't remember. Once again, it doesn't, like, I don't think it's too unique for me to be like, oh, I've never, like, I've probably seen this car before in my life, but I don't remember. Okay, apparently. Yeah, but the thing is, I was having a conversation with somebody about this the other day. It's not even about money for them anymore, I don't think. You know what I mean? Like, they're just trying to, like, tell you to do something, if that makes sense. Like, all of these movies and everything, they're trying to. I feel like what they're doing is kind of like trying to brainwash you. But because of like the world that we live in now with the social media and everything, and people are more aware than ever, it's just not working like it did back in the day. Because it obviously doesn't make sense for you to keep going down this tunnel when every sign is saying you're going the wrong way. They're just they just keep driving though. But they know they're going the wrong way. They're just trying to make you think, you know what, is this the right way? Should we be following them? That's what they want you to think. And once you start thinking that, it's over. They've got you. Give me a quarter. Just give me a quarter. Mm-hmm. Okay. So Snow White was the most recent one. 1/4 of the. I mean, a quarter of that is 6 million. 60 million. Dang. 60 million for Snow White. this is down a little bit more, huh? But it looks like, wait, is it? No, it's fine. But it is lower. So, and it's like more rounded, like right here instead. I know it. Have any of you guys seen the movie The Transporter with Jason Statham? The first one. Not any of the other ones, just the first one. Man. I don't know why I didn't draw her other ear. What am I doing? Yeah, what's up? Man, the whatchamacallit? Man, when I tell you, bro, the dream. It's funny because I remember I've seen this movie years ago, but I saw uh this clip on on Instagram, and I was like, man, yeah, this is how it truly be though. All right, let's see.
I picked them from the garden outside. I hope you don't mind. I didn't know if you like coffee or tea, so I made both. I hope you like Madeleine. Try one.
Oh my goodness. Man, Bri. Hold up. How the heck did it go all over there? Let's move it down. You don't really care for movies? Mm.
Careful. It's hot. Good.
He don't know what to say. He like, oh, yeah. I'm definitely getting copyrighted for that. Yep. That's a copyright right there. But you guys needed to see it. You needed to see. Okay. Let's do, because I feel like it's the. Pizza pizza. What? Hmm. Very interesting, sir. I think Zero is talking about the pencil, the Apple Pencil, bruh. I don't understand. Like, first of all, I don't even understand people who bite on pencils. Like, is that like a? I mean, it has to just be like a similar thing to like biting your nails, you know? Yeah, her eyes are bigger. When I let people borrow my pencil, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to me. It's really interesting to me. Cause I remember back in the day, in like middle school, like sometimes if you ask somebody to borrow the pencil, there might be some bite marks on it, you know. But you got to do what you got to do, right? Gotta do what you gotta do. I don't know what's up with my threshold recently. Actually, I know. Hmm. Ow. I have so many characters to draw. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't remember if her skin is this dork. I'm gonna have to look it. Did you eat something? I think so, but yeah, honestly. And when I went to the thing, when I left for a minute, I went and got a banana. So yeah, I did. Yeah, you know, I've been trying to. I feel like I made her too dark, bro. Pretty sure. I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look. But I don't have her here in this list. Oh my goodness. Of course I don't. Ghost White. Oh my. That would be too much. I like her design. Oh, and by the way, her arms and her feet are burned. Or her hands and her feet are burned, by the way. If you're wondering. Excuse me. Oh, crap. I'm gonna have to get the design of her sister done. And her brother. Ada. And Mars. Alright guys, this will be it for me today. Yeah, it was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next one. If you're willing, of course. Oh my goodness. I have to do Mira as well. And yeah, I know the shoes would have barked when I did that. When I tell you I knew it. See ya. Have a great one. Have a great night, guys. Have a blessed one. Peace over here, guys. Peace. Peace, peace, peace. Oh. To the dog bit. I know I got to, because it's late and she's still barking. But yeah, alright, guys. Have a good one. See you later. Oyasumi. Oyasumi.